Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. This is a quick desktop support tutorial on how to share an extra drive over the network. So why would you want to do this? If you want to have a centralized point on your home network and you want to share a drive that has, for example, some media files on it or some important files that you want to have quick access to or simply take up a lot of space, and you want to be able to simply access it from another computer on the network, this is how you would do it. One way to do that is to share it. So let's go through this and how to do it. Let's say that this drive here is the drive I want to share. It's called new volume and it's under letter E. We're going to right click it and we're going to select properties, and then we're going to look for a tab that says sharing. We're going to select sharing. And then underneath, what we're looking for is a button called Advanced Sharing. We're going to select that. And then we're going to simply do a check mark right here where it says Share this folder. And one last thing that we have to do here in order to be able to read and write on our share drive over the network, we have to change the permissions here, which is super simple. We're going to select permissions here. And we can see that by default, everyone is allowed to do so, which normally is fine, and this is why by default you can only read, but you cannot change or write or anything like that, and especially you don't have full control. So if you want to simply select full control and allow everyone that's on the network have access to this, you can certainly do so, and that would solve your problem. However, I like to add my own login because I don't want everybody to access it. So in order to do that, I'm going to remove these. I'm going to leave it read-only so that everyone can see it, but they can't make changes, and I'm going to add my own login. So if I click Add, I can add my own login name, which is used for this computer where this drive is located. This is incredibly important. You want to use the login for this computer. So login name for my computer is cobuman0, and I'm going to, you can simply double check by check names if you want, but I know it exists obviously, so I'm just going to click OK. Now we can see that it's there and it's under the name of the computer, which is called cobuman, and the login name is cobuman0. So this is important to remember here, that the name of this computer where this drive is located is called cobuman. So before we leave this pop-up, or before we leave this box, we have to make sure that our login is selected, and then we select full control. Because if you go down to here, we can still see that everyone only has read option, and then if we do select cobuman, we can still see that it is full control. This will allow us to create new files, folders, drag and drop anything we want, and full access to it. Incredibly important. All right. Now let's click Apply and OK. After you click Apply and OK, you can see that now this drive is being shared, and it's indicated by two little guys here as an icon. Now let's go to the other computer and see what we can do to access this. Here we go. Here's our other computer that we're at, and now we just need to access it. So how do we do that? We remember the name of the computer, which is cobuman, correct? We're going to type in / cobuman, and then another /, and we're going to type in the letter E, which was the drive letter for our drive that is being shared over there. I'm going to hit enter, and there we go. We have access to it. But wait, this is under everyone. Remember, we didn't put in our credentials at all. It may ask you at some point, if you're doing this for the first time, to actually put in your credentials. But if you didn't get a pop-up, you'll be using it on the default, which is everyone. So how do we rectify that? I mean, it's great. If you got the pop-up, you can just simply put in your login information. But this is just us able to access it. Let's go ahead and create what would look like just like a regular hard drive, and that is called mapping the network drive. So we're going to select our computer, and we're going to select map network drive. Now let me go back. Make sure you're at this tab where it says this PC, and then select computer up here, and then select map network drive. And here we can leave the drive letter to whatever we want, and then we're going to type in again / name of the computer, which is cobuman, and then / and then drive letter. One thing to make sure to do is place a check mark right here where it says connect using different credentials. This will let us specify the login we want to use with full control. And with the pop-up here, we can see that I already tried this earlier, but let's go ahead and this is how it looked like. I'm going to click, use different account, and then I'm going to type in the name for the login on the remote computer, which is cobuman0, and then I'm going to type in my password and select remember my credentials. Kind of remember to select that. Click OK. And now we're inside of our drive. You can see now it comes up as a network location. Another way to do this is add a network location, but I just map it as a network drive. So now that we go inside of it, we have direct access to it. We can create new folder. We can go inside, create new files, drag and drop, whatever we want, and it's all great and dandy. This is also a good way to use a remote drive as a backup location if you are doing desktop support. For example, let's say you're reimaging a computer and you need a remote location to use as a backup for users' profiles. This is a good way of doing it. So you have a backup. Also, if you're replacing your hard drive or something like that, that you need a good remote place to quickly back up all your files. I hope you guys liked this video. If you did, please share it or like it. If you have any questions, I am here to help you answer them, so feel free to ask me anything. Thank you and have a good day. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I am talking about user migration to a new domain. And this is directly found in my article that it's called Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers. I will provide a link to that at the end of this video as a thumbnail so you guys can just click it. This is a fifth part out of 10 in the series that I am making for this. If you want to watch the other ones, they're also very useful and very educational and a good refresher, a good practical refresher for us, the IT professionals. By the way, if you're interested to see what kind of gear I use or computers that I use at home and stuff that I have, there's also a link in the description to that if you want to check out to see what I'm using. Anyway, let's get to it, guys. So this is question number 5. From a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, how would you deal with user migration to a new domain? And how would you deal with users affected by this change? So it's a two-part question. And the starting of it says from a desktop support point of view, meaning you're just the guy that works tech support, right? So this is not for somebody who is interviewing for network administration, because when I say here not Active Directory, that would mean somebody who is a network admin. That's the part that they would deal with, and not necessarily somebody who does desktop support or tech support, if you will, right? And how would you deal with the users affected by this change? Incredibly important. The way I explain all of my answers is in 4-part format, where I go from first, second, third, and a last point or explanation that I give to the potential employer that might be asking me this type of question. The reason for that is so that they know that I know what I'm talking about, or that you know what you're talking about as well. So that's a good way to basically present your knowledge to them so they can see, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. Simple as that. All right, let's get to it. So first part of my answer would be, I would make sure that users and management is aware that the change is coming and how it will affect them. So I would let them know. I would go to the users and their management and let them know that this change is coming, and I would tell them how it will affect them. So the way I would do this is, there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can go to them directly and go to the management first and tell them, hey, we're going to do this. There's a big project coming. We are switching all the users. We're switching everybody to a new domain. You don't have to be too technical about it. You just kind of have to give them a gist of it, because they won't necessarily know the technical parts of any of this. Or you can just send an email to everybody that is being affected. But a lot of times management will say, okay, we will handle the part of letting the users know. So this is just something you would have to figure out. But the reason for that is when you switch to a new domain, there are a couple of changes that could happen. Users could get new local profiles. And let me show you what I mean here. Depending how it's set up, depending how things are set up, I'm going to wake up my remote computer is asleep. In case you didn't know this actually pings the computer to, it will wake up as soon as you do it a couple of times. It takes like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then eventually it gets you to it. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. When it comes to switching to a new domain, if you look at somebody's local profile, in this case I'm using YT login, as you probably caught that earlier, and chances are pretty high that if I get switched over to a new domain, that I may get a new login, or it would be the same login but it would be a different domain. So chances are, what I'm trying to say is that a new profile might end up being created next time they log in because they switched over to the new domain. So it might look something like this. So instead of just being called YT login, in my case, it could be called, and let me just create a new folder here just to show you, a kind of fake profile, just to show you what might happen next time you log in. So it might say YT, I said YT login, and then it might be just something like this, dot new domain, or something like that. And it would specify that, you know, you have now everything that's in this one, original one, is there, but this one is empty. You get it? So that's what might happen. However, in a perfect world, I want to say, I have everything set up so that I have to provide admin privileges to make any changes. So in a perfect setup, this would just basically move all the files to the new login or to the new profile that I just showed you. So all the files that they had in documents, favorites, all their stuff would be moved over, or they would have a different way of just making sure that everything is migrated properly. But you do have to let people know in case things go bad. They would log in next day and they would, wow, where's my stuff? You know what I mean? That's what might happen. So you just got to let them know to be ready for that. Second, I would choose a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. This is, obviously, guys, very, very important. Every time you work on a project, you want to make sure that you have some testing done. And the way you do this, pick a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. Now, in this case, we are also assuming that computers themselves are also going to the new domain, right? That would perfectly make sense. Since users are going to the new domain, of course, all the computers will be going to a new domain as well. So this is something that has to be tested. And the way you would do that, you would just choose a few machines, and then you would communicate this with the network team. This is why I kind of said from a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, because chances are you would be working with the network team on this, and they would deal with the Active Directory part of it. So you just tell them, okay, I have, I don't know, let's say 5 machines. Convert them to the new domain, and then you can log in and test it. Third, I would reach out to the department managers to coordinate the switch so that the production impact is minimized. This is kind of self-explanatory. You would basically just talk to the department managers or managers in general to kind of pick a good time to do this. So you don't want to do it during business hours or anything like that, because that would be a production impact. What if it doesn't work? Then you got a lot of people, potentially 1,000 people. Let's say you have 1,000 people at your location that you support. Then everybody might be down. But this is a huge, huge deal. So, we got to make sure we do that. And of course, with those 5 or few machines that you picked, you can have actual users, people to use them and test them. You can do testings yourself, But the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to have actual users dedicated that can test this for you. And you can talk to the managers and say, hey, I need 5 people to test this. And then you would test this over time. This would involve application and website access testing on the new domain before converting everyone else. And the reason you would, involve testing of applications and website access is because the firewall settings. If the new domain already has exclusions for the firewall, then that's fine. But if it doesn't have the same exclusions as the old domain, then chances are some of these websites and applications may not work because the firewall would be an issue. So just kind of keep that in mind. These are things you have to test before you proceed with converting everybody. You know what I mean? So the last thing we want to do is, once all the testing on a new domain is successful, a green light would be given to convert all other machines to the new domain as well as the users. So, once everything's working fine, there are no problems with the testing, you can, if you feel comfortable with it, you can convert everybody at once, or you can just, do, 50 at a time or something like that. This is something, you would kind of decide for yourself, depending on, it's very situational. All the businesses are different. Some businesses may not be affected that much by it. There are so many factors, guys, that you would really have to kind of decide on your own as you're doing the testing. And this would come just from being familiar with the place you work at, And there you have it, guys. That's the end of this video. I will be making more. I appreciate you watching me and your support. Share my video if you'd like with your buddies. Let them know, ask them what they think. And I hope you watch my other videos as well. They are really awesome, very helpful, very practical. All right, guys. Please leave a like or a comment. I'll answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much, and have a good day. Bye-bye. So there will be a time when you come into work, suddenly there's a lot of work that needs to be done. How would you deal with that? Hello, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to talk about a situation in which you would have to think fast to resolve computer issues. So this video is good for help desk tier 1, tier 2, or desktop support, or tech support, or if you're the guy that just simply works at a location as tech support for a company. So in this case, we have 4 different trouble tickets that came through the system, but they are something that was left over from the previous shift or from the previous group that was in charge of that. So I'm going to show you how I would quickly resolve these issues. So this kind of will give you an idea of how I'm thinking, and I will actually give you a kind of an idea of my level of knowledge or level of expertise, a level of experience. But before we do that, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it. It makes a big difference for me. And without any further delay, let's get into it. Okay, so here we go, guys. We've got some tickets we're going to work on. What is this? Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys watched my previous video on Active Directory. I do suggest you check it out. We worked on some of these people. We created some user accounts, put them in their different groups, and we got different people that we created on there, like Mary Pipkins, Mike Bobson, and Larry Buffett, and we put them all in there. If you want to check that out, I do have a video on that. It's I think it's Active Directory for beginners or something like that. Yeah, check that out. It's a good video. All right. So I made some of these tickets during testing of the live stream that I made, I want to say a couple of weeks ago. So they are quite expired. So as you can see here, time to do is negative 85 hours. So that's many days past due, and you don't want to see this in a ticketing system at all. You want them to be fresh. You don't want them to have that. Well, okay, let me just create that, just a fake ticket. Just so you guys can see, fake ticket, how it looks like whenever you have a freshly ticket that comes through. Of course, this is going to be a different looking for different ticketing systems, but for this one, we're just yeah, there it is, pops up. And when it just creates it for Jira ticketing system, it's 8 hours to do it, to fix it. That's the deadline, 8 hours. All right, so let's see. We have my desktop icons are missing, and it says here, I am missing desktop icons, please help me. So what can cause this? Now, there are many things that can actually cause this, from user deleting the files, from some kind of a change on domain. So let's say somebody gets transferred to a different department, they get moved into a different group within a domain or within Active Directory, if you will, and suddenly now they are missing different icons, because this can be due to like different redirects that different groups may have. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about at this point, you might want to check out my Active Directory video that I mentioned previously. And when it comes to this video, I'm just going to kind of give you quick answers and show you quick answers on some of these tickets, that how I would go about resolving them. If you want to know exactly how to do these tickets, you know, in the sense on how to contact the customer, how to add internal notes like this, how to reply to the customer, how to talk to them in general, and customer service just in general, how to work actual system. I have many examples of videos on that, and do check that out. They're literally, so if you go to my channel, youtube.com/cobuman, and go to the search box within my channel and just type in ticket, and you'll see all of those individual examples that literally go into super detail on how to do all of this stuff. And it's very good, especially for somebody who has never done it. Anyways, I'm sorry, I had to get that out of the way so you guys you know, have more resources to actually check out in case you haven't watched my previous videos. So again, I'm going to go through all of these tickets that are in the system, and I'm going to give you quick answers of what I would do in order to resolve them. So this one is, I'm missing desktop icons, please help me. So it could be just something that, you know, user went through like this and just like deleted, or went through like this and just kind of drag things into the recycle bin or anywhere else. And then again, it could be somebody who moved to a different department. You kind of have to ask them all this stuff. Did you move to a different department? Why are you, you know, it's kind of unusual to have missing desktop icons. So when somebody moves to a different department, they're moved to a different group within Active Directory, which can have different desktop redirects. These desktop redirects is something that is set up for individual departments that allow for certain desktop icons, files, even files like this, or anything else within that you can put literally in a folder, and those people within that group will get desktop redirect, meaning that they will get all of those redirected files pushed to them. So let's say somebody logged into this computer and they belong to a certain group, and let's say that certain group is going to always have, for example, these files in it, and their desktop will always have these files. They will get automatically redirected. They will automatically get these files redirected to their desktop like this, you know. So if they've been moved to a different group, chances are they may no longer have these, you know. So that's another thing you can do. Obviously, you can look through a recycle bin to see if there's something in the recycle bin, if they've deleted it. And it depends what it is. They may be asking about specific software that it's missing. You know, software could have multiple icons, because, you know, there's some software that has more than one function and they have more than one app within that one software, so they could be missing those. Is it all icons? If it's just some, you know, all these things we have to kind of ask them first in order to kind of help them and kind of trace back the steps and help them figure out what happened to them. So that's how I would approach this ticket here. Here's another one here where it says, I can't hear people through Zoom meeting. So if we look at this and it says, today I had a meeting, but I can no longer hear people. So what is this? I mean, Zoom meeting, we all know what Zoom meeting is, and that is just a software or an application that's used for communication, right? So, you know, if they can't hear people through Zoom meeting, that means there's some kind of an audio issue going on. And of course, for that, I would go through the sound control panel. What I usually like to do is I would right click this volume icon, and of course make sure that it's, you know, normal stuff, that it's not muted and this and that. So what I like to do is go open, you know, open sound settings and go to well, first, like right away you can, you know, make sure that their output is set to whatever it is. So in this case we got Realtek set to Realtek high definition audio. We know Realtek high definition audio is just a built-in audio for the computer. That's not their headphones that they might be using. So you might want to drop down and select the headphones that they're using, you know. So that's just one place where you can look at it. I mean, they haven't mentioned anything about people not being able to hear them, but if that's the case, obviously you want to go to input and make sure that the microphone is selected. Or if you see an issue like this where it says no input device found, then we have another issue. Then for that I would go to sound control panel, which is over here, and then for, you know, but since the issue is I can't hear people through Zoom meeting, chances are that their headset is not selected. In this case, there is no headset. The only thing that's selected is just the Realtek, which is the onboard sound. So we want to make sure that their headset, whatever it is, might be selected. Matter of fact, I'm going to plug in a headset over there so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so there it is. I plugged it in over there and it automatically selected it, which is good. So yeah, of course, the issue might be simply that their headset is not plugged in, but chances are pretty low, you know. But, you know, we want to make sure that it has that green circle with the white check mark, that it's selected. So if you have it set like this, so you can, you know, this automatically actually selected it to be a default communication device, which is fine. That could work too. But let's say it's set up like this, and you know, it's not set up as default. You might want to do this and set it up as a default. And you can do this. Make sure it's set as, you know, automatically communication device. But and here's the part of it now where the microphone comes up. Now we can see that it's selected, and you can see that there's nothing plugged in. It's the recording part of just the Realtek part of it. That being said, make sure that you go inside of the application, whether it's Zoom, WebEx, or whatever it is that they're using for meeting. Make sure that you go inside and make sure that their headset is selected just like so. I have many videos on this, so I'm just going to move on from this. But this is typically what the issue is when it comes to audio issues. We want to make sure that everything is selected, volume raised, tested, whether it's them not being able to hear somebody or whether people are not able to hear them. So just go through those settings, and yeah, it should be able to get you on in the right direction. Here's another one that says I am missing a program on my desktop. So they usually users usually realize this when there's an icon missing. When there's an icon missing on their desktop. So you can start from there. Let's say they're saying I don't have my Google Chrome. You know, chances are maybe it's just a shortcut that's been deleted. So you want to go to the programs and actually look for it to see if it's installed there. That's your first step. If indeed is a missing, and you know how they're saying in this example, they're saying my program on my desktop, chances are it's just the icon. So if it's just the icon, go to recycle bin, see if it's been accidentally deleted and bring it back. But if the software is indeed missing, you would have to basically go inside, usually within the start menu somewhere here or within the programs themselves. You would know, the company that you're working for, you would know what kind of distribution software that they're using to push different programs. So for example, you see all of these things that are installed on here. Chances are, aside from Microsoft stuff, but like let's say there's other stuff installed in here. For example, we got OpenOffice, we got Oracle, and stuff like that. Chances are that this type of software will be controlled by another software that does the distribution, meaning installation of these software for all the computers within a company. So it's a program that controls installation of all of these things. So you would go in here and search for that program and look it up either here or the root of C, depends how it's all set up. But you would make sure that indeed that program that they're missing is listed in there. So all you have to do is just make sure that see if it allows you to reinstall it, and there should be a way to do it. A lot of times you would select it and just select install, and they have different options like uninstall, this is the repair, maybe this and that. That's how I'll go about it. But if they are no longer have the software that they need, this might be some kind of a licensing issue. You have to kind of figure out what happened to their program. So sometimes people that control what they call subscriptions, software subscriptions for the company, for each computer, for each individual within the company. Sometimes they will remove program licenses from the computers, and they would sometimes automatically remove them, or meaning that they would remove the program automatically. So the way you can check this is basically by finding out what the host name is for the computer typically. So you would find out so the name of the computer, host name or computer name is the same thing. Host name is generally used in a business type of environment. So host name, computer name is the same thing. So you would take this name, tech support, as the computer name, as the host name, and look it up in the system that allows you to look up different subscriptions that are added to this computer named tech support. So, and then you will look for that specific subscription for that program that they're missing. And if they're missing that subscription, they may have to, or you may have to assist them in order to get that software again, you know. So, all right, that's how I would go about approaching this one. So let's move on. And for that, we have a ticket here. It says, I think I may have a virus on my computer, from Mike Moser. It says here, this morning I received a weird message that said my computer is infected. I can't click away or use a computer at all. So this is a really good example of something that you may encounter in a help desk, but also desktop support. If you're in a help desk, you may have limited tools, but if you're doing desktop support and you happen to be a guy that's like on site, then there's something you can do about it. Depending on the help desk, you may be able to do something about it as well. But generally speaking, if it's a message like this, you definitely want to take care of it right away. So if you are just a text, okay, well, let me start from the beginning. I apologize. If you're help desk, all you can do here is kind of go with your feeling on this. You know, the ticket literally says, this morning I received a weird message that my computer is infected. That you might as well assume that there is a virus on there right off the bat. So the best thing you can do to them, or to them, not to them, but with the user, is ask them to disconnect the computer from the network and turn it off. So that way, or just, you know, unplug it from the power. You know, that's what I would do. Just tell them to shut down, turn it off. Especially if they can't click on anything, you want them to turn it off. And when you're tier 1 help desk, that's pretty much all you can do. And then from there, you may have to refer them to their local tech support people. You know, they may have somebody at the office in their building. So let's say it's some kind of a large building. There's, you know, I don't know, 500 employees. They gotta have somebody there who is their tech guy who deals with this type of stuff. Now, if you're that guy that deals with this type of stuff, there are steps that you have to take in order to remove this virus. Generally speaking, in a business environment, the best thing to do is just, you know, re-image the computer, meaning that you would delete everything from the computer. But sometimes you have to recover data that's on there. Let's say user saved a bunch of important stuff on the computer. Then you got to take certain steps in order to retrieve this, because you can't just pull them off. So typically what you would do is take a hard drive from this infected computer. You would physically take it, put it into another computer, and set it as a slave drive. But make sure that other computer is updated, meaning Windows updated, make sure that their virus definition is updated, and make sure it's completely updated to make sure so it doesn't get infected as well. Make sure that the computer is off the network, meaning that it's not connected to the company's network or anything like that, because if you don't know what kind of virus this is, this could be something that could spread, you know what I mean? So this is all in case you have to recover data from it. All right, from there, you know, this drive is slaved. Whenever you slave a drive into a computer, meaning you add a second hard drive to the computer, in this case, this infected drive, you take it, you put it inside the computer, and you just plug it into the power and the SATA connection, chances are. And then what it's going to look like is just going to show up as a second drive like this, you know. So as long as it's like that and it's not the system drive, and you don't execute anything, meaning you go inside of this drive and you don't click on any executables or anything. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even go into it right away at all. I wouldn't even open it up. You know, the chances are that as long as you don't run anything, your computer is completely safe. because you are running things off your C drive, and everything that's running in the background, like this, see, these are all background processes. They're all running from your local C drive and not from the slave drive, like in this example. So as long as you don't execute anything, there's no way for a virus to actually execute itself. You know? That would have to be some highly sophisticated virus. It's I want to say 99.9% impossible for that to happen. So the reason you want to have it slaved like this is so that way you can actually scan it. So if you right click it and then you can just scan it, for example, with Windows Defender or whatever the installed antivirus software is on your computer. That way you will find the infection, you would remove it, and at that point you can go inside and recover anything that might be on there that they need. So that way it's perfectly safe to go in and ask them, or just kind of look around to see where they might have data that you want to recover. Of course, the drive itself, when you slave it, might have a BitLocker encryption on it. For that, it's going to ask you for a key. You see how this one has a little locket on it? That means it's unlocked. But if you do get a prompt, like you would double click it and it would ask you, I made a video on this, on how to actually unlock it. So I do have a video on how to deal with the BitLocker encryption. You double click it and it would say, nope, you need a password or you need the BitLocker key, and then you would get that and then go from there. That's another layer of security, which is good. So that's how you would go about it. And of course, after you're done with it, remove the drive, and I would just wipe it. I would wipe it clean. Okay, I hope I'm not going too fast, because this is a video which I'm trying to make just in my spare time. I really don't have that much spare time, so I apologize if I'm going too fast for people that are used to me going slower. And I think that's it. This is the last one. The last one here is the fake ticket one. And again, I have a lot of examples of this type of stuff, how to do everything from the beginning to an end. All right, guys, I'm going to go to my face cam outro, I guess. Well, there you go. I hope you find this video insightful. Sometimes you got to think fast in order to resolve all these issues quickly. In this case, we had few tickets that were left over and we took care of them. There are many things you can do with that, but with experience, you will become faster and more knowledgeable and will be able to resolve these issues quickly. It's not a big deal once you know how to do all of this stuff. So never shy away from trying to learn things on your own. It's incredibly important, because that's how you learn new things and that's how you become smart. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Take care. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Erwin, also known as cobuman. This video is about most common audio issues. So let's say you come across this video, but you have a specific issue that you don't know how to fix or figure out. Chances are I have a solution for you. You just have to watch the whole video. Here's the thing. I am an IT professional and I will go through many different things here that could be causing a problem with your audio. And there are things that you don't even think about as someone that doesn't work with computers as much as I do. And I'm not trying to glorify myself. All I'm trying to say is if you watch the whole video, chances are one of these things that I show you will fix your problem. So let's say you can't hear from your headset. Let's say people can't hear you on your microphone. Chances are I'll have a solution for you here. All right, so let's get into it right away. So the first thing we have here is typically what you see on the right-hand side is the little speaker icon that you select. Believe it or not, I've seen people's computers muted like that and they say I can't hear people. Well, it's muted, so obviously you would do that. Next thing we want to look at is the sound settings here. So if you right click the little icon here and then select open sound settings, this is where it would take you. The first thing you see here is the output device. You can see that it's right now selected to Realtek high definition audio. What that means is that this is the most common audio system that's installed on your computer, whether it's a laptop or a desktop. This is the default. This is whatever you plug into your computer. And I'll show you a screenshot of that right now. Whatever's plugged into that, it's going to go through this. So in order for it to work, obviously this has to be selected like so. If you click on it, anything else that's connected as an audio device will show up. So let's say you have a USB headset, then it would show up just like so. So if I select this, now I'm using USB headset. As simple as that. That means whatever you want to use, you would pick that. So let's say you just have regular headphones with its 3.5 millimeter little jack. You plug that in, make sure you plug it into the correct one. And, depending what it is, if you just have regular headphones, no microphone, make sure you connect it to the proper port, which is 3.5 millimeter as well. And then you got to make sure that it's selected to this Realtek, because that's what you plugged in. You literally plugged it into the computer that you're using, right? So, but if you use your USB, headset, then you have to make sure that it's that selected, right? And of course, make sure the audio is adjusted accordingly. Okay. Now let me touch on Bluetooth real quick, which is right here on the right-hand side. If you select Bluetooth and you can see that your Bluetooth audio device is there, then chances are that you have to move on to the other things that I will talk about here in a second. But if you don't see your Bluetooth device here, make sure you click Add, select Bluetooth, and make sure it's paired with your headphones or headset or speakers or whatever it is that you have connected. So that's the first thing if you have a Bluetooth device. Otherwise, whatever I'm going to talk about next is not going to apply to you at all unless you already paired your Bluetooth headset. All right, let's move on to the next thing. I'm just going to close this right quick so I can show you where the sound panel is. So if I go back here, right click and open sound settings, and the next thing we're going to look at is sound control panel, which is right underneath the Bluetooth and other devices. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to close the window behind it real quick so that way I have a better of a contrast going on here. So the first thing we see is that we have two different devices here. Let's say you bought a new USB headset, you plugged it in, and then suddenly it's not working. Well, chances are this is what you're looking at here. This green circle with a white check mark inside of it means that this device is set as default. It means that this is selected right now to be used. Remember the first thing I told you and showed you in the drop down? This is the exact same thing, except this is a more advanced way of doing it, right? So if you want to use your USB audio device, which is this, make sure you select it and click Set Default, right? You select it Set as Default. If you can't see your USB audio device, chances are it may be disabled. So and I'll show you here, if I disable this, by default, show disabled devices is not there. So if it's disabled, chances are you may not even see it. So if you right click anywhere in this right area and click show disabled devices, you can see that it comes up right there. And all you got to do is just select enable. So guys, this is one of those things where I was telling you, chances are that I have a solution for you in this video. You just have to watch the whole thing because there's so many things that you can adjust that could be your problem, right? Anyways, so this is basically how you would make sure that you can hear inside of your headset. So your speakers, right? Your speakers have sound. And of course, you can double click any of these things and change the levels, but it's the same difference as if you were going into the, if you select a little speaker icon here and adjust it like that. You just have to make sure that whatever it is that you're trying to do here, whatever it is that you're trying to use here is set by default. So let's move on to the next tab. And this is going to be for you guys that have an issue with people can't hear you on your microphone, or you have low microphone output, right? Meaning that people can't hear you as well. Here is what shows up as a microphone. Again, show disabled devices is like this, right? See, this is our Realtek front panel and the rear panel as well. So if you have a computer, right, and it has these 3.5 millimeter jacks, and again, I'll show you a screenshot here so you can see it, so you can understand it. Super easy. These are right now unplugged, and this is what that red pointing down arrow means. It means that these are enabled, but there's nothing plugged inside of them, and you can see that it's separate from here. So here is the microphone, and if you had something connected to it, it would just disappear. It would not have that red arrow, and it would be full contrast like this. Right now, what we have is a microphone on the USB headset that is connected. So we have to make sure that that's selected as default, right? Since I have no other microphones connected right now, this one is going to be set as default. But if you have multiple ones, you have to make sure that you select the correct one and then select set as default, just like I showed you right on the previous tab for the playback or for the speakers, right? So if people can't hear you well through your microphone, we have to look at the properties of the microphone itself. So you can select properties down here, or we can just double click it and then it opens up our microphone properties panel. The first thing that we can select here as the next tab over is listen. If we select to listen and apply, what happens is we are testing to see if we can hear ourselves through the microphone. This is actually a really good way to see how, or to hear how well other people can hear us through that microphone. So once you do this test, make sure you uncheck it and click apply. Otherwise, you're going to hear yourself, your own echo all the time. But this is a really good way to check to see the levels of your microphone. And I would suggest actually you turn this on, and so you can go to the next step and troubleshoot the volume of the microphone easy. So the next thing we click over, in this tab, what you would typically see is a microphone boost checkmark. So this is on regular standard headsets. It would say literally microphone boost instead of AGC. AGC here means that it automatically adjusts the levels of the microphone depending, it just does it automatically, so you don't have to worry about that. But if you need to enable microphone boost, this is where it'll be under custom. The next tab over is the levels. So if somebody can't hear you well, or your recording is not that good on the microphone, this is how you would adjust the volume for the microphone. As simple as that, make sure this is enabled. But sometimes you would have this 100%, but you still can't hear well. That's when you go back to custom, make sure this is enabled, or again, it would say microphone boost, right? The only problem with microphone boost is the chances are that it may pick up noise, meaning like audio noise, background noise, static, and this and that. So I highly suggest that you test that beforehand, so that way you have really good clean audio going. And again, you can do that through the listen here, or you can record yourself, for example, using Audacity or something like that. Windows has a built-in sound recording little app that you can try as well. So what if your problem is that you don't see any of your devices connected whatsoever? There's nothing that comes up. Well, chances are you need to install the device driver for it. Where do we find that? Well, we have to go to the device manager to find that. So if you just go to search box here and just type in device manager, it will show up like so. Or alternatively, you can right click the Windows icon here and select device manager. In here, if you have your audio device connected, it would be under the first tab here. And if you click a little, if you expand it, you can see what shows up there. If it's disabled here, or there's a little exclamation mark, chances are you may need to update or install the driver for your specific headset or speakers or sound card that you may have installed for your computer. This is pretty rare nowadays. This used to be more common with previous version of Windows. But if that's your issue, make sure that just kind of check here, and if there's an exclamation mark or it's disabled in here, make sure you get the proper driver from the manufacturer of your headset or your sound card. All right, guys, these are some of the most common audio issues that you may encounter. If you like this video, please share it with friends. So leave a like. If you have any comments, I will be more than glad to answer them. I enjoy helping people, so this is one of my things that I do. So, all right, so thank you so much for watching, and I wish you a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video we're going to talk about VPN, Virtual Private Network. This video is really good for people trying to get into help desk or desktop support. First part of this video is going to be a presentation on VPN. It's going to explain what VPN is, how it functions, why we use it, and this and that. The second video is going to be a VPN troubleshooting example on how to troubleshoot VPN, things to look out for. And the third part video is kind of things to kind of watch out for when it comes to dealing with a VPN, especially when it comes to resetting passwords for users while they're on VPN connection. This is a really good and important video to learn, and I hope you find it very easy to follow. That being said, please take 1 second to click like on this button. It really means a lot to me when you guys do that. It's just kind of a excellent and wonderful way that makes me happy that you guys do for me. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you so much. So what is VPN? VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. And the way that usually works is, let's say you start working for some business, for some company, and they decide that they want you to work from home occasionally, right? So what they do is they give you a laptop. They give you a laptop or maybe even a desktop, but typically it's just a laptop. They give you a computer and they say, okay, take this home and then VPN from home so that way you can work for us. What does that mean? Well, they want you to connect from home to the company's network so you have access to all the resources that you normally do so that you can work from home, right? That's what the VPN is in the nutshell. So where can you VPN from? You can VPN from home, you can VPN from coffee shop, a restaurant, a store, anywhere there is internet access, right? So this is how it kind of works. You create a virtual private connection from any other location that has access to the internet, which allows you to connect to the company's network. And I will explain how this works. Your company has a centralized computer that deals specifically for VPN. There are servers that act as a proxy, if you will, that allows you to have access to all of the other computers on that same network, on your work network, right? So you have a server that's a VPN server that you connect to, and this allows you to have access to the company's network, right? VPN is encrypted and it's safe. It's fully encrypted and it's safe. This is where authentication comes in a couple of different forms, right? The first thing that we need to do and have is software, right? VPN uses software. You basically open up this software that's going to be installed on your computer. You open it up, and this software will typically ask you for authentication, meaning login and password. However, there's a little bit more to it, right? You come to this screen and it says username and password, and you have your normal username password that you use for your normal computer, for your computer that you go to work. You go to work, you log in with your login and password, and that's fine. However, VPN is different. It's going to have a little bit more to it. A lot of times, and I hope most of the time, there's some form of token authentication involved, whether it's hard token or soft token. So what I mean by that is it's a randomly generated number that you use in combination with your password, right? You have your username that's most likely not going to change. It's your regular username. However, you'll have a password and combination of the numbers that come from the token. So imagine a hard token is basically something that's kind of small, sort of like a thumb drive size, and has a randomly generated number on it that changes typically every 60 seconds. You can have the soft token that basically does the same thing. You open it up on your computer and it just displays a bunch of random numbers that change every 60 seconds. So you type in your username, your password, and the randomly generated number, and then you will log in. As a result, when you're authenticated, now you have full VPN connection, which is encrypted. The company's network says, oh, okay, you're fine. Now you have full access to the network resources at the company that you work for. So it's the same as if you were sitting at the company's office, at your office, right? It's the same thing. You have full access to your work files, your emails, and everything else that's available to you at your office, right? That's the whole point of VPN. You have full access while you're at home when you create a VPN connection to all the resources at work. As somebody who might be working help desk or just tech support for a company, you'll have people who work remotely. And nowadays we have a lot of people working from home. So in order for them to actually be able to work, now they have to connect to the company's network. But now they can't work because they're not on the company's network. They're not physically there at the office. So they have to use VPN software to connect directly and attach themselves to the network of the company. This is why they use VPN software to do so. Now, what I have up right now is just a home user VPN that anybody can use. Not to be confused with a business VPN. This is the reason I have it up. This is going to be totally different. This home one that you can go to google.com and download free VPN, all it does is just hide your location so that way it looks like you're connected to the internet from some other country. That's all it does. It's completely different from business VPN in the sense of access to the resources that you need to work as somebody who works for a company. All right, so this is a sample of regular free VPN that regular people use, not workers. So let me show you. Here's the list of servers that they pick. So if they, for example, run this and they, for example, click Brazil, suddenly now they're going to look like they're connected to the internet from Brazil. So they're basically trying to hide their location. This is not the same thing as a business VPN. All right, that being said, let's look at a business VPN, how it kind of looks like. When it comes to business VPN, you typically get something similar to this. You launch the application and you get a similar pop-up to this. It asks you for your username, your password, and a second password. So what is this second password? We know this is pretty straightforward. The username is probably going to be your network login or your domain login ID. It's going to be the same thing as what they use when they're at the office. So it's going to be the exact same thing most of the time. It's going to be the exact same thing as what they use at the office. Their username is going to be the exact same thing. I'm sorry for repeating that. I just want to make sure that you know this. And the password is going to be the same thing as they use for the office when they log into their computer. Second password, however, is different. This is usually an RSA token. So what is RSA token? RSA token is a one-time password that is always randomized. I think it usually lasts 60 seconds once you get that one-time password, and then it allows you to log in. You may have seen this with some websites. Some websites use one-time passwords to access your different types of accounts. It's very similar to that. So let's concentrate on this second password part of it first. This is kind of what it looks like. This is an old school way of getting that one-time password. It's an token that is randomly generated. So basically what happens is you press a button, for example, like here or there, and it generates a random number that you use as the second password. A lot of times these are either hardware tokens. This is what they are. These are hardware tokens, but there are also software tokens. Let me just kind of scroll down to show you that. You can get a software token that kind of looks like this. Here it is, this one here, where it says VPN token. This is something that's installed on their computer as well. So they'll have an icon on their computer with the VPN software. So the VPN software is going to be separate, but they have to launch this VPN token to get this random code to use as part of their login as the second password. It might be the way they put in the password, the second password for the VPN token might be slightly different, varying from VPN software to another, but in the nutshell, they're going to need that VPN token or RSA token, if you will, in order to get that second password so they can log in and access the VPN or the network that they're trying to connect to. You can also have a mobile version of that. So you can have a mobile phone. I don't know if I have an example of that here, but you can install an app on some companies have an option of installing app on your phone that generates this random token. So that's the first thing to be concerned about when it comes to connecting through VPN when it comes to customer connecting to the VPN. So this is the main thing that you see when it comes to VPN with help desk when people call in or contact the help desk. Most of the time they're going to say, I can't connect to the VPN. The main thing to learn when you work for some company is to learn how they are connecting. That's the main thing. Now let's move on to other things. Let's look at a VPN servers and how they are different from let me see here, from regular VPNs. This is kind of what it's going to look like for somebody, for example, working in the United States. When they will launch their VPN software, they may get a list of servers that kind of look like this. And they're all going to be in US. And all of these are most likely the servers for the exact same company. So this is all the same network. They're all on the same network. They're just different location. This is very normal when they launch their VPN software. They will see a bunch of different servers and they may choose to select one of these. The reason you want to know about this is because sometimes some of these servers will be down. It happens. Sometimes there will be way too many people trying to connect, for example, to the same one. Let's look at the capacities here, for example. You can see that the Los Angeles one is the very first one. So people automatically tend to click on the very first server available. And you can see that in this example, there's 13% capacity already, meaning that it has the most, well, this one has a lot too, 15%. But people a lot of times tend to pick the very first VPN server for their company. Either way, if they're having trouble suddenly connecting to, for example, Los Angeles here, just ask them to connect to Miami, New York, San Jose, or Seattle. So that's one other thing to kind of keep in mind when it comes to connection issues. Now, the other thing that is very common when it comes to VPN connection is that software is simply not there. So you have to have a way to reinstall software, to reinstall VPN software for the user. And a lot of times what happens is a company will set up a website that user can log into before they are connected to VPN. So, for example, what happens is they would get a link, they would type in that link, whatever that may be, getmyvpnsoftware.com. For example, this is not, I don't even know if this is a real website or not, but this is kind of what would happen. They would get a link, and keep in mind, they're at this time, they're not connected. Their problem is they cannot connect to VPN, and they don't have software either. So what happens usually is they will have a link that they go to, and once they go to that link, they can download the software and install it. So you may have to help them install that software as well if they need admin privileges, this and that. That's just a basic troubleshooting when it comes to installing software. But keep that in mind. If they don't have it, there has to be a way to get that VPN software installed onto their computer before they're connected to the VPN. You see what I'm saying? There has to be an external access or a way to initiate the VPN software installation, so that way they can afterwards connect to the VPN and have all the resources available to them afterwards, so they can just get back to work and start working. All right, guys, I believe this covers the VPN troubleshooting when it comes to help desk or general tech support. Let me know if you've encountered anything else that might be related to VPN. I think I covered kind of the most common issues when it comes to VPN. Let me know in the comments if there is anything that I've missed. I'd be interesting to hear different scenarios, different options. But keep in mind, there are many, many different ways of initiating VPN. Companies a lot of times have their own proprietary software, different prerequisites, meaning they may have a different security. So some companies, as far as I know, may not even require a second password or RSA token, which is kind of silly. But you do see that with smaller companies that may necessarily have the manpower to set all this up and do the maintenance on it and keep up with all of that stuff. So it's going to vary a little bit, but in general, what I've explained to you is exactly the main things. There are exactly the main things to be concerned about and to learn when it comes to troubleshooting VPN connections. So with this knowledge, you can literally go, for example, to an interview for help desk, and when they ask you about the VPN, you can explain to them how VPN works in this type of sense. Again, it's totally different from VPN that you download from the internet to hide your location. It's completely different. It works the same way when it comes to connections, but it's not the same function because here you are just hiding your identity from the rest of the internet, while VPN for a business allows you to connect to the company's network, so that way you have access to all of those resources, so that way you can work, so you can get back to work. So this issue happens a lot when person's password expires. Their password expires and suddenly they cannot get onto VPN. They can typically log into their computer, but they can't get on their VPN because they don't get that prompt to change their password at all. And they can't just do Control-Alt-Delete. This is where you can usually click change password, or it would just force you to change the password. They can't do that because they're not on VPN yet. They are disconnected at this time. So the only thing they can do, as they typically do, is just call help desk and ask for a password reset. But we got to make sure that we don't just jump into resetting until we do a couple of things first. Let's have a look how I handle this call, and I hope you like my role playing. If you do, please take a second to like this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. So user decides that they need to change their password, so they need help with that. So what they do is they pick up the phone and call the help desk, and it goes something like this. Hi, my name is Bob. Can you reset my password? I'm having a lot of trouble logging in. Can you reset my password? Sure thing, sir. I can reset your password. So this is something you would normally say to anybody who calls in and asks for a password change or a reset. So what can you do with that? The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind that when he's on VPN, he will not be able to take that temporary password that you've given to him and change it to his permanent password. Well, why is that? He's not connected to the same domain that you're changing his password on. So the question we need to ask him first is, are you able, sir, are you able to get on VPN? No, I can't. No, I'm not on VPN. I can't log into VPN. That's why I need you to reset my password. Sure thing, sir, but keep in mind that unless you're on a VPN, me changing your password is not going to help you. Now, just to make sure, are you already logged in to the computer? No, not at the time. It's not at the moment. You want me to log in? Yes, please, sir. Please log into the computer and make sure you stay logged in. I can't give you a temporary password because the system is set up in such way where you can't change it to your permanent password until you're connected with your VPN first. And in order for you to connect to the VPN first, I got to give you a permanent password because it just won't work. You can't use your temporary password to log into the VPN. And once you are logged into VPN, you can go ahead and update all your other systems by simply locking your computer and then unlocking your computer with your new permanent password. Unfortunately, yet again, I can't give you a temporary password because of the current setup and the system setup situation that we have. And that's the only way I can help you with that. I hope that works out for you. Well, that'll work out for me. I just, thanks for telling me that. I'm going to make sure that I use this permanent password, and then I just want to make sure I can get on right now. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you can get on VPN as a number one thing, so that way, you can get back to work or do whatever you need to do. But is there anything else you need help with? No, I'm okay. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a nice day, all right? Thank you, sir, and you as well. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. And there you have it, my friends. The only thing left to do here is show you footage from one of my videos on how to reset a password in Active Directory. Let me know if you like my puppeteering. I know you can probably see my mouse pointer moving the hands up and down. I hope this is something that people might find enjoyable. I just kind of overview of what we've gone over. The number one thing to keep in mind here is that if somebody is trying to connect to VPN, they need to have a working permanent password. If their password has expired, they obviously can't change it when they're not connected to the VPN. Because remember, when you call help desk, you give them a temporary password, at which point they get a notification or are forced to change it to a permanent password. That doesn't happen when you're trying to connect to the VPN. And if you're not on VPN, you're not going to be able to get that notification or that prompt at all. So you got to give them a permanent password, and if they decide to change it afterwards to something else, they can. So this is something you can mention as well. All right, thank you so much for watching. And again, here is my video on how to change passwords in Active Directory. All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory. And within Active Directory on the left-hand side, you can see a folder that's called Users. If you select that, if you select Users, you can see that bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right-click the Users folder and select Find. In here, you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin _CAN. So let's go ahead and click Find Now. And here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in, so the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is logged, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again. Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it's related to password. If you want to change their password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier that, you know, if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we don't have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password, is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, you know, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password, and we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. All right, guys, I hope you find this video useful. Please share it with your friends. Let them know about me and ask them what they think. Are these videos useful to you? I think they are. I appreciate you watching. Have a good day, and don't forget to ask me any questions that you may have in the comments below. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to create an archive folder within Outlook. As a desktop support personnel or help desk support, you will be doing this a lot. You will get troubleshooting tickets that simply ask, can you create an archive for me, or can you help me locate an archive file for me? Be sure to stick around because I will show you the difference between a PST and OST file because they're quite different, and the reason why you should know this and its location within user's local profile. So let's get to it. There are a couple of different ways to go about creating an archive file. There's a longer way and there's a shorter way. I will first show you the longer way, which is if you look to your left hand side on the upper left corner, there's a button called File, which is right up here. It's usually yellow like this. Go ahead and select that. This will basically take you to your account settings. Within here, you just need to select account settings and then account settings once more. And here, when we have this pop up, it will be a second tab over here where it says data file. Once we select that, here we can add an archive file. If you want to add an archive file, you would simply select add. And here you will basically choose a location for your Outlook archive file. In our case, this is the default location for it. We're just going to leave it at that. So we're just going to rename it to our new archive. So that way we can find it and I can show you exactly where it's at. And just go ahead and select OK. Now if you noticed on our left hand side right here, a new thing has appeared, and this is our archive folder. So let's go ahead and close this so we can see what we have here. This is our new archive, and if you expand it, there's really nothing there besides delete items folder and search folders file. If you want to recommend to users, you can simply say, if you want to create new folders within, you can simply do so by right-clicking it and then create a new folder. They can name it whatever they want. Let's say they can call it inbox, right? They can call it inbox, and now they have an inbox folder. And if they want to drag and drop things from their inbox, right now mine is empty, but if there were emails right here, they would select on their main inbox and they would drag and drop their emails that they want to store inside of this archive folder. You can also set up a rule that basically moves all of your old emails into this new inbox, and you can set this up based off of how old it is. Let's say if emails are older than 6 months, have them automatically move to here. And again, you can create new files, or I should say new folders. Let's say this is just a name, let's say old emails, right? Let's just call it old emails. Now we have a folder called old emails. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine too. But in a nutshell, this is how you do it real quick. Another way to do it is just from within here, and this is a little bit faster. If you select this second icon here where it says new items, if you select that and go all the way down, see where it says more items, let that expand and then move to the right, and you're going to have an option to select Outlook data file. This essentially does the same thing, and this one we're just going to call it second archive. And a lot of people that need help with this will also have, chances are, will have multiple archives. And then once we select that, then we're going to have our second archive folder here that we can do the exact same stuff that we did with this previous one, right? Now let me show you the difference between that and an OST file and where these are located. So let's say somebody contacts you, let's say your help desk or desktop support, and they say, hey, I can't find my archive file. Well, I'll show you the default location where they are located. I'm just going to minimize this real quick, and then we're going to go to our root of C, right? And then we're going to go to users local profile, and this is located in root of C. And then we're gonna select users, and here in our case we're logged in as the administrator, so whatever their login ID is, that's probably what's going to be the name of their local profile in here. So let's say I logged in with cobuman1. This is where the archives would be that I've just created. However, I'm logged in as administrator, so I'm just going to go inside of that. Just to kind of go back real quick, we are in a root of C, right? Root of C, folder called users. And then we selected the name for the login of this user. In my case, it's the administrator. The Outlook archives are by default located in our documents folder. So if we double click documents, we will see our Outlook files folder. Once we open that, we can see all the archives that we created, right? So let me just go back here again because I really like to show this as slow as possible. So it's root of C, users, login ID for the user that's logged in, documents, and then Outlook files, right? Now, this is not to be confused. Okay, let me show you real quick here what the file extension of this is. You can see that it's a .pst. This is why it's called a PST. This is why it's also called a PST, I should say. So Outlook data file, also known as PST. Now, this is different from an OST, which will be located in our app data. So let's go back to our local profile. So we're inside of our local profile. Now we need to go inside of an app data folder. In our case, it's by default app data is set to be invisible, but we know it's there. There's a folder within here called app data, right? It's hidden by default. So in order to go to it, we can just simply type in \app data, and it's there. Now we're inside of our app data. Just to kind of go over it again, root of C, users, name, login name for the person that's logged in. In my case, it's an administrator, and then app data, right? Now we're going to look for our OST file. And the next place, a couple of more folders that we need to navigate. The next one is local, and then Microsoft, right? See? App data, local, Microsoft. And then one more, which is also called Outlook. Now, once we go inside of this, then there won't be a file name in their OST at all because I am not connected to the Exchange server right now. As you can see here, there's no, I'm actually not connected. But once you go in here, there will be a file with similar icons as the archive folder, but it will be called OST. The difference between that and the archive file is that the OST is essentially offline version of your inbox. So let's say you connect to the Exchange server. The first time you connect, it's going to start populating this. All of this is going to start to get populated because you'll have emails, this and that. Well, that has to go somewhere, right? Well, it's stored inside of the OST file, which is typically located here, right? I'm just going to create a file here just so it's better, easier to visualize, and we're going to call it, offline email, right? Because I really want you guys to understand this, and the extension will be OST, right? It'll be something, the way it's going to look like is actually going to be similar to, basically, a lot of times it's the name of the user. So in our case, it's administrator. So it'll be their login ID, and then, some, numbers or letters, depending how it's set up. But it's going to be offline email for that user, right? So that's how you would basically reset it. So let's say there are any issues with the inbox, their local inbox, not the archive. You would basically go in here, right? And then you would delete their OST file. You delete it. So when the user goes back in here, it's going to be blank. All their stuff will be gone, but it will repopulate. Underneath here, you would see that when it connects to the Exchange server, it's going to say updating the folders, and it's going to eventually update all of this. Well, since I already have you guys here, let me show you something real quick, and that is how to reset email. So let's say person's profile is corrupted, their email is corrupted, and there are issues that, requires an email, they can't receive, they can't send this and that. One way to reset their email profile is if you go to Control Panel. I'm sure you guys know how to, go to Control Panel. If you're in Windows 10, just type in Control Panel, and if you're in Windows 7 or something older, you can just go to Start and Control Panel, all right? Once you have Control Panel open, look for an icon called Mail. This controls basically everything that is about your mail, except you don't have Outlook open. If you have Outlook open, you won't be able to make any changes. So make sure that Outlook is closed before you mess with these settings. Go ahead and open up your mail, double-click your mail icon. And here you can view your email accounts. So if you select email accounts, let me slow down here, guys. I don't want to go too fast. So if you select email accounts, you will get this pop-up, and it looks similar to what we did earlier, right? It's identical. It's essentially the same thing. If you go to data files here, we can see our archive files. Here you can remove them, add them, this and that. And of course, if you want to add somebody's archive folder, you can certainly do that. Let's say it's not added here and it's not visible in their Outlook. This is how you do it. You just click add, and then you look for it, right? You will look for it, find it, and click OK, and then it's going to appear on their left-hand side. Then that way they can see their Outlook archive again, right? Here we can also delete and remove email accounts. If you select new, we can connect to the exchange, or do whatever we want, and that's how we would add a new email account. This user cannot log into it, this and that. But how do we fully reset it, right? Let's go ahead and close this, and the way we do that is by removing the profile for the user, and that would be the third tab down here, right? If we click on that, the second tab here is just same place we were here a minute ago, right? A second ago, I should say, for data files, right? So it's essentially the same thing we can get to from here. But anyways, what I'm talking about is profile, email profile, right? We can reset this and create a brand new profile that everything is brand new to it. I mean, there's a way to reset this if you go manually and look for the folders that are related to this in app data, this and that, but this is an easier way for you guys to actually do it, and it will just do it for you. So if you select show profiles, you can see there I have one profile. This is mine profile. Let's say this one is corrupt. Well, we can actually create a new one. So if we just click add and we name it new profile, right? Let's call it new profile. Click OK. Now we can select new profile, right? We can, once it connects, you put in all information, it's going to create a new one here, right? So I went ahead and created a new profile, right? Now we have a new profile. So how do we actually use that new profile, right? Well, if we go back in and just click OK, whenever the user launches Outlook again, it's going to go to their old one, right? And why is that? Well, because we haven't selected a new profile. So if we open it back up, go to show profiles, we can see that there are two of them, right? But what we need to actually change is always use this profile down here, right? And then we need to select it and check new profile, right? And then click apply, click OK. And now when the user launches Outlook again, it's going to create a brand new profile. It's going to reset everything for them and hopefully resolve all the issues, right? All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I try to make this one as clear to understand as possible. Just a reminder, I have a Patreon page if you'd like to support me. There's a link in the description box below. Also, I will be posting this video on Twitch. I'm thinking about actually using Twitch for some live sessions, I guess free tech support or whatnot. So if you're interested in that type of stuff, please let me know below, and then I might set up a scheduled type of, I guess, meeting, if you will, where you guys can ask me questions. We can resolve some tech-related or IT-related desktop support issues together. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you very much. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video is about Linux, introduction to Linux, navigation specifically, and a comparison to Windows and how similar they are. The purpose of this is to help you transition from Windows to Linux, not in a permanent sense, but to help you actually decide to learn a little bit of Linux, because Linux is just awesome and you won't believe how similar it is to Windows, with the exception of some commands, but when it comes to its structure, it's incredibly similar. So starting off, I just want to show you that this is a virtual machine of Debian distro that I'm using, and we are at what they also call what's called console, or a command line for Linux. In comparison, we have a command prompt, also known as DOS for Windows. So the default starting position for Linux is exactly the same as for Windows. So in order to prove it to you that I am in the exact same location as Windows is very simple. I have to list all of the directories that are within this current directory. In order to do that, we're going to type in ls, which basically lists all of the content that are within a directory, whether it's a current one or the one you specify. In our case, we're just going to list the content of the current one. So if I type in ls, we see some familiar stuff. What does that look like? That looks just like our local profile that's within Windows. So we have desktop, we have documents, downloads, music, pictures, public, and videos and such, right? And by default, command prompt also starts within your local profile. So let me just type in dir, look familiar, desktop, documents, downloads, videos, and such. So the starting position is exactly the same. And let me prove it to you visually. I know here you can see that it says C users BUCO, which is the name of the local profile that I'm using right now within Windows. The only difference is the name of the local profile that I'm using in Linux, which is cobuman. So let me show you exactly the same navigation. In order to do that, we're going to have to use a couple of different commands just to kind of demonstrate my point. So if I type in ls at this point, it's going to select everything that's there. If I type in cd, change directory, and go to home, type in home, it's going to take us to our home directory. And guess what's inside of that? This is the exact same thing as users that's within Windows. So if I type in ls, we can see there's one local profile in there, like I said, which is cobuman. So if I type in change directory, cobuman, and then hit enter, guess what's going to happen? It's going to take us back to our exact same starting point that we were at, and it'll be identical to the Windows version, which is users and then name of my local profile. The only difference is in Linux it's called home instead of users. So we are within home, which is identical to users, and now we're going to navigate to its local profile, which is cobuman. On this other side it's BUCO, which is the current local profile. And if I hit enter, there we are. And I type in ls, we're back inside of our local profile, just like the exact same starting point that's within Windows. All right, let's move on from there and start to look at some other basic stuff that we can find. In order to show hidden files within Linux, just like they are hidden in Windows, we have to type in ls, list the current content of the directory or the one you specify, and then type in -a. This will tell it to show all the hidden files. So if I hit enter, it won't just list the contents there. Anything that's hidden will also be shown. You see that? Now it shows quite a bit more as opposed to just regular ls, which is here. This is regular ls, and here is ls-a. There's quite a bit of stuff that's hidden there by default, just like in Windows. If you go into Windows and enable show hidden files, I guarantee you there'll be some stuff that comes up on desktop or anywhere else that there are hidden files, obviously. Now, before we proceed, I just want to point this out. I made this, so I made this mug. I was thinking about a design, and like, it's my first time actually making a mug. So I decided to base it off my work motto. Sometimes I get, well, who doesn't? But, sometimes you do get stressed out at work, or there's just so much work. And then my motto is, this is what I tell people, I click, I get paid, I don't know. What can you do? It's just another day, and there's no point of getting stressed out. So I came up with this funny motto, and I decided to make a mug out of it. And I put it up for sale for 5 days. There's a link in the description if you're interested, and it's only $9.99 plus shipping. All right, let's get back to the video. So now that we know how similar it is to Windows, now we can proceed into navigating and trying to open up some files that we can potentially edit. So let's go ahead and clear our content that are within our command line. And that's very simple, actually. You just type in clear. This is pretty cool, actually. And now we are back at our starting point. So let's start moving up in our directory, kind of navigate through. Now we already know that if we type in cd, it's going to change our directory. And I'm going to move one level up. I'm going to type in ls again to see what's inside of it. And then I'm going to look for a random folder that I'm going to pick. And I think I'm going to go to var. I'm going to go to var and see what's inside of that, right? So I'm just going to type in cd var. And now that we are inside of var, I'm going to type in ls again to see what's inside of that. And then, you know what? I think I'm going to go to www folder, right? So I'm just going to type in again, change directory, www, right? I'm going to hit enter. And same thing, I'm just going to hit ls and see what's inside of that. So we can see there's HTML folder inside of that. Now that we listed it, let's navigate into that. Change directory, HTML, that's the name of our folder. And let's see what's inside of that, ls. We can see there's a file in there, an HTML file called index.html. And that's awesome, right? So the way we got to this was actually going one level at a time, one folder at a time. And that's fine if you feel comfortable with that. However, if you know the exact location of index.html, you can simply navigate to it directly without having to go from one directory to another. So let me go back to where we started. I'm just going to type in cd. Here's our starting point. And from here, I'm just going to type in cd. And I'm literally going to spell out what it says here, just like so, including the / here. So I'm going to type in / var www html. Enter, and here we are inside of HTML folder. And if we type in ls, we can see that there's index HTML inside of it. So let's say if there are any hidden folders, in case you're looking for something there and you can't see it, we're gonna do our -a command and see if there's anything else in there. We can see there are some other folders inside of this, and if you really wanted to, you can navigate to that, change the directory, .. That's the name of the folder we have here. Let's see if we can get into that. And all that does is actually just takes us back down a level. So every time you see 2 dots like that, that's all it does. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm trying to make this video very basic and simple. So let's go back to our HTML folder, ls again, and now let's try to open up our index.html as part of our navigation tutorial. There are a couple of ways of doing this, and it's kind of similar to what happens when you open things in a notepad. And the reason I say that is because Linux uses a couple of different text editors, and one is called VI. So simply, in order to, to open index.html, you can simply just type in VI index.html. So if I hit enter here, it's going to open it up in this editor. In order to navigate through it, you just use your arrow keys, just like so. Just like so, you can use your arrow keys, you can navigate through it, right? However, I don't like to use this editor, so I'm going to move on to another one which I think is much cooler. If you happen to be inside of this one, to exit it, you have to do command. So if you hold shift and press colon and then type in X, it's just going to exit it without making any changes. And here we are back at our main screen. The one I like to use, and I'll show you why, is called Nano editor. So if I type in nano, and type in index.html, and I hit enter, it actually looks quite a bit different. Let me just move this here for a second. You can see that some things are color coded and looks much nicer. Not only that, we have a list of commands down here, handy. I mean, sure, you can always try to look up commands for VI and this and that. I mean, yeah, of course you can remember them, but I like Nano because it gives you a little bit more to work with. At least I don't have to remember everything, especially if you're new. If you don't want to go back and look up everything, all the commands for this and that, you can simply just use Nano and it'll give you some instructions right down here. So in order to use Nano, we have to use our control function. So what we do is basically hit control and hold it. And for example, we can see here that says if you want to go to the next page, you do control V. So if we're already holding control and we're just going to press V, it's going to go to the next page. And if we control V again, it's going to go to the next page again. And then if we want to go back, we can do control, and then it says here Y. So we're going to press Y, and that, basically will do it. And you can do the same thing when it comes to all of these instructions here, right? And one thing I like also about Nano is you can simply start typing things. So let's go ahead and navigate just a random place, right? And I'm just going to type in test of the word editor, right? You can just start typing. In VI, you actually have to execute another command in order to start typing anything. In Nano, you don't have to. You can just start typing. And if you want to save something, and of course I'm making it again, I'm trying to make this really simple because for this video. And if you want to save something, we can see there's an exit command right here, and it's Control X. And this is a really cool part about it. So if I'm holding Control and I hit X, you get this window, and it's asking you, hey, do you want to save this, or do you want to cancel? And it tells you what to press exactly. And you don't have to hold anything at this point. You just press Y, N, or C if you want to cancel. And in my case, I'm not going to save anything, so I'm just hit no. I'm not going to save anything. And there they are. And there it is, I should say. It just exits and goes back to the main command line where you start and drop that off, right? Well, there you have it, guys. That is the video on simple navigation within Linux. I hope this video convinces you to start using Linux, start learning a little bit of Linux, because it's pretty cool, especially if you want to set up a server that you want to test, like for example your website. Matter of fact, it just so happened that we were looking at our index.html, which is your starting page for a website, right? Alright guys, if you like this video, please share it with friends. Also check out all of my other videos if you're into that type of stuff. Oh yeah, I already showed you this. And I have a website, a forum website, in case you have any questions. And of course, I'll answer any questions you may have at the bottom of this video if you want to leave them there. But I also have a forum if you'd like to go there and participate. And lastly, I have massive amounts of videos. I think I have almost 400 different videos on all kinds of different IT stuff. So if you want to check that out, it's all available at my channel, youtube.com/cobuman. Alright guys, I wish you best of luck with all the things that you're doing in life, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In this video I am talking about Microsoft's remote desktop feature that is within all versions of Windows except 3.1 and earlier as far as I know, but XP, Windows 7 and Windows 10 will have a remote desktop. So the way you find it is just simply by searching for remote desktop. You can just type that in your search box. So either way, once you find it, you can look it up and see that, this is remote desktop. And if you work in tech support, you already are familiar with it. But then again, you're also familiar with some issues that are related to a remote desktop. And one of them is configuration and the other one is usability. So if you have a remote desktop like this is the default. And if you want to access another computer, you would simply type in the name of the computer or the IP address and you can remote desktop into it. And for the most part, that is fine, given that the remote computer is allowing remote desktop sessions. So how do we look at that? How do we find whether a computer is even enabled or allowing remote desktop session? Because here's what happens. If I just type in the name of a computer that's on the same network, so let's say computer 1. And we know that's the host name for that computer. We're trying to connect to it, and we simply select connect, and it will try to do it. It would try to do it, and it would give me this, error. It says you cannot do it. Well, that doesn't mean that the computer is not on the network or even part of the same domain, which it should be in order for the remote desktop to work properly. I should say on the same network. It doesn't have to be on the same domain. But another reason could be is the fact that the remote desktop is disabled. So in order to check that, we would have to go to that computer and then go to computer properties, like so. And then from here we would select remote settings on the left hand side. Once this comes up, we can see whether it's enabled or not, and the remote desktop is right down here. Not to be confused with remote assistance, that's something else. So if this is disabled like so, then your computer is not reachable via remote desktop, right? So we have to make sure that this is enabled, and that would do it. I do like that a pop-up just came up that kind of reminded me that another reason you wouldn't be able to reach a computer 1 in our case, or its IP address via remote desktop, is that it might be asleep. So what I found is that as long as wake up function is enabled on the computer at the BIOS settings, wake up on LAN, it will allow for that computer to wake up, and then you'll be able to remote desktop into it. Because otherwise, it will be just like this. You're trying to remote to it, everything's set up correctly, and you still get this. And it wouldn't happen as fast usually because it would try to wake it up. And then if you just give it a few seconds, actually, if you give it a few seconds and try again, it's going to actually connect because you woken up the computer by simply pinging it with the remote desktop connection. So that's something to keep in mind. It's kind of useful. It'll save you time instead of trying to figure out what is wrong with it, and or just assuming that you can't reach it, or this and that. You just kind of keep in mind that you can wake it up with the remote desktop. It just happens automatically. You just kind of have to give it a few seconds for it to happen. So aside from going to BIOS, one way to tell whether a computer is enabled for wake up on LAN is to go to computer properties, and we're going to go to our device manager, and then we're going to go to network adapters, and then we're going to find our network adapter. In my case, it's Intel Ethernet connection. We're going to go to properties, and then we're going to look for an option that says power management. Inside of that, we can see whether it's enabled or not. You can see it says here, allow this device to wake the computer. So that's how you tell whether it's enabled or not. And again, this can be checked in BIOS as well. Another reason is that if the computer is shut down, you cannot turn it on. That's another reason why you wouldn't be able to reach a remote computer. It's not turned on. So you cannot turn it on because the remote desktop from Microsoft does not have that function. One thing to keep in mind is that through command line, you can actually do some functions that could help you when it comes to remote desktop sessions. And there are only a couple of things that I'm aware of that you can do, and that is to either shut down or restart the computer. So in our case, shutting down the computer is not useful because we won't be able to wake it up unless we have some other means. But we can restart a computer. So let's say a user has remained logged on to the computer, to the remote computer. What will happen is that whenever you initiate, connection, remote desktop connection, it would say, somebody else is logged on, and you may not be able to log them off, but you can tell that they're not here. It's 3 a.m. They're not here. I need to have access to that computer. So what you can do is restart the computer. So if you go to command line and just type in shut down, this will actually bring a bunch of options that gives you ability to initiate remote desktop restart. and that will kick off this remote desktop user. It would force him. You can do command line as a part of the setup that you have to force the remote desktop to restart. So if you go to this section of the CMD, you can see some commands, and of course if you do some basic research on the internet, you can come up with your own version of remote desktop restart where you can force it and it would kick off the person that is using the remote computer, and that way once it restarts you can log on to that computer and make changes. Of course, use this at your own discretion, because if they remain logged in and they have some unsaved work on that computer, then you may not want to restart it or force it to restart, because they will lose that data. So use that at your own discretion. But if your computer systems or computers at your work are scheduled to restart at night and users are aware of that, then there might not be any repercussions of you actually restarting the computer at 3 a.m. because that's what happens anyways. Another issue with remote desktop is that yes, you can save your own credentials. If you expand the options, you can save credentials here, so you don't have to type them in each time. But this is only good for you and for your domain login. This is not going to be useful other than that, because you cannot use remote desktop while somebody else is logged on to that computer. You either are using the remote desktop or using that remote computer yourself, or the user is using whoever is sitting at that computer or using that computer. So that's a huge problem with that. So you can't just remote desktop, initiate remote desktop connection and just take over the existing session that is already in progress with the user. So user will not be able to show you remotely what is going on, while other remote desktop software will allow you to do so. So that's one huge problem when it comes to remote desktop connection. Of course, I'm definitely grateful that it does exist, because I still use it at work, and especially if I'm trying to configure multiple computers or access multiple computers at once without letting anybody else know what I'm doing on that computer, and the computers are available and not being used by the group that is sitting there. So for example, let's say you work after hours. If you work after hours, remote desktop connection would be just fine for you, because chances are nobody else works at that company at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. or whatnot, because typical hours are 8 to 5, depending on the type of business. So if nobody's using the computer, you can certainly do so. Log in, remotely connect to that computer and configure things, programs, and etc. and etc. The last thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to remote desktop is related to audio. In order to troubleshoot audio on the remote computer, so let's say there is a headset or speakers connected to a remote computer, you won't be able to troubleshoot it unless you make some changes to the remote desktop session configuration before you actually connect to that remote computer. So what you have to do is go to Show Options, go to Local Resources, and then select Settings under Remote Audio. Select Settings, and then make sure that you have Play on Remote Computer selected, and then select OK. Otherwise, you won't be able to actually see components within Windows that are related directly to the sound controller. Otherwise, it would just say remote audio. So let's close this out here. Open our sound settings. By the way, this is a remote desktop that I'm connected to right now. If you look at the playback settings here, it normally shows, Realtek. This is the typical what you will see on when it comes to audio controller on the computer. And if you go here, you can see that I don't have a microphone connected to that remote computer. So this is everything remote. But if you haven't done or changed those settings that I just showed you, which again, let me show you here real quick. Options, Local Resources,
settings. If you do not select that play on remote computer and save that, it would just say remote audio here. And if you go to recordings, it would be blank. So what you're doing is actually just making changes, or have the ability to make changes to your own computer, not the remote computer. However, if you change it to play on remote computer, you'll be able to actually see the sound card on the remote computer as well. So when it comes to remote desktop, it's very limited. I am glad that it does exist. It is useful. I'm not going to say it's not useful, because it is, but it is very limited, and compared to a lot of other software, remote desktop software available out there, it is very lacking, very lacking. So I would recommend using it if you have nothing else, but once you start using some other remote desktop software, you will realize how awesome it is when you can actually take control over user sessions in real time, and they can show you what their problem is in real time as if you were there, and many, many other things that are done a lot better compared to Microsoft's remote desktop. I hope you guys like this video. Please do share it with friends or family. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I am here for that purpose, to help you out no matter where you are in the world. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to talk about Windows updates. Windows updates is one of those things that happens in the background. People don't really think about it too much. But when it comes to desktop support, it's incredibly important to know what they are, especially if you're the guy that pushes all the Windows updates to all the computers in a business environment. What we're going to do in this video, we're going to talk about Windows updates, what they mean, how you can find what they're about before you actually push them to all the computers in your business. We want to make sure that we don't break all the computers before we do anything like that. So it's incredibly important to know this type of stuff. This is going to be one of those fun videos, not just for desktop support, but also for help desk. If you like to learn about IT, stick around, as we are going to go through this, and we're going to explain all things that we need to know about Windows updates and all the things that we can pretty much find out when it comes to Windows updates. All right, guys, if you got 1 second, please click the like button. It really means a lot to me. That way I know you guys like my stuff, and I'll keep making more videos because of that. Thank you so much, and let's get into it. All right, guys, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this video. Windows updates. What do we need to know about Windows updates? Let's have a look on Windows updates, how they look like on your computer. I'm sure you already know this, but this is how you get to them. If you click on the Start button and then click Settings, and then if you click Update and Security, and that's just one way of getting to Windows updates. So this is what you see nowadays. This has changed a lot from Windows 7, and it kind of looks like this now, where it gives you a little bit more options. Right now I have paused Windows updates, and for the right reasons, because I wanted to show you how it looks like when it starts updating, in case you're not aware. Most of you, I'm sure, have seen this happen on your computer, but a lot of times it just happens in the background and it just kind of does its thing. So here's an example of security intelligence update here for Microsoft Defender Antivirus. So what that was actually was an update for your built-in Windows antivirus software, and we saw what they called a KB, which is a knowledge base article about that. Here's another one here, and this one is a update for Windows 10 version 1909 for x64 based system, and here's the KB number for it. So KB, we're going to copy this KB, the whole thing. So it's KB 4497165, and then we're going to look it up on the internet to see exactly what this is. But we can tell kind of here what it might be, kind of in just general. So it's kind of vague. Right now, all it tells us it's update from Windows 10 version 1909. And down here, you can see that it's a fairly large or an important update that it requires a restart. So there's a pop-up here that says restart. And of course, we have a big old restart button here. So let's kind of dig into this. version 1909. Why does it say version 1909? Well, let's see what our Windows version is. So if you go to search button and just type in VER, I'm sorry. So if you hit enter, it gives you the Windows version. So here it is. It's our version 1909, Microsoft version 1909. And again, it's pretty vague, and it just tells us that it is update for that specific OS build. So it's Windows version 1909. All right, so if you do me a favor and pause the video here and kind of check which version you have on your computer, and I'm really curious to which version you guys are using, you'd be surprised. I bet some of you have a version like 1809 or even something else. Let me know in the comments. I'm really curious about that. All right, so we have copied our KB. Now we're going to open up, let me see here. You know what? Let's just open Edge. See if it works. I've actually seen Edge work sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just crashes out of the blue, but that's okay. We're going to just open it up, and we're going to go to Google Edge and search for our knowledge article is what I call them. Don't know exactly what they would call it. Hey, there's no connectivity, which is really, really surprising because I know I do have connectivity. Cannot connect securely to this page. Oh, there it is. That was really bizarre, guys. I'm not sure. It could be my internet that is causing this issue. Although I did get a new modem just literally last week. Maybe it's my router. Maybe I need to change some router setting. So here's our KB here, and it's 4497165. Let's see if it refers to that. 4497165. We have double checked that, and here is a knowledge article from Microsoft. Here it is. It's a Intel microcode updates, and now we can kind of dig into this and kind of see what this is about. Again, this is good to know for somebody who is working desktop support before you push these type of updates to all the computers in the environment or a business environment. So let's look at what what this is about from top to bottom. So you can see that it's an article and that there is the title of it, and it says here applies to Windows Server version 1903, all editions Windows 10 version 1903, all editions Windows Server and Windows version 1909, and then all editions, and then there's more. So basically it's an update for all versions of Windows that are 1903 through 1909. Okay, and in the summary it says, basically it's a description of it, and it's an upgrade. It's an update to Intel microcode for the following products of CPUs. Basically, is what they're talking about. So here are different types of CPUs. These are all different types of Intel CPUs, and that's what the updates is for. So we got Demerton, Sandy Bridge E, Valley View, Whiskey Lake U, and then there's these other ones. We got Haswell desktops, a lot of server type of stuff. So in the nutshell, this article tells us a lot more information than what we see here in just a basic kind of title of Windows updates. And as desktop support, you want to look and read this whole thing, the whole thing, before you actually decide to push this update. And of course, you want to test it in a business type of environment. Basically, you want to test it on a computer that you have, like in a lab that you're testing before you push these. It's probably okay. These are all just a microcode update for CPUs, and they've been tested by Microsoft before they decided to update. But this is the same type of thing you have to do as somebody who does desktop support as well. So that's one important thing. This example just happened to be this microcode update, and it's a good example because you don't want to you don't want to brick all your systems by installing a new microcode on your computer. But let's kind of look at an update history so we can look at another example of a Windows update. All right, so I'm going to close this. We're going to restart a little bit later, but I first want to show you this other. Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt the video here, but I just want to pause it real quick and just kind of clarify that where I'm going right now is a place where Windows updates can be removed. The reason I'm going to this tab or this area is because it's easier to kind of talk about installed updates that are already on there. However, if you want to see the full history of updates on this computer, you can just kind of pay attention to this arrow that is pointing to that. So we wouldn't necessarily go anywhere else from this tab if you just want to see the updates that are on there. You know, some updates are not removable, but the page I'm going to are the ones that you can remove them. Type of Windows update. So to see those, we actually have to go to Apps and Features. So I'm going to right click our little start button here. We're going to click Apps and Features, and it's not going to be here. We're going to have to go to our other old school type of add remove software or program that you probably are familiar from Windows 7 and older operating system. So right here we're going to actually click on Programs and Features. This is going to take us to a place that gives us a lot more details of what it's installed, and I personally like it better because it's kind of smaller font, it's more compact, and you can see a lot more. So this is a typical place where you would see all the things that are installed on your computer, whether it's just some programs, some distributable packages, you know, everything that you've pretty much installed manually and things that have installed automatically. But that's not exactly what we are looking for here. We were looking for actual updates. And that is actually located right here, right above Turn on Windows Features on and off. There's a button called View Installed Updates. So we're going to select that and check it out. Now I'm going to kind of move this around a little bit here so I can show you something very interesting. I'm going to squeeze this here. Oh, okay, that's good enough. So I wanted to show you, remember the KB that we looked at first? It was KB 4497165. Well, here it is. It's actually here on the bottom, and on the right side here, if you notice, there is no installed on date. So there is the installed on column, and there's no install on date because we still haven't rebooted here. We're still waiting for it to actually fully install. And once that's done, we're going to have the actual installed on date here. And the reason I'm telling you this is because this is the order that it's sorted out by default. So once you open this, the bottom one is always going to be the most current Windows update. So we're going to start looking from the top, and that's the first thing that was installed, and it was on June 18, 2018, and the first thing that got installed was KB2565063, which is just basically a Microsoft Visual C++ 2010 redistributable. So what that is, it's just a package that is required to run a certain program. Some programs require this, and this is what that is. It's kind of self-explanatory. We can look it up just to confirm. So it's 2565063. Let's go back to our Google. I'm going to type in 256,063. Is that what it was? That's right. 2565063. 2565063, and here it is, the first update for Microsoft Windows, and it's very vague. We don't know what this is. So this is our good opportunity to figure out what that is. So it's KB 4556799. All right, let's see. 455. See, my short-term memory. It's really early in the morning, so I can't exactly. Sometimes 6799. 6799. I had my coffee, but my short memory is not that great. So let's see here again. March 12th. That's when it was created, and it's 4556799. We're going to click on that. I'm going to move it up here and see what that is. All right, so here it is. It's kind of the same thing. We can see here what it applies to again, and you can certainly read that as well, and you can see the actual release date on it. My computer got it, let's see here, 8 days later. Did I say March? I'm sorry, it was actually May that it installed on. Now, this one is actually also vague, which is kind of very disappointing. I wish we could get more information on this. But if we scroll down, and we can see that there are highlights for this knowledge base article, and all it is, it just tells us that it's updates to improve security when using Internet Explorer and Microsoft Edge, updates to improve security when using input devices, and updates to verify user password. So these are just regular updates to the basically kind of security settings that are kind of used in Windows operating system. And you can see how it goes on. Improve security when using Microsoft Xbox, Windows, improve security when Windows perform basic operations. So these are just regular things that they keep updating to kind of make sure that everything stays secure on your computer. And that's what this update is about. It's very vague. It's not a critical update or anything like that. It's just something that they keep doing and doing to kind of improve things on the operating system. So here's a security update that I wanted to show you, and it's KB4552152. Let me see if I can remember that. 21552. Nope. I need more coffee, guys. 4552152. Okay, there it is. All right, so we're going to click on this one. There it is, 4552152. And again, we can go through this and verify what it is. And this update makes a quality improvements to service stack, which is the components that installs Windows updates. So this is an update to Windows Update. Okay, all right, sure. And it's labeled a security update. All right, I mean, I'm not sure about these labelings that they're using at this point, but the point is of this whole video is that you want to look up as much information and find out as much information about any Windows updates before you push them to mass computers, and definitely want to test them out. There's not much we can do when it comes to kind of digging really deep into this and looking at the code and this and that. And when it comes down to it, it's up to Microsoft to share this information. And again, this is kind of disappointing, but it is very, very vague, very vague. When you do desktop support, you will have control of which updates are installed at which times, and this and that, which is a great thing. Otherwise, I'm not sure how else you could deal with this. When it comes to these type of updates, Microsoft is 100% in control, and when it comes to what they are actually working on and what they're fixing, and you as somebody who does desktop support would just have to make sure that they're safe, and you would have to do some testing before you actually deploy them, and that can take sometimes up to a month or even more, depending what the update is. But you definitely want to figure out as much as possible what it's about and do extensive testing when it comes to some of this stuff. And yes, I know most of these things you can just literally just install and test it. If it's a minor update or it's just update this and that, you still don't want to install it and say, hey, it works fine on this computer. No, you want to kind of hang in there for at least a week, I want to say, with some computers being actively used, to see if everything is okay, just to make sure that that is cool. All right, guys, I want to wrap this video up, especially because I hear construction work right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's a jackhammer outside right now. They're working on the road here in front of my house. So I'm going to wrap this up, and I hope you like this type of content. I will definitely have more, and I'll have more packages, kind of more crash courses. I see that more, and a lot of people like this type of stuff. And I thank you so much for watching. Tell your friends about me if they like IT stuff, and I'll talk to you next time. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Welcome to my video, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman, and today I wanted to talk about remote desktop and some of the troubleshooting methods you can use in order to resolve those type of issues. This idea came from my article that is called Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers, that you can find in the link in the description below if you want to read it. So in my previous video, I just wanted to mention I randomly picked
a situation in which we created a really good video about, and it was related to missing files and desktop icons. If you'd like to check that out, there also will be a link available at the end of this video and in the description below. So let's look at this first question that we are going to talk about today, and it's related to when using a remote desktop, you come to realize that the remote computer is not reachable by using a host name. So let's see what happens when you normally try to connect to a remote desktop. I'm going to open up a remote desktop here, and I'm going to connect to my computer that's called Tech Support. This is a host name for this computer. Now, not to be confused with the IP address. You can also connect using an IP address to a remote computer. So instead of just typing in tech support, which you would normally do when it comes to a business environment, you can also type in, and let's see, ping tech support. You can also use its IP address. And in our case, this is a version 6 IP address, which we would use to connect to that computer. So in a business type of environment, chances are you would see a normal, standard type of IP address that's just, regular version 4. And that's perfectly fine. So instead of using the host name, you would type in that IP address in here, and it would connect the same way. But normally, all you would do is just type in the host name, click connect, and then you can type in your login ID, which I already have. It's called YT login. And then you would type in your password, and it would connect just like this. Just a moment, let me switch my picture here real quick. There it is. Okay. I almost needed to troubleshoot that first. So this is what happens when you connect to a remote computer. Now, you can pretty much do everything that you would normally do, and that's the whole point of remote desktop video. So this is normal. But let's see what happens when I know that a computer is turned on and we try to connect to it. So my other computer is just called cobuman, and on it I have the remote desktop is disabled. So when I try to connect to it now from this computer, it's going to fail. And we'll see what the errors are. You see, it says remote desktop can't connect to the remote computer for one of the reasons. Remote access to the server is not enabled. So what is that? What is that? Well, let's have a look. If I go to properties of this computer, so you go to properties of this computer, we can see, okay, I just want to make sure I have this. Okay, there it is. It says remote access to the server is not enabled. That means that when we go to advanced system settings here, okay, and it's asking me for admin privileges, so I can access this. If you go to the advanced system properties and go to the far right tab, which is called remote, this may be disabled like so, right? That might be the cause, and that's what that is talking about. I don't know if you saw that. It actually flashed it for a second. I thought I was going to disconnect it, although I didn't click apply or OK or anything like that. So, and the next thing that it says here, the remote computer the remote computer is turned off, which is not, or third, the remote computer is not available on the network, right? So those are the key factors for a successful remote desktop session. However, if we go back to our question, it says here, keep in mind the remote computer is turned on and it's awake and it's on the same network. You see, it says keep in mind the remote computer is turned on, awake, and on the same physical network. So that's not the problem. So what would I do? What would I do? The way I would answer this question or troubleshoot this is, well, first of all, if this is an interview type of situation, I would, present them, few ways of going about it and what it may be. This is just to give the potential employer or a future employer an idea of how I troubleshoot things, and also that I am indeed knowledgeable and know what I'm talking about. So I would have first, second, third, and last example of what it could be, right? So my first idea would be, well, I would check to see if the remote computer's hostname is part of the same domain. And the way you could check that is by going to the Active Directory. You see, you just see if if that host name is there. For example, we used here, cobuman as the name of the host. So I would go inside of Active Directory and say, hey, is cobuman, as in the name of the computer host name, is it in there or not? And then go from there. And then also I would check to see if the remote computer is enabled within the domain, even if it has been added. So of course, it could be part of the domain, but it could also be disabled. So once it's part of a domain or Active Directory, if you will, you can have a host name in there, but if it's disabled, then it's not usable, right? So second thing, I would try to ping the computer by using the host name. If an error comes up, if an error comes up, it would determine my next step. So we did a ping here for the tech support, and let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other one since we started doing that one. Let's ping cobuman here. CMD ping cobuman. See, there's another proof here that the computer is turned on. We just can't reach it. And this is a normal ping. It's a zero loss. Zero loss. That means the computer is turned on and everything's fine. There's connection there. We just cannot connect to it as we've demonstrated earlier. So what could be the problem? Let's go back to our answer for the second. For example, if the message says cannot resolve hostname, I would try pinging the computer using its IP address. So that kind of goes back to me connecting to a computer just by using an IP address. So, and that, my third part of that actually ties into that on what the reason for that is. If there is an issue with DNS, meaning that domain name service, I think I got that, DNS, domain name service, the domain name system. I think that's what it actually stands for. Basically what that does is resolves, it basically takes the host name, in our case cobuman, and tells the server or other computers on the network what the IP address for that is. So cobuman as the name of the computer is basically just an alias, right? And the DNS basically takes that and it translates it and it forwards it to the correct IP address automatically. So if I can't connect to the cobuman by using a host name, but I can connect using the IP address like this, if I can if I can highlight it. All right, Control C. If I can connect to it just like that without any problems using the IP address, that means that there is an issue with the DNS. That means the DNS is not doing its job. It's not taking cobuman and translating it into the IP address, which it should be, right? So if that works, by using an IP address, then, that's fine for now, but there is an issue. Third, I would check for possible DNS issues if computer is reachable via IP address. And that's exactly what I talked about previously. If using IP address, I can connect to the remote computer or use remote desktop session, it would indicate a replication issue of the DNS server. So, right. So, another reason is, if the computer has, if there's an issue with the DNS, chances are it didn't replicate. So, maybe the computer just got added on there or it got moved or something like that. And the DNS server could not catch up with the change. It doesn't realize that it moved to another IP address. That could also be an issue. But generally speaking, if you cannot connect to the remote computer using just a host name, but you can with an IP address, that indicates just a DNS issue. And lastly, if I have physical access to the computer, I would check the DHCP settings or look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So basically, if I go to the computer physically, if I have physical access to it, if I am at the location there working for some kind of tech support there, I would go to the computer, log into it, and look at the DHCP settings. So what is that? Dynamic host configuration protocol settings that are on your adapter. So I'm going to look up my adapter here and look at DHCP settings. I'm going to go in here, change adapter settings. Here is my local Ethernet 2. I'm going to look at the properties, and then I'm going to, let's see, where is it? Internet Protocol version 6. So we know we were using Internet Protocol version 6, so we're going to double check that, and then we're going to check at this. If this needs to be configured manually, we would have to do so. Otherwise, this should be just set to automatic. This is usually what you would see in this type of DHCP setting. Now, not to be confused with DHCP server itself, that's different. That's your actual switch on the network, or for example, your home router is a DHCP server, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So I would make sure that looks good, and also look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So chances are maybe there's a bad cable, or because if it's on the network and it's physically connected, then chances are this is not the issue. However, it's unlikely if computer is reachable by IP address or if it has been part of the network for some time. So the worst case scenario here being a DNS issue if you can't reach it with the host name only, and that's exactly what the question was about. So the point of this video is to kind of get you thinking on how host names work in relation to the DNS and how this issue may come up whenever you use remote desktop sessions. All right, guys, I hope this video was fairly easy to follow. This is a hard question to answer, hence it's in my article of top 10 hard desktop support interview questions and answers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll answer them to the best of my knowledge. And if you like this video, please leave a like and share it with your buddies. Thank you so much. I wish you best of luck. Bye-bye. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. As you can tell by the video title and the thumbnail, today I will be talking about how to install operating system on 100 computers. And this idea comes from my article that is titled Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers. If you're interested in reading this, there is a link at the end of the video to this article. If you watched my previous videos, I went through the first 3 questions and kind of went and explained what they are about and provided some examples, which I will certainly try to do as well in the number 4, which is the question we are up to in my video series, if you will. So when it comes to the way I explain things, I usually do it in 4-part answer, which consists of first thing I would do, second thing I would do, third thing I would do, and then the last thing that I would do. The reason for that is related to the fact that you might be receiving this type of question when you interview for a job. So you want your potential employer to know that you are able to properly perform this type of process or being able to resolve this type of issue. And it tells them also that the way you think is the proper way to go about it, and also tells them that you're very knowledgeable. So this is a good way to kind of practice that. All right, so let's get to it. Number 4, what is the best way to install operating system on 100 computers manually? Meaning you don't have an option to boot over the network or any automated system available. So typically in a large business, everything is automated. If you were to receive 100 computers, you can just connect them to the network. You would get host names for them, and you would assign them, which operating system to install, which programs need to be installed as well, and everything would just be done automatically. You just kind of sit back and relax and everything's done. This is why this is a difficult question. And this is how I would go about it. First, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on. And that will tie in a little bit later here. I'll explain that. Of course, if these are new computers and I have an option to image them before deploying, I would try to keep them in the same area for easy access. So since I don't have an option of automation, I would make sure that these computers are kind of gathered together in preferably in the same room. I would connect them together, power them on, and everything like that. So that way they are there for easy access for me to, schedule a lot or start to reimage process on a lot of them. That's the point of that. Second, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. This is why I was saying, first, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on, so that afterwards, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. And for this to happen properly, all the computers need to be connected to the network and turned on. So this can be assigned through Active Directory, also known as domain controller. So you would go inside of the Active Directory and you would create 100 computer names, also known as the host names, and then you would assign them accordingly to all of these computers that are being reimaged. And with them being connected to the network, makes it an easy process. Okay. Third, because booting over the network does not work, I would create multiple OS installed medias to use, CD or USB. So this kind of goes back to my trying to keep them in the same area for easy access, and that's exactly why, so that I can use installed media on them. Afterwards, I would manually boot to inserted media and execute OS imaging process. You see how everything kind of ties in? The way I would do things, it's kind of systematical, and everything kind of goes back to itself. This is a great way to tell your potential employer that you have a really good way of thinking on how to resolve these big issues, because trying to install operating system on 100 computers and doing it in an acceptable time frame, you got to know what you're doing and have a good plan. You know what I mean? So lastly, upon image completion, I would ensure that each computer has host names attached and is added to the domain or a workgroup. Workgroup usually is used, in a small type of business. So I wouldn't necessarily worry about that if you're interviewing at a big company. But, you got to make sure that is added to the domain and host name attached, meaning that associated with each computer. In addition, I would install any software required per department templates or requests. And that kind of goes back to the part of automation that I mentioned earlier. That normally happens is you select the type of software that you need and it would install it automatically. In this case, you would have to do it manually, install any software required per department templates or requests. So if somebody needs Microsoft Office professionally installed, this is what we would have to do manually for each computer. And, you would have to kind of get that information to make sure you don't spend too much time installing stuff that's unnecessary stuff, you know what I mean? Because you don't necessarily have to install same program on all of these computers, because who knows? Doesn't mean that all these computers are going to the same department, so they may have different templates that you would use and go by. All right, guys, I hope you find this video useful. Unfortunately, in number 4 question here, there was really nothing for me to show inside the computer. But if you take a look at my previous 3 videos that I made, in regards to, in relation to this article that I wrote, you can see that I provided some computer examples, so you guys can also learn from that. There will be a link at the end of this video. There will be icons or thumbnails at the end of this video as I am speaking right now. I hope you guys like this video. Please share it with your buddies. Let me know what you think. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them. And you have a wonderful day. Okay, make sure you have a wonderful day because I really want you to have a wonderful day. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video is on Traceroute command. This idea comes from my article that is called Top 20 Network Administrator Interview Questions and Answers, which is located on my website that is called cosmicnovo.com. There's a link that will pop up right here on the top right hand side if you want to read that. In addition, I'm kind of expanding on my previous video that was about ping command. So if you want to check that out, there will be another pop-up here separate for that video if you want to watch that as well. It's another good video to watch. So let's get into it. And the way I explain things is in a easy to understand manner without throwing a lot of terminology out there or anything like that. So yes, knowing basic knowledge about computers is helpful here, but I will explain it in such way where anybody can understand what I'm talking about, because how many people actually use Traceroute, or how many people even understand it? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying sometimes it's hard to learn something if it's explained in the wrong way. Either way, for this we're going to need a command line, which we're going to open up right now. So in order to use Traceroute, we're basically going to use the example from the article. It's simply typed in traceRT, pardon me, traceRT, followed by the name of the website you're trying to reach. This doesn't have to be a website. It could be a server of some sort, or a switch, or I should say just an IP address of a network component or a location. So, and that gets me into why would you want to use traceRT? Before I even hit enter here and then a bunch of stuff comes up, I want you to understand why you would want to use it. So let's say at your work, at your office, for some reason you cannot reach cosmicnovo.com. However, from your phone, which is, by the way, on a network, on a different network entirely, you can reach Cosmic Novo just fine. Also, another example is an application that uses network connection to work. For example, an application that has to reach to a database that could be located in totally different state, country, this and that. It could be at the end of the world. It could be that it's not working. That's another reason you would want to use Traceroute. Or simply there is a server somewhere we can't reach, whether it's used for storage or this and that. We would want to use Traceroute to figure out why you can't reach it from your office network, but you can reach it from any other network. So what it does in the nutshell, Traceroute, it traces all the routes taken on the network to reach cosmicnovo.com in this example. So it's going to map it out for me. So think about it this way. Let's say you have a date, or you are going somewhere that you've never been before. You open up your phone, you go to Google or Apple or whatever it is that you're using, you type in your navigation the address that you want to visit. And it gives you all these routes that it takes. It says go straight, go left, go right, this and that. The Traceroute kind of does the same thing in a sense. However, Traceroute, it will tell you whether there are certain roads or routes that you cannot take, or that they're broken or non-existent. So that's a very simple explanation of what Traceroute does. It tells you whether a certain turn is broken or non-existent. Hence the name Traceroute. I hope that's an easy one to understand there. So we're going to see an example of this. As soon as I hit enter here, we're going to see what happens, and I'm going to explain all the steps that it's going through. All right, hitting enter. With Traceroute executed, this is typically what happens. It takes maximum of 30 hops, as in 30 roads or 30 paths, if you will, in order to reach the final destination, which is this IP address for this website. And this may take a while. This is why I have a finished trace route of all the routes taken for that website, and I will show you what that is right now. So let's have a look at some of the things that kind of stand out. The first hop that shows up is basically pinging my IP address of the local computer. So the computer I'm using right now, local IP address for that is 192.168.1.1. So that's a typical local IP address. Second hop is basically trying to ping my IP address, external IP address for the internet. So my internet provider, which is Charter, is actually blocking that information for security reasons. It automatically blocks it. There's nothing I can do about it, but it's perfectly normal to see a second hop fail timeout like this. And then you can see that hops 3 through 8 are all from my internet provider, charter.com. Charter is my internet provider, and you can see all these, if you will, switches that it takes in order to access the internet that goes outside of the Charter's network. So it goes through all of these, and everything seems fine, so that's perfectly fine. And then finally reaches the internet, and then it has to go through this switch here. And again, it looks normal. This route is normal. And then it goes to the number 10. Again, it's normal. Then we look at 11, and we can see that there's increased millisecond response. Not necessarily too bad, because we're not talking like 80 milliseconds, 100 plus or something like that. However, something does stand out here, and that there is a third, on the third response or third attempt ping of it, there is no response whatsoever. It timed out. So if we are having issues connecting to the final destination, potentially we could look at the switches or servers that are located at these two IP addresses. So the first one is 72.1.232.70, and this other one that starts with 172. So because we see no response here at all for the third ping there, we can kind of possibly assume that there might be some kind of a latency issue with these two switches or nodes, if you will, or they could be server or whatever it is that they are. We can look at that because it could be a server somewhere. And the reason I say server is, in a sense, depending on which type of thing are we troubleshooting. Are we troubleshooting a website, or are we troubleshooting application connection, this and that? So it could be a part of the final destination of, like, for example, application that maybe uses some kind of database that is located at this server or whatnot, or server itself could be the firewall. We don't know, but we need to know kind of what's causing this delay or lack of response whatsoever, if there is a problem, right? But typically that's associated with higher millisecond response time. So in our case, this is probably just normal, and chances are that these servers here just have a limit of how many times you can ping it. So we're going to move on from that, and then it goes through a bunch of different nodes here, which could mean that it's just blocking. This is very typical, that these nodes are literally just blocking these type of connection requests, which is fine. This is pretty normal, but every time you see a gap in between where it fails somewhere, this is something we would have to be concerned about. And we'll potentially look at that here in a moment, but this is an example of a good traceroute response. And then finally reaches the destination of 130.211.160.109, which is where cosmicnovo.com is located, as you can see here. So it took all the routes, and it took it 23 routes to get to the final destination, and we know that everything is okay here. All right, so I found a website that's supposed to be down, a safe website, and let's see, do I have that going here? Yep. I had it tested. It's anthem.com, which is basically insurance provider, health insurance provider, and I saw that it's down. Let me just double check here one more time. I'm gonna ping it one more time to make sure that it's down, and then we're gonna do a trace route on it to see if we can figure out what's causing the problem. Chances are it's the web server itself, but it could be something in between too. So I'm going to do a trace route on that as well, and then I'm going to, and you can see that it failed. You know, sent 4, received 0. It's timing out, definitely down. So we're going to do a trace route, rt anthem.com, and see what kind of response we can get. Again, this may take a while, which I will just fast forward to the results so we can see what's going on with that. So as we are looking at the results of anthem.com, you can see that they are similar to what we had earlier in the sense that it's taking same routes initially. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about. See, this is the first one, and we can tell that it takes, hits my LAN, and then it goes through all of these charter switches, if you will. And if we go back here, we can see that they are the same switches, and it takes that same route. However, after it hits those, it decides to go another way, which was dictated by this switch. This switch says, okay, well, now you're done with the charter network. Now you have to go through this something else. So let's look at the previous one. I'm sorry. Let's look at the previous one here. And did we take the same 15166? So in our case, after the 166, charter sent us to this other one, which ends with 12, which, by the way, is probably next to it. So there is a switch probably next to it in the same data center. You can see how it's only off by 3 IP addresses. Anyways, it decided, in this case, for the anthem.com, which is this top one, it decided to bypass the next switch, which typically would have been this one, to route to cosmicnova.com. It had to take another one here. So instead of going to any of these other ones, you can see that this one just said, okay, well, this is going somewhere else. And it takes a different route, and it goes to this other, probably internet provider of some sort, which I'm assuming is related to AT&T. And it doesn't say that here, but the reason I know is if you look at these 7 through 10, you can see that the switches names are STL, which stands for St. Louis. ORD probably stands for Orlando, Florida. And you can see that they're called atlas.cogento.com. And you can see the IP address that are connected to there. However, if you look at number 10, you can see that it says ATT here, so which is AT&T, probably Orlando. So it goes through Florida somewhere, and then it continues with switches that are located or that belong to AT&T, and then routes it further. And you can see that it hits another 3 gateways, most likely on an AT&T server before it reaches its final destination. This is still taking forever, so once it's finished, I'll show you what the end result is for anthem.com. However, I want to talk about a point of failure that may occur, that may show up in Traceroute command. And here's a really good example. We can look at these AT&T switches here, so 11 through 13. Traceroute can tell you immediately whether something failed and in the path that it's taking. So we can imagine that in this example that number 12 here timed out. So let's pretend this one timed out, literally timed out, and we need to figure out where is it at, what's wrong with this. Chances are if it timed out that either it's blocking the this type of information from being sent back, which happens with my IP address here. But however, if it's just kind of in the middle here, and we know kind of by intuition that it's supposed to take another route because it goes to the third one here, but for some reason this one in the middle times out, that's a clear indicator of a switch that is, or the switch that is just bad. So how do we find out, if it's bad or not? Well, we would have to reach out to this guy or this company and ask them, okay, well, we need to get somebody from AT&T on the call, or call them or contact them and say, hey, there's a problem here. And they'll be like, okay, well, send me the results of Traceroute from your location. And they send it, you send it to them, and then suddenly they're like, oh, the number 12 failed, but we still know it's kind of on their network because it keeps going to their network. You see what I'm saying? It goes to AT&T. We know all three of these hops are going to be AT&T, but the middle one fails. That means it's still on their network, and the problem is on their network, and they need to look at this. And they would know. I know it would say timed out here, but they would know what the next one would be or should be, or whether there is a break of some sort that prevents everybody, and that one switch is causing the problem. So they would look at this and they say, okay, well, we know it's on this network. Let's scour our network and look for this broken switch. And that's the point of Traceroute. Of course, there could be other examples of that, and that is, let's say this one doesn't time out, but there is a huge latency issue here. That would also be indicated by Traceroute that there is a problem. So let's say the response time is like 100 milliseconds or even 80 milliseconds. This caused connection timeouts on the application and or a user end as well. So let's say there's a huge latency here. There's another reason why they would want to look at that switch or server and kind of see what's going on. The reason I say server is because it could be the final destination. We don't know. But in our case, we know it's not. It's just a switch that it's taking. And then with the Traceroute information, we can forward this information to them and say, okay, well, this is probably what's going on. Now, this thing is going to time out, and I'm going to kind of tell it to skip by hitting enter the attempt. For some reason, it gets stuck like this, waiting to get a response from the switch. And then I'm going to fast forward this to the end result. So as the final result of the Traceroute is coming up, we can see that the Anthem.com is just simply down. This is what it tells us. The normal response from the Traceroute when everything's okay is indicated in my other window here. And you can see that the final hop gives us the final destination address. In our case of Anthem.com, it doesn't. It never reaches it, and this is clear indication that there's something wrong at the web server level. So the webmaster for Anthem.com needs to look at it and resolve the issue at the server level. So, but when we know that the website is down for everybody, this is not necessarily the reason we would use Traceroute.com or Traceroute command for. We would simply just use ping command to see if it's up or down. But if there is an issue of latency, if there is an issue of website or an application working for some people but not others that are on a different network, that's when we would use the Traceroute. So it's for troubleshooting connection issues that are specific to a network, meaning that just because I can reach it doesn't mean that some other people can as well. So this is how you would use Traceroute to figure out where is the breaking point on their end and why can't they reach, or why can't I reach a certain web server, application server, or what not. Please share this video with friends, leave a like or any comment, and I will answer them. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I'm going to show you how to restore users' favorites. Happens a lot with desktop support or help desk. You get a troubleshooting ticket, the user says, my favorites are gone, this and that. Well, there are a couple of reasons why that could happen. You either reset users' Internet Explorer and that reset some of the settings so they can't find their favorites, or a lot of times user just deletes them or simply forgets that they moved their favorites, right? So let's have a look, why would this happen? So let's say there's an issue with the user's website and you just want to reset their Internet Explorer, you do a full reset. Now let me show you how this is done. You go to the Internet options, and if you've done this before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you go to Internet options and you do a full reset, if you do reset advanced settings, and then do a full reset, and then you delete their personal settings, this and that, it will remove all of their basically settings for IE. So they're going to assume that their favorites are gone. However, what this happens is, especially if the user has a favorites bar with a bunch of favorites, their favorites bar is simply removed. So how do we do this in IE? And I will show you this, how to do this in Chrome, just in case your business uses Chrome for some reason. And it's very similar when it comes to Firefox. It's very similar to IE, so I'm going to omit that for now. So if you want to bring back somebody's a bookmark toolbar, you would simply right-click in an empty place right here and then select favorites bar. Now their favorites are back, right? So we're done with that one. Now we know if that's the issue. This is usually what happens. Basically, they would say, oh, they're missing, this and that, but they're actually not. They're just their favorites bar is missing. Now let's do this in Chrome real quick. So in Chrome, it's a little bit different. You can't really get to that part if you right click up here, so it's a little bit different. But however, there are these three dots here, like a sort of like a vertical dots. If you just go ahead and click them, some people call this, I've heard people call this many different things, but I call them three dots. So let's go ahead and click these three dots and then simply go down to bookmarks and then show bookmark toolbar, right? So there we have it. Now their toolbar is, their bookmark toolbar is restored. Now they have their favorites back, so they should be happy. Now let's say they're actually missing their favorites. I'm going to show you real quick, and this kind of ties in with my previous two videos that I've talked about users' profiles. And the location of their favorites is always going to be under root of C, users folder, and then users login name. So whatever they use to log in into their computer, it's going to be under, there's going to be a folder named this, and then their favorites. So let's have a look for mine. I'm just going to go real quick here. Let's just do it like this. And then root of C, right? Users. And that's my login name, BUCO, right there. So if I double click on that, there's going to be my favorites folder. If I double click on that, you can see that my favorites are here. So this is going to be my regular favorites here. Favorites bar is going to have a separate folder, which is that, right? So if we compare here, you can see that MSN and Google are in my favorites bar, which is right there. So if we go back once to just regular favorites, there's only Bing as in bookmark. And if we look at our bookmarks, if we click on this little star here, we can see that it's only Bing here. So that's how we find out where their favorites are. And if they misplace them, if you simply find them, you just go in here and copy paste, right? They'll be just links. Basically, that's what they are. Favorites are just links with icons. So if you go and find the backup of their favorites somewhere else, you would simply just copy paste them in, whether you want them in a favorites bar or simply in their regular favorites. Now, while I have you guys here, let's do something real quick. If you use Google, by default, you don't see a home button. A lot of people miss this. So this is a really quick tip for you guys. In order to get to that, in order to restore the home button, that's usually either on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, depends what you're used to, whether you're using Firefox or Internet Explorer. One way to restore them in Google Chrome, which is missing by default, if you click the three dots again, and if you go to settings, and what I usually don't, just like in Windows 10, you can do a search and just to kind of help you find certain things. But in this case, we don't have to do a search. Like, for example, I would type in like home button here, just type in home and it would kind of get me to there. But basically, we're looking for this setting that says show home button. Now let me move back here so it shows default. It's actually, let's see here, a second thing after appearance. So second thing down, it says show home button and it's disabled. If you just click on that little button there, it's going to show it, right? And then you can basically set whether you want it to be a certain thing. Let's say google.com. Sorry, I was typing with my hand and actually holding my microphone in the other. So that they'll basically set their home page to that, right? So now they have their home button. It's right back here. So when we click on that, it's going to go to google.com. All right, guys, this was another desktop support quickie. I hope you really like this one. I just want to mention this real again. I have a Patreon page if you'd like to support me. Link in the description box below. Thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, share with friends. Thank you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. This is a continuation of Microsoft Azure platform. We're going to be learning new things today. In the previous video, I've talked about on how to create different virtual machines on the Microsoft Azure platform, how to create them, how to configure them, and how to monitor them for different issues. Amongst other things that I've talked about in the video, it's really good idea to actually look at that and watch that first video in order to get a really good introduction of what Microsoft Azure is. As promised in that video, I'm going to continue with the second video that will be about storage accounts, and we're going to create file shares inside of that storage accounts, and then we're going to add those file shares into our virtual machines, which are going to appear as shared drives. So if you do tech support, you're familiar with shared drives, which is something that you would add to the user's computer in order for them to access it for storage. So again, I highly recommend that you watch the previous video as the introduction so that way you can follow along. Of course, I will have a pop-up link right here on the right hand side that you can simply follow and at the end of this video. Alright guys, that being said, please take 1 second to like my video. That really makes a huge difference for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support on this. Alright guys, let's get into it. And here we are in our home page of Microsoft Azure. From here we can click storage accounts, but another way to find storage account is to click on the little hamburger icon and just go down and select storage accounts. So let's go ahead and click storage accounts, and we're going to create one. You already can see that I already have one, and that's related to the fact that you gotta have one in order to store your virtual machines or anything else that you create that requires taking up space or storage, right? So of course we're going to have a storage account already. But for this, we're going to create a special one just for file storage. So from here, we're going to click Add, and then we're going to create one. And the reason we're creating one is related to billing mostly. So Microsoft wants to know, what are you using things for? Just like we created different resource groups for our virtual machines, Microsoft wants us to create a separate group for the storage accounts. So it's kind of related to billing, so that way they know what that is used for, so that way they can bill you for it. Kind of similar to what we had in our virtual machines, the first thing that comes up is to select our subscription. And again, subscription is basically the subscription that we're using for the Microsoft Azure platform, a way to bill you basically, just like you have, for example, Netflix subscription or anything else. So you tell it, okay, I want to use this one. In our case, it's already selected. And then here we're going to select a resource group. As I mentioned in the previous video, every time you create a resource group, which is what we've done in the previous video, you want to make sure that everything else that you want it to be connected to that, you want to make sure you select the same one. And in the previous video, we created a group called Azure Tutorial. So we're going to select that. And just to kind of quickly overview why we're doing this, when you make sure that you're selecting the same resource group, you also make sure at the same time that you're putting everything on the same network. So with this way, it's going to make sure that that the network connections between all those virtual machines and the storage is also working, in the sense that they are on the same network. It's going to reduce the fact that you may need to configure different security settings, this and that. It kind of puts it in the same network. You will have connections to it, and that way you are good to go, especially when you create later on a sync storage, which basically what it does, it creates a backup of the storage that you're creating. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So you got to make sure that is in the same resource group. And in our sense, we're kind of concerned about same network so that there is connectivity. All right, we're good there. And now below, we can select storage account name. We can type it in. We're just going to call it new storage. And it doesn't like the caps, so we're just going to use lower letters. New storage is already taken. We're going to call it new storage 1. All right, we're going to name it something specific. I'm going to call it Azure
storage. Let's see if it likes that. Tutorial is already taken. All right. Well, let's just leave it at that. Azure storage tut. We're going to leave it at that. So, yeah, it's very picky, and which is pretty common, so that's good. So the next thing we're looking at is performance. It kind of depends on what you're looking at. If you want the standard performance, you can leave it at that. If you want the premium, you can certainly select that as well, depending on your business needs. But we're just going to keep it standard for the purpose of the tutorial, and that's going to be fine. And then we can click next here so you can see the networking. But if you just leave it at default, it should work fine. It says here public endpoint all networks. All networks meaning that all the network that you've created. You can leave it at that. And then if we click next advanced, you got different things that you can adjust. But as I've mentioned in my previous videos, I like to keep things simple so that way it's easier to follow. So we're just going to simply click review and create. All right, now it just says that deployment is complete. And we can certainly click on go to resources and go to it right away. But what I want to do actually real quick is make sure that at least one of my virtual machines is turned on, so that way after we configure our file share, we can go inside of it and use PowerShell to add that add access to the share that we create. So I'm going to click on the little hamburger icon. I'm going to go down to my virtual machines, and I'm going to make sure that at least one of them is running, and looks like my Windows Server 2019 is running, which is good. We're going to access that in a little bit here. All right, I'm going to go home here, and as you noticed in our home page, it gives you access to the most recent things that you've worked on. And here's our Azure storage tutorial account. We're going to click on that. So from here, we're going to click on file shares. I'm going to make it simple. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm not going to talk about anything else that it isn't a topic of this video. If you have special requests, please let me know. So we're going to simply click on file shares because that's what we're creating. I'm going to click a little file share button here, and on the right hand side, it's going to ask us for a name. So we're going to type in file share drive. And then right below it, it's super simple. I really like this. It gives you the ability to add the quota. So the size of the file share. So we're just going to make it 10 gigabytes. All right, we're going to go down here. I'm going to click create. And something very cool happens once you create it. It's very simple. It just kind of allocates shared space. It's going to be super fast, and it's already done. So we're going to click on that and see what's inside of that. All right, so with our file share drive selected, what we're going to do here is add a directory. So that way there's something in there. We're going to call it user storage. Going to click OK. So it's going to create just a folder called user storage. So that way, once we go in there, we're going to be able to see it once we connect to it. Then we're going to click connect. We're going to pick our J drive here so that we know it comes up. Then we're going to click copy the clipboard. We're going to back to our Windows Server. We have PowerShell open, and we have File Explorer open. You can see that there's no shared drive named J inside of it. So we're going to paste our script in there, and this is going to add, once it connects to it, it's going to add our J drive into it. So just kind of bear with me here in a moment. The virtual machine is kind of running slow. I'm not sure what's going on, but it will add it there eventually. So once it's done, I will show you that it did it. All right, so you saw that it was waiting for response, waiting for connection, and then verified the credentials, and then you can see that it added that J file share drive into here, and then it came up in our File Explorer right here, and it says, you can see that it says here 10 gigabytes. And if we go inside of it, we should be able to see that directory that we created. And from here, we can literally just put anything we want that we can create. I don't know, let's create a document, test, doc. All right. And then once we get out of it, in order to do this administration of it, if we go inside of user directory, we can see that test document that it came up. So as one of the last things I kind of wanted to show you that is really cool about these storage accounts is that you can actually monitor them just like those virtual machines that I showed you before. So let's go back to it, and then if you scroll down, we selected our Azure Storage Toot here. If you scroll down, you can monitor its usage. So you can, just like with the virtual machines, you can monitor different usage and access at specific times and periods. All right. So why am I teaching you this? Well, obviously, so you can learn how to use it and how to administer Azure storage accounts. But there's another reason for implementing this type of shared drive is that, you can simply take that script if you want people to connect to it, and you can create that script. You can pass it on to people manually, or you can create the script and set it up in Active Directory for a certain group of people that work. For example, let's say you're in a business environment. There are 5 different groups. So let's say there is collections department. Let's say there is accounting department. Let's say there's I don't know, some kind of a tech department, and they all are going to be in different groups in Active Directory. Well, you can set up a script, what they call a post logon script, that will add these type of shared drives to them automatically upon login. So you can use this script, you can implement it within Active Directory to run it for that specific group or even specific user if you want. But let's stick to the group. So let's say you want all collections departments to have access to this specific storage that you've just created. So the way you would add it into Active Directory, you would set up the script. It's very simple, and every time they log in, it's going to run that script and make sure that they have that drive added. I mean, you can specify it in different ways. You don't have to use this specific script, but this is an option, and it would just happen. They would get this storage attached. They don't have to worry about trying to add it, the network drive or the shared drive themselves. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. Again, if you want to check out my intro, I highly recommend that. Thank you so much for watching. Please take a moment to like, share, and leave any comments that you may have. Thank you for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I wanted to show you how to back up user files before you reimage their computer. So this is incredibly important because whenever you reimage a computer, you are reinstalling the entire operating system, meaning that local C drive will be deleted completely. Everything that's on it is going to be removed, whether it's files or documents or any programs that are installed. So it's incredibly important to know which one of these things to look for and to create a backup of before you do this, so that user doesn't lose all of their stuff, right? This is self-evident that it is very important. So let's look at the main places that the user would store or create files, and that would be in their local profile. So if you go root C and you go to users, you can see that there are different local profiles inside of it. In our case, we have 3, which is BUCO, cobuman test account, and YT login. So let's say the user is using the YT login, which is what I'm using right now. We want to make sure that everything inside of it is saved, but we don't necessarily need all of it, but maybe we do. We'll see. Let's go inside of it and see what we have. What you typically use as a user, let's say you, just kind of imagine yourself what you would use. You would probably use desktop. So if you go to desktop folder, you can see there are things inside of it. You can see my files, document, and there's a test document here. And you can see them right here. This is what's on my desktop. So if I go back and go to a documents folder, you can see I have a couple of different things there. So if I go to my documents, you can see that those are the exact same things that I have. As you can see, it's the same thing. This is what I have stored in my documents. So if I go back out of that and then, for example, look at favorites, there will be favorites there. So these are some of the main things you'd want to create a backup of before you reimage their computer. Of course, sometimes users use downloads folder as their storage location. So this is something you might want to back up as well. Now, to be safe, yes, I recommend that you copy the entire folder
that is used for their local profile. So in our case, YT login, I would want to create a entire copy just in case the user decided to save things inside of totally different folder. For example, let's say they went into pictures and they saved a bunch of documents. I don't want to lose them by, going in here and say, okay, well, I don't need to back up the entire profile. I'm just going to back up, desktop, documents, downloads, and favorites, which is something that users typically use. So if I create just a backup of that, but they happen to save something in any of these, it's gone. So this is why I recommend that you, copy entirety of this local profile. Now, of course, whenever the computer is reimaged and they log in back into that new computer, the new profile is created, you don't want to go back in here and copy the old profile back, because the problem comes with things that are, for example, in app data. App data, local roaming typically, they contain information and configuration for specific software that is in there. So you don't want to copy all of this stuff over. They could cause potentially issues and corruption to the new operating system. Literally, whether it's installing the same operating system over, it can still cause problems, or you're, let's say, upgrading from Windows 7 to Windows 10, or what have you. You don't want to copy back everything that's there. Yes, a lot of places, all of this is done automatically, but I wanted to show you how it's done manually and some of the other things that you have to watch out for to make sure that they don't lose anything. Another place to look for user saved files is under local C. If they have the ability to create a folder or save files in the root of C, chances are the users may have done so, especially if they have a lot of files that they deal with. So they want to make sure they just want another place to save files to, and they don't realize that the safest place is actually their local profile. So if you go to the side of the root of C, chances are there might be a folder in here called, hey, my saved files. So you kind of have to look for that and also create a backup of it as well, because and it will stand out like this. You get yourself familiar what typically is inside of root of C, but if something like this shows up, yes, you have to, you kind of have to make sure that there's a backup of that as well. So let's go ahead and create a backup. I usually do this on another network location, but you can, if you're remoted into that computer, you can just save it to your computer or whatever's available locally. In our case, we're just going to go to the local D drive, and I'm going to use that as a backup. I'm going to create a folder here called backup, and I'm going to go inside of that, and then I'm going to open up, I'm going to go inside of the user's profile again, and we're going to back up this entire profile. I'm just going to create a whole copy of it, and that's simply done. Just copy paste. We're going to create a backup of that, and then again we're going to go back to the root of C and look for that folder where it says saved files, and we're going to copy that over as well. So typically, once you're done this and the computer is reimaged, what you want to bring back is those 4 folders that I've mentioned typically. So once the PC is reimaged, you would go back into your backup, and as soon as this populates, let's see, how much do we have here? Oh, it's almost done. Okay. So the main ones you would copy back typically would be desktop, documents. I'm just going to skip this. It's trying to just to copy a shortcut. Desktop, documents, favorites, and downloads folder. This may vary from place to place depending on the restrictions, meaning that what are the folders that are restricted, or what are the features that are restricted on your company's computers or whatnot. But now that I have a backup of it, as you can see, this is our backup. We're just going to go back in here, and once the user logs back in, it's going to create another profile under the same name. So we'll go inside of that. It will be just like this, and here you can do this literally like this. You can just highlight from your backup desktop, documents, downloads, and favorites, and paste it back in there. Now it's gonna ask me here to replace. Oops, it didn't detect. That's the saved files. That was odd. Copy, Here we go. Paste. So it's going to ask me to replace the files because they're identical over there. They're already in there. That's why it asked me to replace the files. But that's what you would do. It would basically just merge the backup with the new one. And that's how you would successfully back up all of their information. And again, some businesses may have different way of doing this, but this is how you do it typically manually. And that's that, guys. I hope you like this video. If you wanted to look at some of the profiles that are on the computer, if you go to computer properties and advanced settings, you can see all the user profiles that are inside of it, which are under advanced, and then select settings here for user profiles. And this will, it may take a little bit to populate depending on how many there are, but this is what would show up. And these are all the local profiles that are on your computer. You can see there's BUCO, cobuman test account, and YT login. The default profile is also a local profile, but it's a default profile for all the users, which is definitely related to it, but not something you would create a backup of. All right, guys, please leave a like. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them. And I just wish you a wonderful day. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're talking about top 5 reasons why your computer might be running slow. Number 1, background processes. Number 2, low RAM. Number 3, computer updates. Number 4, virus or malware attack. Number 5, computer overheating. And as a bonus, I will talking about why a video game might be running slow. All right, let's look at number 1 reason, and that is background processes. So what is a background process? Well, it's self-explanatory. It's a process that runs in the background, or a program, if you will, to make it a little bit easier to understand. So you can find these in your task manager. If you right-click your toolbar in Windows, select Task Manager, you can see that there are a bunch of background processes running. That's because that's the very first tab here. You can see there are a bunch of things running in the background, and some are idle with taking up some of the memory, or RAM, I should say. And then there are some that are constantly running in the background, like so. If you see that it's running like this is pretty normal. You know, I'd say around 5% of CPU usage max on idle is probably okay for most computers. However, if you see this go up, you know, really high, that means that a process in the background is taking up your CPU power, and every time you try to launch a new application or even just use the computer, your computer is going to run really slow. Let me show you an example of that. By the way, if you open this up in Windows 10 for the first time, this is how it's going to look like. In order to see everything, you just have to click on more details. But I digress. Let's look at an example of a background process that could cause a lot of CPU usage. So I have a EmuNet open, which is antivirus software. So I'm just going to click full scan. The reason I'm using this as a demonstration is because a lot of antivirus softwares, including this one, like to run background scans like this for viruses automatically. So they have a set schedule, and it would show up kind of like this. Now it's using up 34% of your CPU power. And of course, this can spike up quite a bit, even up to 99% or even 100% of CPU usage. Now this is, you know, normal for EmuNet to do as long as you're aware. So you don't necessarily want to kill this service, which would obviously speed up your computer. So if you just go over here and then stop it, right? If you end task, it's going to stop it, and then of course you can speed up your computer like that. But in this case, you might want to, you know, stop and well, you might want to actually stop and wait for it to finish, right? So if I stop scan and then I just close, you can see that it canceled that, and now it's going to go back down to normal speeds of the EmuNet. It takes a few seconds here, and that's what happens. Sometimes you would see memory usage be super high. That could be another reason of another example of a background process taking up too much power. And now you can see that EmuNet is going down slowly here, which is really normal. So if you can't prevent a background service to run, that's probably related because it's scheduled or it's set up to start at a startup. So you reboot your computer or even log out of your computer, log back in,
it's going to start up. And that is located in a startup menu, which is the fourth over in the task manager. You can see them here. They're conveniently positioned here, so you can literally look at what they are, and you can see which one of those actually start automatically. Here's the ImmuneNet. This is the antivirus. It starts automatically. I want that, and I'm perfectly okay with that. If I want to disable it, I can disable it down here on the bottom. Simply click disable. Since I don't want to do that with the antivirus, I'm just going to, as an example, I'm going to disable this audio manager, and you can see now that it's disabled. Now, keep in mind, there's one more place that a computer, or I should say that a program can run on startup and have a background process running like that. And one of those is in this location. This is Program Data, Microsoft Windows Start Menu Program Startup. What this is a path for a shortcut to be placed by a program which initiates the startup of that program that has that shortcut. So, like for example, if I have Microsoft Edge in here, it's going to start up Microsoft Edge every time I reboot the computer, which could be run as a service, as a service running that's in the background process, I should say. So if I reboot the computer, Microsoft Edge will show up here, and it's going to show in here as running. So if you have anything else in here that you find that you don't want to run on startup, this is where you would find it, and this is where you would remove it. So by default, program data is invisible. So if you go to C, you can see the program data is not there because it's a hidden folder. You can simply enable, show hidden icons or whatever, or like this, hidden items, and you can see the program data showed up there. And then you go to program data, and I showed you it's Microsoft. Let's see here, Windows, Start Menu, Programs, Startup. Okay, now we don't want Microsoft Edge to start up. We're going to delete it, and that's that. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, so number 2 reason is not enough RAM. So let's go back to our task manager and look to see how much RAM we have. I purposely set this up so you guys can see. If I go to Performance tab, this is one way to see how much RAM you have. You can see that I only have 4 gigabytes of RAM, and half of that is being used, which is 54%. So let's say you have a program that demands a lot more, or you want to run more than one program, chances are that 4 gigabytes is not going to be enough. So I'm already using 2.1 gigabytes out of 4, and that's used for catching, page file, this and that. And of course you want to allow this because, your computer is going to run more efficiently. With not having enough RAM, if I run more applications than this, let's say, video editor, a video game, some kind of virtual machine or whatever else, this is going to be a problem because I'm going to run out of RAM. So what that means is that once you run out of RAM, it's going to switch to using the local disk page file, which is also known as virtual memory. Let's have a look at that so I can explain to you properly what that means. If you go to Advanced System Settings and look at the very first Performance tab, if we open it up and select Advanced again, you can see what the page file is set to. This paging file size for all drives is 1.4 gigabytes. And it's also known as virtual memory, as you can see here, but it has a really good description here. It says a paging file is an area on the hard disk that Windows uses as if it were RAM. Keep in mind, it switches to using your local disk as RAM. Local disk is a lot slower. I mean a lot slower than your RAM. And that's the whole point of having RAM, is to use it as a temporary storage for the applications that are running in the background because it's a lot faster than your local C drive. So if you run out of RAM, your computer would crash if you didn't have virtual memory set up. So it switches over to using the virtual memory that's on the C, and it slows down. Okay, let's have a look at the other example. So number 3 is computer updates. Computer updates is something that can slow down the computer. You can also see that the computer updates are happening in your task manager as well as a process. But one way to make sure
or to double check that you do have updates is to simply go to check for updates tab, and you can see whether it's something happening here. Right now I am up to date, but if you go to Windows Update, you can see that there's something running here, and that could greatly slow down your computer. So the best thing to do is just wait for it to finish and then reboot. Another big problem with Windows Update is that it takes forever to reboot the computer at times, and the best solution for that is to upgrade your computer to a faster local drive, or I should say, if you have a magnetic old drive, it's best to upgrade it to solid state drive. This is why you see people upgrading to solid state drives, because they are a lot faster compared to old magnetic type of drives. And this will save you a lot of times, especially when it comes to updates or anything else that you do within the computer, and inherently will speed up every component of your computer. So I highly suggest to upgrade to solid state drive if you haven't done so already. Again, if you want to look at the examples of my gear that I use, there's a link in the description box. All right, let's move on to the other example. So number 4 example is virus or malware attack. When you have a virus, it's most likely going to act just like a process running in the background that is taking up a lot of CPU power, especially if it's a zombie type of virus. But it basically takes over your computer, and it uses its resources to do malicious stuff. And that could be presented here in CPU and memory usage, so you can clearly see that. Obviously, solution for that is to run your antivirus, make sure that everything is safe and good. But if you do have a virus or bad malware, it will be running back here, and it would look very weird. You could kind of recognize it. If you familiarize yourself with the processes that are normally running on your computer, you can see a virus clearly will be named something weird or something off. For example, it would say system 2, for example, to hide itself from a plain sight. You know what I mean? But in general, it would be using a lot of CPU usage. Sure, there are viruses that sit in the background and quietly do their stuff, which you may not notice. But if your computer is running slow, chances are that if it is caused by the virus, that it's using up the CPU or RAM power and or RAM resources, and that would be causing a lot of slowdown issues for your computer. And again, you would just use antivirus to get rid of that, or if you have to, you would reimage the computer, basically reinstall the operating system if you cannot get rid of the virus itself. Okay, moving on to the next one. So number 5 reason is computer overheating. Why is this happening? Well, this can happen if your computer is dirty. So it might be a physical issue that requires your attention when it comes to cleaning your computer, and your CPU is suffering because of that. And I'll tell you why. So let's say you're experiencing slowdowns and then you can't tell why. Chances are that it's caused by CPU overheating due to the dust collected in your computer, or simply, CPU not installed properly. Here's an example of that. Here's the CPU that's on this computer. You can see that it's Intel 6500 CPU, and it runs at 3.2 gigahertz. However, you can see that it's set at 3.19 right now. And that's a perfect example to show you that your computer can automatically adjust the speed of your CPU based on the conditions. So yes, this CPU can probably run at higher speeds. I think the turbo for this one is around 4 gigahertz. And your computer will bring it up to the 4 gigahertz speeds as well if the conditions are right. Means that the temperatures are right. CPUs are super sensitive to temperature. At the same time, if your computer is overheating, it's going to automatically bring down the speed, and it's even possible that it would go even lower than the standard speed, or stock speed, I should say, of your CPU. So if your computer's dirty, it's overheating, then
it could cause slowdowns because your computer decided to save your CPU instead of letting it burn out. So the faster you go, the more heat you create because more power is required to run it. And if you can't cool it off because your computer might be dirty, then this is something you have to rectify in order to increase the speed or get back to the normal speed of your computer. I hope that's clear enough for you guys. All right, let's move on to the bonus, and that's gaming related. So bonus one is related to the gaming. Gaming peoples, my friends, your computer cannot run a game and it runs too slow or this and that. Well, chances are you have just a standard, on-board graphics card, which in my case is Intel R HD graphics card 530, I should say. And this thing, I don't know, maybe it can run some games on super low quality, maybe. Even then it will be slow. And this is the main reason why your games are running slow. You need to upgrade to a better video card, or in some cases to any video card, because this thing is slow. Okay, they've come a long way, I have to say, but they're a little bit faster. But if you want those 60 FPS on your computer, you're going to want to upgrade a video card. If you have any questions about that, please let me know, and I'll have a good suggestion for you when it comes to upgrade of that. Or you can simply check out my gear that is in the description box below. One last thing to mention is that if your computer is just plain old, then chances are it won't be able to keep up with today's technology. You know what I mean? Let's say you have a computer that's 10 years old. Of course, it's not going to run fast. It won't be able to keep up with anything from CPU to RAM to whatever else. It's just not going to be fast enough to keep up with the new applications. And the only thing you can do is replace the computer. It's not even worth upgrading. If your computer is 10 years old, don't waste your time on it trying to upgrade it. Just buy a new computer, guys. I hope you find this video helpful. Share it with your buddies. Let me know what you think, or if you have any questions, I'll gladly help you. Leave a like. Oh God, what else is there to say when it comes to this YouTube stuff? They always say leave a like, subscribe. So if you guys have time for any of that, I'd appreciate it, but you don't have to. I just appreciate you guys watching. Thank you, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video, I want to emphasize a video that I made in 2016. It was fairly popular because it talked about unknown factors and unknown issues that you may encounter during your tech support. So this video is going to be good for help desk or desktop support, tier 1 help desk, tier 2 help desk. All of the stuff that I'm teaching is all real world experience, and it will kind of goes to show that I made this video in 2016, and I'll show you a screenshot that I actually have done so. My point is that I have a lot of experience in working in IT, so what I'm doing is actually sharing my knowledge for free with everybody in the world. Hopefully they can learn something from it and benefit or even get a job from it. I really hope that's the case here. That being said, if you like my content, please click the like button. I really appreciate it. That's the only thing I asked in return. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And with that being said, let's take a look at this video that I made in 2016. Keep in mind it's a little bit slower pace because at the time I was still kind of fresh when it comes to making videos. But it's an excellent video because it touches on all kinds of different things, from access issues to websites not working to Outlook issues. A really good video. I hope you like it.
Today I want to talk about very specific things that are related to desktop support, issues that are being reported to you as desktop support personnel. And this specific issue is always presented to you. And I don't mean in a specific trouble ticket that you receive, but in specific manner the trouble tickets are presented to you, meaning that they are very hard to understand. For example, you get a ticket that just says, I do not have access to something random, for example, a website, or access to some kind of a drive or some kind of a folder or some kind of an email. But the tickets are very vague sometimes, so you cannot determine what the actual cause is because user simply cannot
explain it in an efficient manner. And I understand this can be very frustrating sometimes, dealing with users like this, customers like this, but it is important to stay calm because this happens more often than some people may realize before they apply for a desktop support type of position. So again, it's incredibly important to be understanding as well, because some folks simply don't understand, computers, I guess, in the way we do, right? I mean, that's just being realistic. It doesn't mean that they are not better at other things than we are, okay? So let's say, for example, you get, a trouble ticket says, I do not have access to this drive. So let's go ahead and pull this up, right? I don't have access to this drive. So there are a few things that could be, that could be causing the issue, and we just don't know. We just kind of have to go through the motions with this user in order to, effectively and, troubleshoot this, right? So we have to ask questions. For example, do you need access, as in, do you need permission access, meaning that, let's say they have a network drive installed, for example, like right here. Let's pretend this is a network drive, this root of C. And so we need to ask them, do you actually need access, as in being able to enter this drive, right? Because if they don't have permissions access to this specific drive, when they try to select this, it'll just say access denied, right? They'll get a pop-up, right? Or do they need simply this network drive mapped, right? So in this case, we would just simply map the network drive, right? We would just simply add it, pick whatever they want, and that would be that. Sometimes user thinks that access is simply that, right? Not being able to reach something rather than not having, permissions access, right? But at the same time, you will get, a trouble ticket that says, I need access to the Z drive, right? So what is the Z drive? We don't know, right? Especially if you work most likely it will be a big organization that you work for, in desktop support. But Z drive could be anything, right? That is my point, right? What is the Z drive? So you have to ask him for specifics about it, right? Which Z drive? What is the name? What is the actual name of the Z drive, right? We could name it anything. We could pick any letter, but if we don't know the folder path or the network path for this drive, we just simply would be just guessing. It could be anything, right? But again, it's important to be calm and dealing with these type of situations because this comes up all the time. So we would ask them for specific. Is it share drive? Is it called that? Is it called share drive? And which specific folder do you want it to be mapped to, right? So we need to get these specifics for them, but all they simply were stated is we need access. I need Z drive. I need access to the Z drive, but it could be any of those things. It could be, permissions access or simply just adding it so that they have it installed. Of course, when I click here, it's not actually going to add it because it doesn't exist. So I'm just going to cancel out of that. But same goes for, different type of situations that you may encounter. It could be saying, simple things like, I don't have access to this website, right? I don't have access to the website. Making it sound like it's a computer issue when in fact it might be just a website issue, especially if it's an external website. So the user might be looking at this screen basically that just says the page cannot be displayed, right? User could be simply looking at this. So let's have a look at these images here that we found in Google, right? User could be looking at any of these things, right? The page cannot be displayed. The page cannot be displayed. The page cannot be displayed, right? These are just one of those things where user might say, I don't have access to this website, assuming that there's something, at their local PC that's causing the issue when in fact the page simply doesn't exist, right? This is typical for type of page where page doesn't exist. So we have to get this type of information, this type of information, and kind of take it as in like, we simply have to research, more into this in order to figure out what's causing it. In this case, chances are that user simply has the wrong link, right? The user simply has the wrong link. We have to ask them that, ask them, would this start today, or how often do you access this website? And especially if it's one of those things that are, that user doesn't access on a regular basis, chances are that this link has changed, right? But we don't know that because agent, user, or customer simply did not provide enough information for us to, resolve this type of issue, right? And that's the whole point of this video, kind of being able to, have the means, not just the means, but the, patience to deal with these type of issues, because we need to get more information to resolve their issue as quickly as possible, right? Another example is, Outlook issues where, missing email, right? Missing emails, right? This type of thing, will come up often too. And that could be caused by many different things too. You can look at it, in many different ways. We just have to get more information. Is it the archives that you're missing? Is it actual email that you're missing from your inbox? If it's an archive, it could be simple situation where you just add the archive file to their email to their email, right? The PST file, you would add it into their Outlook, and they would now have access to their archive. And then, but to them, it could be just email, or they could be even say, I'm missing a folder from my email, and they could also be archived too. But again, it could be something that's missing from their inbox as well, right? It could be something that's missing from their inbox as well. Let me see if I can find the screenshot of that. Here we go. So here's an example. It's a little bit blurry. Let me see if I can. Oh, I hope this doesn't take me somewhere weird. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go back. I just need a screenshot of an inbox. Here we go. I think this is it, right? So in inbox, right? And within inbox, you could have multiple folders, right? Anybody can just add folders, and you can have a bunch of different, folders. Well, chances are that user simply deleted the folder, or deleted email, as you can see here, or simply drag their folder that's underneath this, usually underneath the inbox, and drag that into God knows what, right? We simply don't have enough information, but all they say is, I am missing emails, I'm missing this and that, But if they did delete, just to kind of throw this out there, if they did delete their folders within their inbox or their emails, you would have to have access. It depends how long ago it was deleted. It depends how long it could be simply just located in their deleted folders, right? It could be just simply located in their deleted folders, deleted items, like right there, for example. I believe this is an older, probably Outlook 2007. Okay. So it could be simply deleted in there, but if it's permanently deleted, you may have to have access to the Exchange server, which is the email server for Outlook, right? So again, my point of this, almost a ramble, if you will, is that this type of issue will come up all the time in desktop support situations. So you have to have the patience to deal with this, because as soon as you start getting frustrated, you will overlook many things that you would know how to fix, that you normally would know how to fix. So it's it's very important to stay calm and just kind of concentrate and be to the point, and don't let the you have to kind of take control in a polite manner by asking the right questions of the user to provide, so you can provide an effective solution to them, and an efficient solution to them, All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you have time, please go to facebook.com/cobuman, like my page. Also, I have a website called cosmicnova.com if you like technology news and science, science articles. You can go visit that as well. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you very much. Well, there you have it, friends. I hope this is very educational and very useful to you. Most important, very useful. If you like this content and you appreciate it and you feel like I've deserved your subscription, please subscribe. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you next time. Take care. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to look at a real-world scenario in which you may come across in tech support. In this situation, we cannot access a remote computer, so we can make changes to it or fix something on it. So what happens is, we, for example, try to backdoor into it to make some changes. We would simply, for example, type in // name of the computer that we're trying to access. And then we would try to hit enter, and the error would be, well, you don't have administrator privileges, so you can't do anything with that. Or we are trying to remote desktop into it, and it would be the same thing. We would type in the name of the computer, hit enter, and it would say, nope, you don't have administrator privileges, you can't access. So what seems to be the problem? Well, here's the thing. As tech support, you probably belong to a group policy on the domain that has administrator privileges that's automatically applied to all the computers that belong to that domain. So in this case, what happened is the chances are that that group policy hasn't applied to that computer locally. So let's say the name of your group on the domain, let's just open sticky notes real quick so we can have a reference. Let's say the name of your group is IT support. You and everybody else that belongs to that group, you and everybody that belongs to this IT support group on that domain has admin access. So at this point, in order to quickly resolve this issue, instead of going through, reimaging the computer, this and that, or trying to force any of these things, we can just simply add IT support group that you belong to with administrator privileges. We can add it to this computer at local level. And if you appreciate this type of content, instead of me playing an advertisement here, please take a second here and just click the like button or subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and this way I don't have to bug you with ads. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, we need to have a local administrator password or a local administrator login so we can make these changes locally. Obviously, you need local admin privileges. So what we're going to do is going to access our system with using local administrator. Now, this is one of those things that your company will provide for you. If you have a good company that you work for, chances are that every computer that they have will have a backup login, which will be a local admin, and will have a specific password for it. So you're going to have to find this out. You're going to have to look up the name of the computer that you're trying to troubleshoot. For example, you can see here that the name of this computer is called tech support. So you would access the database that has the passwords for the tech support, for the local admins on tech support, and then you're going to find out what that password is and what the login name for that is, and then you would log into that computer. In my case, I am logged in as administrator using this login. So in my case, it's YT login, and it has administrator privileges, and it's for this computer that's called tech support, and I am good to go. Now I can make changes to the group policy that has applied to this computer. All right, so let's get to it. Now, in order to do this, we're going to have to open up our local group policy. Now, this is the wrong thing to look at. A lot of people look this up and they're like, oh, well, how do I do this? Where is this at? This is the wrong thing. This is local group policy editor for the components of the window or anything that runs on this computer. So what this basically does, you would go in and, for example, allow or disallow a component of the Windows or software to run. For example, it would say allow, or deny whatever is trying to do, okay? And this is not it. What we want is actually called local users and groups. So in order to get that, we can type in lusrmgr.msc in our run command,
and we hit OK, and it's going to open up our local users and groups. Here's where we're going to apply our changes so that we can go about our business and get to fixing this computer. Now, there are roundabout ways to get this, and you can get to this through the computer management as well. If you go to Control Panel, click Administrative Tools, and then select Computer Management, you can see that local users and groups are here as well, which is the same thing as the window that we opened previously, like so. So it's the exact same thing. You can see users and groups here. It's the exact same thing as what we have on this other side. So that's one way to go about it. Now, you can apply this IT support group by selecting groups here in this left hand side. So make sure you select groups, not users. Users are just local accounts. Groups is what we want. So we're applying a group policy to this computer. And let me just expand this here so it's easier to see, a little bit easier to understand, because I really want to highlight the part that we're going to make changes to. All right. So what we're going to do is add administrators group policy to it. So obviously we're going to select administrators, and you can see here, if you read it, it says administrators have complete and unrestricted access to computer/domain. Get it? So IT support group belongs to a domain. Now we're going to add IT support to the administrators of this computer that is locally, and we're going to now do that. And once we do that, all the administrators, all the people that belong to this IT support group will have administrator privileges on this PC at that time. So the way you do that is simply select add, and we're going to type in IT support, and then we're going to click OK. And in this case, it's not doing anything because it's just a fictional group policy. So what happened is we would add it, and then suddenly you would see IT support, a domain group policy applied to this, and you simply click OK and possibly reboot the computer, but it should take effect immediately. At this point, the whole point of doing this is so that not only will you have administrative privileges on this computer, now you can make any changes to it you want remotely or this and that, but everybody else that belongs to that group, so all the people that work with you, now they don't have to go through this thing of getting local administrator login, the password, this and that. Now you can make all these changes, and then everybody can just log in, and that's the quickest way of doing this. Now, of course, if the group policy hasn't been applied to this computer automatically for some reason, that there may be some other issue that you may want to look at it. However, this is a quick fix, and you can just go about your business, and then anything else. I mean, there might be multiple groups that need to be applied to this. It just depending on the system of the business setup that you have where you work at. It's just going to kind of vary, from business to business. Anyways, if you like this type of information, please don't forget to like, subscribe, leave any comments, and I appreciate your support. Thank you so much, and you have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right, here we go. Domain name system, also known as DNS. In this video, I'm going to attempt to explain it in a way where it's easier to understand. Again, that's the shtick of my channel, guys, so I'm going to try to do that. But before we do so, please take 1 second to like the video. I'm sure you will enjoy it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And let's get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about DNS. So for that, I think we're going to start with our most commonly used website, and that is google.com. Just by typing in google.com, you are using DNS. So even if you're unaware of what DNS is, you are using it every time you are using the internet. So keep that in mind. It's very interesting in the way that actually works. So if we type in DNS in google.com, if possible, it's going to pull from the wikipedia.org, and it's going to give us an explanation of what it is and possibly a few images of it. We can get back to that, but let's kind of glance over it to see what it says. DNS stands for Domain Name System, and here it implies that it's IP, meaning Internet Protocol. So Domain Name System here implies that it's used by Internet Protocol. So the way I'm going to actually go about this video is explaining DNS to people who are not familiar with what DNS is, basically somebody who's new to computer science. So if we look at the quick description here, and this description comes directly from the Wikipedia, it says the main name system is hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computer services and or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. So this seems like a good source for us to actually go to, and we're going to do so. We're going to go to our Wikipedia link there, and we're going to use this as our basically learning material, sort of like a textbook, because Wikipedia, although anybody can technically edit it, generally speaking, is correct with the information that it's proposed, or with the information that is presented, I should say, and also it's part of Creative Commons, so that way it's okay for me to use this text as part of my video. Okay, here we go. The main name system, and we're going to read this again real quick, and I'm going to try to teach it in a way just like you would teach it in a classroom. The main name system is hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computer services or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. So if we start from the beginning here and just literally concentrate on the meaning of DNS, it will give us a really good idea and understanding of what DNS is. So if you look at first word here, it says domain. Domain is basically a group of computers. A group of computers that are connected on some level. In this case, they're connected at the application level, which basically is the entirety of the internet. So if you look at the Internet Protocol suite here, and it talks about application layer and has DNS in here. Application layer is part of the OSI layer, and there are 7 layers of that. Now let's get back to the word domain. Again, domain means just a place. Okay, think of domain as in back in the day of okay, let's talk about King Arthur, right? King Arthur's legend, and it's a fictional story, obviously, but you know how they have their own kingdoms and domains? That's pretty much what it is. So if King Arthur is within his kingdom, he has his domain. That's basically his area and everything around that he controls. That's his domain. So you can think about it in the same way as in computers, okay? And you can have domains at local level, obviously, just because King Arthur controls a certain amount of land and area, and that's his domain, that doesn't mean that businesses, for example, a large business can have their own private domain. This is why it talks about private networks here at the last part of this sentence. So if you work at a business, they're going to have their own private domain that doesn't necessarily follow the rules or belong to internet at all. It's private for the security reasons, right? And then if we look at the other word that kind of connects to it, so domain name, basically it's literally that. It's the name of the domain. So in this example, the easiest example and the perfect example of that is where we are right now. If you look at wikipedia.org, that's called a domain name. So you see how that's kind of tying in together. So you have a domain, but of course you got to name it. You got to give it a name. In this case, the name of this domain name is wikipedia.org. And it could be anything like google.com, yahoo.com, microsoft.com, or whatever. So the question comes up here, so how does wikipedia.org here, how does wikipedia.org have a domain? Where does it get it from? Who names this domain? So if we ask King Arthur, what is the name of your domain? He might say, well, it's called Wikipedia, and that's kind of, but for that to happen, we need some kind of a system to actually does that. In this case, we don't, King Arthur can name his domain whatever he wants, as long as it's a private domain. and you can request that. But if it's a public domain, in this case wikipedia.org, then we need a system for that. Get it? So it's a domain name system. This is why if you were to go to a website that sells domain names, so let's say you decide that you suddenly want wikipedia.org for yourself, you search for it and it's going to say, well, looks like somebody else already reserved the right to call their website or their domain that. So it's a public domain name. This is not owned. The name Wikipedia might be owned by Wikipedia company, but it's not owned. Domain is not owned by anybody. You cannot own a domain. It's a public thing unless you reserve the right and pay for the right to use it. So if Wikipedia forgets to renew their right to use wikipedia.org, and let's say I or you go to, I don't know, any of those websites that can sell you a domain name for your website, and then you reserve it there, that it belongs to you for that amount of time that you reserved it for. And for that to happen, you need a DNS or a domain name system, whether it's set up to work in an internet environment, which it is, then or whether it's on a private network, in which case a private company will have their own domain, which would be called, I don't know, private network number 5.com. You know, you can call it whatever you want because it's going to be centralized, you know. And of course, for all of this to happen, you got to have some kind of hierarchy, right? Hierarchy means just an order of things. And for that, the DNS system itself controls that. So whenever you go and, you know, you try to get your own domain name, let's say Bobson.com, I don't know. It could be anything really. It could be I want a domain name.com. You know, chances are you can reserve that as well. But it is a naming system for computers. There's a lot more to it than just getting the name for your website. There's a part of it that kind of talks about or explains on how it actually works in the background and what is the other purpose of the DNS. So it is a naming system for computers, services, or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. So we already explained that, but let's see how it actually works. Why do we even need it? Why is it even there, you know? Aside from just being a hierarchical order of things, like a, I don't know, phone book. You know how you have a phone book, everybody's got their own names and their phone numbers in it. That's kind of what DNS does as well, except it, instead of just having names, for example, wikipedia.org, it will also have, instead of phone numbers associated with it, will have IP addresses associated with it or routed to it. And just kind of hold on to that thought, and we will touch on that here in a moment as well. So let's read the next sentence. It associates various information with domain names assigned to each of the participating entities. So what are they talking about here? You know how I talked about a phone book and how there are people in the phone book. So there is a person's name in there and there is their phone number. Same thing happens with the DNS. You have, for example, wikipedia.org, and then we know that's wikipedia.org. Well, the DNS system needs to know what is the IP address that it goes to. So in this case, you can say that the wikipedia.org is a person in the phone book, but in order to reach that person, you got to call the number, right? In this case, wikipedia.com, when you type in wikipedia.org, I'm sorry, not .com, wikipedia.org, it dials that number for you, in the sense, if you will. But in this case, it's an IP address. So what is this IP address? All right, let's find out. I'm glad you asked. All right, I'm just going to open up a command
command prompt, command line. I'm going to ping it. I'm going to ping wikipedia.org. And there it is. Here is the IP address for wikipedia.org. So if we were looking at wikipedia.org, if we were looking at a phone book or a directory, in our case, it's going to be a domain name book, right? And looked up Wikipedia. Imagine we were flipping through pages and we were like Wikipedia.org. Aha! And then there is the number to dial, basically, to get to it. By pinging wikipedia.org, we get an IP address of the location where Wikipedia is located. Its home address, if you will, if we're still using the analogy of the phone book. Very simple. In this case, I know this looks kind of confusing. This doesn't look like a regular IP address, but this is actually a version 6 IP address. This is why it looks like that. It's a combination of letters and numbers, but I'm sure you guys are used to seeing, typical IP addresses like you see at home. For example, 192.168.0.1 or whatever, This is just the version 6 of that IP address. These are the new homes, guys. These are the new homes that are built for the internet. All right. I hope that kind of gives you an idea of what. I hope I'm actually successful in explaining to you what DNS is and what it does at a basic level for somebody who is being introduced to computer science. So, and of course, if you keep reading this, and I highly encourage you that you do go read this on Wikipedia, it says here, most prominently and translates more readily, memorize domain names to the numerical IP addresses needed for locating and identifying computer services and devices with the underlying network protocols. So it basically tells you exactly what I told you in just more of a textbook type of way, and then we can, I can go through this here and just keep going through each sentence and keep breaking everything down, but then it will kind of confuse you even more, because literally first two sentences can be used for me to explain to you what the DNS stands for. And if you want to kind of understand it even more on a more technical level, you can literally go through here and read it for yourself. But again, in this video, I just wanted to make sure that DNS is understood for people who are just starting to learn DNS, or maybe people who just don't know what DNS is. Maybe they heard of it, but they don't know how it works on a basic level. And at least they don't know how to, maybe they don't understand that in the way I explain it. I have a specific way of explaining things, and this is what makes me unique, I guess. And I think some people like it, and because it's just different way of approaching the same issues in the sense on how do we learn these computer terms. So the way I explain it, I always try to relate it to the real world examples as best as I can. I hope you like my style of teaching. Please let me know what you think. If you have any comments, please leave them below. You know what? If you just need help, or if you want me to make another video, just let me know. I'll gladly do them. And I like the way I teach. I try to relate it to the real world so that way it's easy to understand. I hope you appreciate this. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Thank you so much for joining. Today's video will be about whatever the title says. The reason for that being is because I need to actually figure out what we're going to talk about. And for that to happen, I will have to go to my website, which is cosmicnovo.com. And I'm just going to pick a random article that's on my website, probably one of the more popular ones over here on the left-hand side, and just kind of talk about a random thing that comes up. For example, here's a top 20 network administrator interview questions and answers article. And I'm going to pick that and kind of scroll down and pick a random interview question that we can kind of expand on. You know what I mean? So let's see here.
By the way, I have a video on this particular article as well. If you want to check it out, it's definitely on my channel. Let's see here. Can you name different types of network cables? What is a subnet mask? I think I have a video on that. Can you tell me the difference between a workgroup and a domain? I'm not sure if I have a video on this, but you know what? Let's go for it. Now, I'm just going to read this answer here to this question, and I'm going to expand on it, meaning I'm going to explain it in a way where it's pretty easy to understand to anybody, even if you're like brand new to computers. I really like helping people who are just starting to learn about computers. So this video will be for you. So all right, let's get to it. So the question is, can you tell me the difference between a workgroup and a domain? My answer here is, with a workgroup, you have a collection of systems that are connected to the same network, but have their own set of rules and permissions set at local level. So let's go ahead and expand on that right away, and then we'll come back to the domain part here because it ties into it a little bit later and at a grander or a bigger scale, if you will. So, all right, let's have a look. If you have more than one computer at home, chances are that in order to share any, data, any files between them, or, to be able to remote desktop into any of them, chances are you would have to be connected to the same workgroup. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the other computer on the network. And I mean that in a easy manner. You can always see which computers are connected to the network by, pinging the, certain, names and this and that. But that's not what this is about. This is about having an easy access to other computers on the same network, which in a basic home environment would be considered as a workgroup. So what happens is when you have, let's say, 4 computers at home, and one is yours, maybe your other one is your wife's, your kids, or your brother, your sister, and you guys want to kind of share information, share files across, between each other computer, then you have to join each computer to the exact same work group, which basically creates a mini network at a software level. So this is different from a physical network where it's just, you plug in all the computers to the same router, and it's different from all the computers connect to the same Wi-Fi. That's a physical layer of the network. This is a software layer, which are something we are dealing with right now. So in order to access the software, meaning the operating system of each computer, then we have to make sure they're joined in the same group. So if you look at the properties of this computer, by the way, these are just system properties that I went to so we can get some basic information. You can see that the name of this computer is tech support, and it just says full computer name is tech support. This was related to the networking part of it, but it's the same, so that's good. And the work group here is called new server 0. So each computer that is connected to the same router at home, to the same physical network, will have to be joined to the same work group if you want to share all the media across that same network, including printers and all of that stuff. So let's look at some advanced settings which will kind of tie into on how to join the computer to the same work group. Here are system properties. And another way to get to the system properties, aside from going, of right-clicking to this PC and then properties and then having to click on change settings, you can get to it through control panel as well. This is one of the things I don't really like about the Windows 10 operating system. You can see that a system option also came up here, but let's see how we can get to it to control panel, and we are getting to the same thing. So if we select system in the control panel, we'll get to the same area, but then from here we can either click on advanced system settings or change settings here, and we will pretty much get to the same place. The only difference is if we click on advanced system settings here, it will pull up in just a different tab. You see that? Which is, I really don't like this about Windows 10, but I digress, because they don't make it simple just to get to this main advanced setting. I guess this is designed to protect users who may make changes that may break their computer. Anyway, let's get to the first tab of the system properties. I'm going to close this out, and this is how you would change the name of this computer or add it to a domain or a workgroup. So while we're in the computer name tab, we can just look down here, and it's the last button that we have that's called change. We can select that, and here we can change the name of it. We can have it join to a specific workgroup. So here, this would be empty, chances are, and then you would just type in new server 0. And then click OK, and then you would have to restart the computer, and then your computer would be joined to that same workgroup. So after you do that for all the computers and reboot all the computers, you can now access resources for those other computers over the network. So if you go here, and then you can see that if I expand network, that different computers will show up accordingly. As soon as it loads a little bit, some of the computers are asleep, which may take a little bit for it to pull up. But generally speaking, once you are connected to the network, you can see the other computers that are on that same network and everything else that is connected to the same network. Here you can see there's a Web OS TV connected to it, and there is TS client as well connected to it. Okay, so that's the network. That's the network workgroups. Very simple. It's kind of something you would do in a small business environment or just at home, just so you have basic access to the same resources. Another thing you can do once you connect to the same network, or I should say same work group, you can use remote desktop. So you can use remote desktop connection like this, and just type in the name of the computer you wish to connect to, and I'm going to connect to one of my computers that is called cobuman 1. Let's see if it'll actually let me do it, since I'm already using remote desktop. You can see that I'm already connected to remote desktop. I wonder if I can double remote desktop. Let's see here. The computer is asleep over there. I'm looking at it right now. A lot of times it actually pings the computer and it just wakes up, which is also called wake up on LAN. But for some reason, my computer is fast asleep over there. Just a sec, I'm gonna turn it on so we can try this again. Okay, so I went ahead and touched the keyboard to wake it up. All right, let's see now. Configuring remote session, which means that it's aware that the computer is awake. Let's see. There it is. Now I can connect to cobuman 1 using the username, login, and password that is on that computer over there. Okie dokie. So now we have that done. Now let's go back to the domain. So with a domain, you have a group of systems that are bound by the rules of centralized authentication server. In a domain system, each system has to connect through the domain server using provided credentials, also known as a domain controller. So somewhat similar to a workgroup, domain is a controller or a computer. Just imagine a server somewhere that controls the data that is shared between all those computers that are connected to that physical network. So instead of joining a workgroup, your computer would be joined to a domain. And that domain also controls your login information. So instead of using a login that's on your computer, which is in my case YT login. You can see it here. I'll show you what I mean here. These are local. Here we go. Geez, this Windows 10 really is so much different and so roundabout, not very user-friendly when it comes to. I digress. Here are the local accounts that are on my computer. So these are local accounts that lets me log in locally to this computer. So BUCO and cobuman test account, they're all local accounts. As you can see, they're literally labeled local accounts. There's another way to connect to a computer without having a local account, and that is a domain login account. But for that to work, you have to join your computer to that same domain. And if we go back to these properties and click change settings here, and then click change once more here. So instead of joining Workgroup, we can join our computer to a domain. So we just have to select domain here, and then we can type in domain name, just for example, and then we can, call it, I don't know, cobuman.com, whatever the name of the domain is. So once we do that, we would click OK, and then this computer that is named tech support will join that domain. However, you also have to go to the domain controller, the server, and tell it that you are allowing a computer name called tech support to join the domain. So once you click OK, it's going to ask you to restart the computer, and then the computer will restart or reboot, if you will. And then you get a login information from the domain controller that says, okay, now you use this login. So now that you are joined to that same domain, now you can start to share data between all of those computers that are connected to the same domain, and you also have access to other resources that are available for that domain. So let's say there's a shared drive somewhere, or some kind of a database or something like that is only available for the computers that are connected to that specific domain. Now you will have access to that. So if you're at work and somebody says, okay, I want to connect to this server, or I want to access this shared drive or something like that, and they can't, if you look at their login information on the domain controller, you can see which resources they have access to. And once you go there, you can see all that information. So chances are you may have to adjust their access to the specific resources. I hope that was pretty easy to understand. This was one of those slower pace videos because these things can be confusing to people, and finding a good way to explain this in a slower pace is pretty rare to find on the internet. So, and I know that a lot of my viewers appreciate this type of explanation. So I hope you like this. Please leave a like on this video. I'd appreciate it a lot. And if you have any questions or any video suggestions related to, just PC support in general, feel free to leave it in the comments box below. And don't forget to subscribe. All right. Thank you so much for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we are talking about prioritizing work, and specifically talking about tickets and a ticketing system that might be used at your company. So let's say you do help desk, or you do some kind of desktop support, tech support for some company, and you have a ticketing system where trouble tickets come through and you're supposed to work them to resolve issues that users submit. This is directly related to my article that is called Top 10 Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers. There's a link at the end of the video if you want to read this. But
This is not the only video. This is part of the series that I'm making, and this is a number 7 video. So if you'd like to check out the other ones, there will also be a playlist at the end, and also some links to a couple of other videos that were very cool to make. All right, so let's get to it. This is from a question number 7. One day you come into work and you find the major systems are down. However, you also see the ticketing system has 50 or more unassigned tickets. What would you prioritize and how would you go about dealing with this problem? So here's the thing. If you're being interviewed and somebody asks you this, they want to know what you find as a biggest priority and what you should do when it comes to production impact. So this is incredibly important. The way I would explain this would be in 4 different steps. Be first, second, third, last. So that's how I would explain it. The reason for that is so that the potential employer can realize that I know what I'm talking about, that I have the basic knowledge, not to sound egotistic or anything. It's just that I have basic and even general knowledge on how to deal with a situation where you have to prioritize your work. So first, I would ask which systems are down and how many users are impacted. This will determine which issue is to be worked first. Tickets would be the last priority. So here's the thing. If a large number of users is impacted by a system that is down, then that's definitely something you would prioritize. So think about it. Let's say there's a company with 1,000 people and major system is down. That means we have 1,000 people that need to be, they need to go back to work basically as soon as possible. So this is why we need to prioritize this. This is one of those common sense type of things, but yet, potential employer wants to know this. And this is also good to know if you already are working help desk or some kind of desktop or tech support, right? It's definitely more people than 50, right? And then after you're done with that, tickets would be the last priority. Second, if multiple system issues are related, then I would handle this issue on my own if possible, depending on what the issue is. If issues are not related, and in this case, I would recruit help from coworkers and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So this is incredibly important. If users report that multiple systems are down, which is directly related to the question, then there is a correlation there. Chances are that all of these systems, if they went down at the same time, chances are that they are somehow related to either servers, databases, or whatever it is that they all have relation to. So chances are you might want to handle this issue on your own to make it a more proactive situation handling, because it's all related to one thing. So basically what would happen is you see that multiple systems are down, right? And then you realize, especially if you have the experience working for the company, chances are you will know right away, okay, yes, what's wrong here? This website is down, this application is down, and this other thing is down. Are they any way related? Then if the answer is yes, then you can say that, okay, just let me know which ones, how many people are affected, how many users are affected, I should say, and then I will report this issue to the people that have access to these systems. Meaning, let's say database is down, chances are you doing tech support at the location or help desk that you won't have access to this database for a specific system. I mean, there could be hundreds of systems that are used by a company. You know what I mean? So you might as well handle all of this, or chances are you'll have a crisis bridge, or, well, this is what we call it at my company, but there is a bridge or a conference line that you would call, and the person on the other line would basically be the mediator, and they would handle, the kind of logistics part of it, as in, they would ask you, well, how many systems are affected, which ones? And then you'd give them all this information, how many people, this and that. And then they would say, okay, all right, I'm going to start the bridge, and I'm going to start paging people, meaning that he's going to reach out to proper people that you may not know who they are. If issues are not related, in that case, I would recruit help from coworkers. Means that if it's not related, you cannot handle multiple issues, especially if it's a big issue, you know? So you ask your coworker, hey, can you help me out with this? And chances are they will, because, you know, hopefully you work at a cool place like I do. Anyways, and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So, you know, chances are a manager would handle assigning of this different situational issues to other coworkers. But if they aren't there, if it's a legit place, and I mean, I shouldn't say like that. If it's a cool place to work at, and then everybody is on equal terms, equal expertise, and this and that, chances are they will help you, and you can just ask them, you know, can you help me with this? So it wouldn't necessarily be assigning individually because manager is not present, but you would basically recruit them to help you out, recruit their help to help you out deal with other issues, because you can't possibly handle multiple issues that are not related, right? I mean, that's what I would suggest, especially if it's a huge issue. Because think about it. Think about it this way. If multiple systems are down and they're not related, how can you possibly acquire information that these application owners or database owners or server owners, how can you possibly give them the information to that? For example, let's say, okay, how many people are affected? And you say, I don't know, 1,000. Okay, give me some examples. So you have to handle this. You have to go to the users, and then you would have to ask them, okay, can you give me this information? Basically, you have to get a lot of information for a certain system in order to troubleshoot this properly. If they are not related, you can't possibly work with two different teams on two different issues efficiently. Third, I would proceed to troubleshoot the issue and get as much information as possible before reaching out to any other support groups that manages specific aspects of systems affected. So that kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. You want to have all the information ready because they will ask you, okay, how many people, which systems, give me example of IP addresses, which link they're using if it's a website, well, which application are you using, which version of the application are they using. All of this information you have to have ready if you want it to go smoothly. You know, yes, you can forget something. You can forget to, you know, get which version of the system it's being used, or, you know, whatever else. That's okay as long as you have the majority of things ready. That way, it will mitigate the production impact. In this case, support teamwork is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. So yeah, everything that I'm talking about here ties in to everything that I said previously. Support team is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. You know, after you reach out to all these people that support these different applications, you have to have a good teamwork with them in order to resolve this properly. Lastly, once issues with major systems are resolved and the bulk of users are back to work, then I would concentrate on resolving tickets unassigned. So, yeah, I mean, of course, it goes without saying that during crisis issues, all the management would be notified of progress, solution, and root cause. So this is, you know, very important. Once you come across an issue, you would want to report the statuses or give the status updates to all the management, including your own manager, but the management of the people that users report to. Because they would want to know, why do we have 1,000 people not working? So you want to send them updates periodically. Usually, this is usually done with just, you know, email. You send a group email to all the management of the departments that are affected and maybe some of the users, and that way everybody knows on which page you're at, or which page you're on, I should say. So that way they know that you're working on it, and usually every half hour you can send, you know, this is going to depend on the place you work at and what your manager requires, but usually what I do is every half hour I send status updates. That seems like a a good time frame to do so. So that way they know what's going on. And then once it's all resolved, you would provide a root cause to the management. Not necessarily the management of the users, but to your boss. And so that way your boss can follow up with these application owners and work on, making sure that this doesn't happen again. And then we can concentrate on resolving tickets that are unassigned. Of course, you just go back to work and work these 50 plus tickets. That's a lot of tickets if it's like just you to do. Good luck doing it all in one day. But hey, it's possible. I don't know. There might be some simple ones. The most I've done, I think, was like 30. But that's because I had to physically go to people's desks and work with them like on one-on-one type of basis, type of thing. But yeah, I mean, that's what basically do. Just go back to working tickets and then, call it a day. And you would, of course, prioritize those, but I'm sure you would have some kind of system that helps you do so, and this and that. All right, guys, I hope you find this video useful. If you'd like to check out my equipment that I use, my computers and stuff like that, there's a link in the description as well. Share with your buddies. See what they think of my teachings, if you will. I really appreciate you guys watching and supporting me in every way. I see comments more often now with great support, and I really appreciate that. All right, guys, have a good day. There will be more, so stay tuned. Don't forget to subscribe and smash the like button. Actually, don't smash it because other people got to use it. I saw this joke today. It said, don't smash the button. Don't smash the like button because other people got to use it. Just click it. All right, guys, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hi there, are you looking to get an IT job? Well, I can help you with that. My website, cosmicnova.com, can prepare you for the most important part of getting that IT job. Sure, you can apply for the job, you can get your resume straight, you can get that interview, but can you pass that interview? That's the most important part of it. Sometimes it comes down to just personality, but what else can you do with that? Well, I can prepare you exactly for those specific IT jobs. For example, I have videos and articles on that. My website, cosmicnova.com, links to everything that you need to get that IT job. Are you applying for a help desk? Are you applying for system administration, desktop support, network operations, network administration, or other ones? It doesn't matter. I can prepare you for all of those. Check out my website, cosmicnova.com, or just follow the link below. I will help you with not only written material, but I also have videos on it specifically made and voiced by yours truly. It's all professional, guys. Come check it out, and it's free. What do you got to lose? Just click on the link and stop by. I wish you best of luck.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I wanted to talk about the program data folder. This is different from app data folder, which is something I talked about in my previous video. If you're interested in that, there will be a pop-up link right up here, also at the end of the video. It's totally different because it's not user specific. So what do I mean by that? So let's go ahead and find our program data folder. If we go to root of C, program data folder is actually within here, but you can't see it because it's set to be a hidden object. If you enable hidden items, program data folder will show up. So it's root of C and then program data. Once we go inside of it, you can see there are a bunch of different folders in here. So what is this used for? In my personal experience, especially when it comes to desktop support or PC support or any kind of administration, related to program data that it's not user specific. So for example, let's say we have an antivirus software, which in this case, this is it right here, ImmuneNet. This is what I have installed on this computer. If we go inside of it, what we'll have will be just simple data that's shared across all users that are using this computer. So you can see here, all it is just an installation part of it, right? So this is where it stores it. However, some older applications will actually have an entire application installed within program data, and then it's then used and shared by all users that are using this computer. Again, this is different from app data, which consists of configuration files, and it's found under local profiles. And again, I highly encourage you to watch the video on app data. If you go inside of local profile, you can see the app data folder, and it has local, low, and roaming. This is all configuration settings and data for specific programs within these files. Again, this is on another video, and if you want to watch that, please do. So if we go back to local C and root of C and program data, it will have
similar files within here. This could be anything from entire application that's shared across all users that are using this computer, or configuration settings like so. You can see there's a bunch of them here, right? And this can also have just different executables that are related to any application that's being installed. This is what I typically see nowadays, and it could also have cache data and everything else. But the main thing to keep in mind when it comes to PC support, desktop support, or help desk is that it can have settings or even entire program within program data. So this is usually, again, this is usually older program that may exist. Again, this is used for shared data across all of the users that are using this computer, and most of the time it's just data that you don't have to worry about. Again, if you go into any of these, you can see that it's just mostly just temporary data that you don't necessarily have to worry about or backup, because it's shared, right? So whenever user, is logged into this computer and they're using new profile, they will have access to that. And if the user decides to move, the most important part that are within their local profile, which would be in roaming, will be carried over anyways, right? So there you have it, guys. Now you know in the nutshell what program data consists of and what its purpose is. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please like it, share it, leave a comment. I'll answer any questions you may have. Don't forget to subscribe. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video is all about the virtual machines. I'm going to explain what the virtual machines are, how they function, how they're set up, and how you can install them to play around with different operating systems for yourself. In this case, we're going to use Microsoft's Hyper-V software that comes with Windows operating system. It doesn't come installed by default, but you can install it as part of Microsoft operating system, and I will show you how to do that. It's pretty simple. However, I believe it only comes with Microsoft Windows 10 Professional and or Enterprise. I don't think it comes with Home, but it will show you how to install it nonetheless. It's pretty simple, but it's also really fun, especially if you want to experiment with different operating systems and like to learn about them. Really cool stuff. Alright guys, if you got 1 second, please click the like button. It only takes 1 second and it really makes a big difference for me, especially if you appreciate this type of content. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Alright, first thing first, here is our computer that we're remoted in that we're going to use for our virtual machines. And we got to install Hyper-V, because in this video we're going to talk about Hyper-V. We're going to install this program which will allow us to run these virtual machines, so that way we can play around with them. The way you install Hyper-V in Windows operating system is if you go to your apps and features, and then you go here into programs and features. This is the old school of add, remove, or uninstall programs that you will normally see in like older operating systems like Windows 7. And what we were looking for is actually turn Windows features on or off. Remember how I said it's actually part of Windows operating system? This is exactly what I meant. So it's very simple. From here on, you have to make sure that Hyper-V right here is selected like so. And then once you click OK, it's going to download it, install it, and it's going to reboot your computer. The reason it's going to reboot your computer anytime you install a virtual machine software is because it has to use your hardware as an extension in order to work. So for example, things like network adapters, CPU, RAM, a video card memory, and all that type of stuff. So it has to do a quick reboot, so that way it knows how to create an extension of those into those virtual machines, because we're making a virtual PC and it has to have some kind of hardware associated with that to work. Okay, once you do that, we're going to open up Hyper-V. This is how it looks like for me right now, but this is how it's going to look like for you the first time you open. This is exactly how it's going to look like. There's not going to be anything installed on it or anything like that. Okay, so what you see here under the Hyper-V manager is name cobuman1. So what is this cobuman1? Well, that's my computer. That's my physical computer, and that's the name of my computer that I'm using right now. So you can tell also by where it says here that I am remotely desktop into a cobuman1 computer. And just to kind of show you one other example here is that in Windows properties and computer properties, you can see that the computer name here is cobuman1. So what that is, if I click on it,
It's my computer. This software is literally using my physical computer, my actual hardware, as an extension to create these virtual machines. So again, once you install Hyper-V, or even, for example, Oracle VirtualBox, which is also pretty good software, it's going to, again, reboot your computer because it's going to use your computer as an extension to run these virtual machines. So all these virtual machines are part of your physical machine. It's just they're creating these extensions to use in order to function as if it's its own thing, you know? And it is. Virtually speaking, it's its own thing. This is why you can have a server somewhere in a data center. Imagine a rack server. I'm going to put a picture of it right now. This is kind of looks like these servers are just on racks in big data centers somewhere in some building where AC is running really cold to keep him cool. And these servers can have many, many different virtual machines on them. And that's the whole point of creating a virtual machine, is that, for example, you can have 10 different websites. You can have 10 different web servers, for example, running on a single server. And that's the great thing about virtual machines. If you have enough RAM, if you have enough processing power, you can run as many virtual machines as possible. So instead of just having one computer that's not using all of its resources, now you can have multiple virtual computers on that one computer or a server. So let me just kind of show you here just a brief example of what I kind of mean here. You can see that I have a CPU here, and this CPU has 8 processing threads. It says 8 logical processors right here. And it's an i7, and this is why it has this. This is an older i7, but it's still pretty good processor. But it has 8 logical processors. On these 8 logical, you can potentially run 4 different instances of virtual machines, because you can literally split those into 2 for each. So 2 times 4 is 8. You can have 4 different virtual machines running off of this one single CPU, as long as they're not super intensive. And of course, you got to have enough RAM. And you can see here that I have a total of 16 gigabytes of RAM, and then you can split that RAM amongst those servers. You know, in a realistic scenario, since this is not a server computer, in this case, if I wanted to have two really good virtual machines, I would just run 2 to 3 maybe, because you can see that the system itself is using up quite a bit of RAM just to kind of function. You know what I mean? And that's, you know, but if I added more RAM, I can of course even make that even greater. So that explains the hardware part of it, of how virtual machines are created on actual hardware. So it creates those mini copies of themselves, if you will. They're not as good, but they're good enough to do certain things. Again, you know, I used an example of a web servers, which is very typical to see if you're familiar with the cloud storage and cloud computing. That's all they are. They're all virtual machines running off of different servers and different hardware platforms. But when it comes to setup, is something we're going to talk about right now. All right, so when you initially start this, it's going to be blank here. There will be no virtual machines, but you can click Create New. So we're going to click Quick Create New. Once this loads up, you can see that it actually offers you some, you know, typical stuff you can install on a virtual machine. This is just the kind of a thing that you can just literally click Create Virtual Machine. It's going to create it, and it's going to be these specific ones. What it's going to do is basically download these ISO images, you know, operating system images, and they're going to install them for you. And that's fine. If you want to try these and you don't want to really install anything else, you can certainly do that. But I wanted to show you that you can actually do it also by using your own image. So we're going to click Local Install Source, and then we're going to specify different things. The first 2 we're going to install is Windows 10 and then Windows Server 2019. So we're going to just kind of make sure that this is still checked here, where it says this virtual machine will run Windows. Enable Windows Secure Boot. That's fine. You can leave that like that. And then we're going to click Change Installation Source. And now we're going to tell it to go to our desktop, which is where our virtual machines are. You can see right here, we're going to select this one here. So we're going to select that one. So we're going to do Windows 10 real quick, and we're going to click Create Virtual Machine. So what this is doing is just kind of give you an option that says, hey, virtual machine already created, it's already done. But that was really quick. Yeah, sure enough, it created a virtual machine, virtual computer, but we haven't installed anything yet. It just created some basic settings. And we can click connect, and it's going to keep those basic settings for the hard drive, for how much RAM is being used, everything else. But we kind of want to learn more about this. So we're going to click edit settings instead of connect. We're going to click edit settings so we can see what's all in there. What kind of, can we make any changes? Well, we certainly can. Here it is. This is our hardware, which says hardware. So if we click here on the firmware, it kind of gives you an idea of what is selected for our drive and for our network adapter. And that's kind of main things right now that we're looking at here. We can tell that we already selected the Windows ISO image, and that's fine. It's inserted in virtual DVD drive, and we can see that it created a new virtual machine hard drive, and we'll look at that as well. And it created also a network adapter, which is using a default switch, basically an extension of our network adapter that we're already using. Moving down, if we click on security, we can see that secure boot is enabled, and then we can just kind of leave it here if you're using Microsoft Windows. That's fine. These are just some of the basics we're going to talk about. I don't want to talk about super in detail because this is just video on virtual machines. If we click on memory here, we can see that it's specified 2 gigabytes of RAM, which is fine. That's what I would do with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Maybe add a little bit more depending what I'm doing with the virtual machine, but for now, 2 gigabytes is fine. And then we're going to go click on the processors here, and we can see that we have number of virtual processors selected as 4. We can adjust this to whatever we want. We can even do 1 if we really wanted to. But so it installs faster on a computer. We're just going to leave it at 3. I'm going to leave it at 3 so that way I have at least, after I do 2 virtual machines, I'll have 2 processors running just for the base of my machine. So that way I don't use all 8 processing threads. So I'm going to change it to 3. And then let's see here. I'm going to click apply here just in case. You can change the resource percentages, this and that, and that's something advanced you can kind of fiddle with, but I wanted to show you some main stuff. If we click on the hard drive, you can see that it's using a virtual SCSI controller. It really doesn't matter. The virtual hard disk that it's using here, there are different options of virtual hard disks you can create. If we click on edit, we can create our own virtual disk, and it really doesn't matter. I really haven't found that it makes any difference when it comes to performance or not, because it's all virtual anyways. So there might be certain situations where you might want to look into this, but this is not the video about that. And then the other thing we can look at, we can look at the DVD drive. I already said it's the DVD drive, virtual DVD drive that has Windows operating system inserted in it. And then we can look at the network adapter, and it's using a default switch, which you can disable it if you want, but that's pretty much what it is to it. I don't want to talk about anything else because it's going to kind of take away from the point of this video. All right, so this is how your hardware looks like. We're set to install our virtual machine, and that's what we're going to do for our other machines that we create. All right, I'm going to click connect. Where it says here the virtual machine is turned off, we can just click start. So what it's now doing is basically post. It's going to say, hey, do you want to boot? See, I missed it. See, now it's trying to boot over PXE, over the network. But what it was doing here actually was trying to boot from the CD that we've inserted. So where is that? Where can we actually remove that? Because you don't want to keep this in there all the time once you install the computer. Otherwise, it's going to come up all the time. It's actually right here. So what I'm going to do is pause the machine. I clicked pause there. And I'm going to look at the DVD drive here. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to turn it on. And we're going to look at the DVD drive here, and then we can see here that we can eject that Windows ISO. So you want to do that after you install the operating, just like normally you would do. You don't want to boot from it all the time and try to install it. So this is how we did it earlier. We can just simply click insert disk. Now we're going to go back to our desktop. We're going to specify our Windows again. And once we finish installing it, we're going to remove it. We're going to eject it, just like you would on a regular PC. So what I'm going to do here is actually reset the machine, so that way we get a chance to actually hit any key here. I'm going to click reset, and I'm going to hit any key, and here it is. It's going to start our Hyper-V virtual PC and the virtual machine, and here it is. Here's our Windows operating system install. And from here, you can just install operating system, click install. It's just like you would normally do with anytime you install Windows 10. All right, let's go ahead and turn this off and or switch our ISO. We're going to switch to a different ISO. We're going to eject this one, and then we're going to insert different disk, and we're going to select this one, which is the Windows Server 2019. I'm going to reset it, and I'm going to hit any key and see how this one looks a little bit different. It's going to start our Server 2019 operating system install. And then again, you just got to go through the motion, install Windows Server 2019, and then you'll have a virtual PC running. And I already have that installed, and I'll show you how that's running. So this is how I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to select, I'm going to eject this one. I'm going to insert our Linux one. And here's our Linux Mint. I just picked a random one. So I gotta be honest, I tried to install Linux Mint on there, and it didn't work because it's corrupted. My ISO is corrupted. You can see here that it's only 354 megabytes. I don't know why it showed up as completed or downloaded like that, but it's supposed to be around 2 gigabytes. I'm almost done downloading a slightly different version of Mint, so we're going to try that in this situation here. I'm going to move it to desktop. Not that it really matters, but anyways, let's try this again. We're going to do a quick create, and this time we're going to click local installation source as well. And I'm going to uncheck this because it's not Windows, so I'm going to uncheck secure boot. I'm going to change installation source. I'm going to go back to our desktop, and we're going to select Linux Mint, which is Mate version rather than Cinnamon. Either way, I just wanted to see. I wanted to show you how you can install this, how you can install Linux distribution on this, and just it's really good for learning. All right, let's go quick overview. My main thing to kind of check is to make sure I have at least 2 gigs of RAM, and then processors I'm going to change down back to 3, just to kind of keep it like that. And yeah, everything looks fine. So I'm going to click connect. And just to kind of show you here, this is what I would have done earlier. I'm going to eject this, go back here, just like I did with the previous one, insert disk, and then again, check or select the Linux version. So now it's going to run just fine. We're going to launch this bad boy, and I'm going to start installing Linux. I'm going to hit enter here. Or you can see that it's just going to install it as we are just kind of looking at it. And I wanted to show you the running virtual machines. I'm thinking, should I just kind of minimize this, let it do its thing? Okay, let's try this one here. I'm going to run it just to show you a running virtual machine. This is either Windows 10 or Windows Server 2019. Either should work. Connect. And it kind of asks, and let me log into this. If I can remember my password. But you can see it's just Windows operating system. And this is Windows Server 2019. Well, see, you can see this one is actually really responsive, which is good. And goes to show that you can run these type of machines and be pretty useful. Pretty fast. You see, whatever I'm clicking on, it's no problem whatsoever. I went full screen on this. Everything is responsive. Everything's fine. I don't know, control panel, file explorer. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Works pretty good. And let me see if I can just do open just Active Directory users and computers. There you go. It's snappy. It's working, and you can play around with it. When it comes to Linux stuff, you can just try different versions and see which one you can get going. They're all going to be different. Obviously, some of them don't even have GUI at all. There's no desktop per se, or like a visual desktop. And there will be a lot of command line action going on. But this is virtual machines in the nutshell for people to kind of get introduced to virtual machines and install their own and play around with. And there you go. I hope you like this video. Please share it with friends. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. Bye-bye. You know what the most confusing thing is to somebody who's trying to get in IT? And that is trying to explain something to them right away and being way too technical right off the bat. So let's say somebody asked you to explain what Active Directory is. How would you do it? Would you suddenly start talking about domain and start talking about user accounts, group policies, and all that stuff? They would be like, what? What are you talking about? In this video, I'm going to show you what Active Directory is to somebody who's never been familiarized with Active Directory whatsoever. They've never heard of it. I'm going to explain to them in such a way that they can relate to, so it's easy to understand. As simple as that. After that, if they're interested in Active Directory, then it'd be much easier to start from there. Think about it. I explained it to you what it is in a simple terms, and then once you figure out that first part of it, then you can start to look into technical aspects of it. Imagine just trying to teach somebody how to drive. You can show them, hey, this is the steering wheel, this is how steering wheel moves, these are the brakes, this is the gas pedal, you step on that, and then you brake on this, and then you steer like that. Those are the basics. The only way they can learn how to drive later is by letting them use it, letting them drive the car, and then afterwards they will learn how to drive a car really well. But it's going to take some time. So this is why I'm going to explain Active Directory in a simple way to understand. So that way, if you're interested in IT, this can get you there. All right, let's have a look to see what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can succeed in explaining what Active Directory is to people who have no clue what Active Directory is. All right, here we go, guys. But before I proceed, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it. It makes a big difference in exposure of this video. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. So here we are. This is virtual machine with Active Directory or Server 2019 data center running. What we're going to do is we're going to actually work and add some people into the Active Directory. But before I do that, let me explain to you what Active Directory is to those people who don't understand that. And by the way, my teaching in this is very unorthodox, the meaning that I don't go by the book in the sense that you sit down and they say, go to this chapter and learn this. And, you know, there is a order that you follow going through the book. Well, what I'm going to do is explain it to you in a way where it actually makes sense. At least I hope it comes across as something that makes sense. So Active Directory is basically a place within a server that has your login credentials, meaning your login ID for that computer. So let's say you start working at a company and that company says, okay, you're hired now, congratulations. Here's your login ID and password. So you get your login ID. Let's say your name is Bob Johnson, and you type in Bob Johnson or whatever it is as your login ID. And then they give you a password so you can log into the computer. You sit down at the computer, you use those credentials, your login credentials, to log into the computer. Well, those credentials are actually coming from the Active Directory. And Active Directory within the server, within Windows Server, is actually located here. So if you click on Start button and then you click Windows Administrative Tools and then you select Active Directory Users and Computers. So get it, you as somebody who's going to use the computer is the user. Get it? You use that login information to use the computer, so Active Directory users and computers are going to be located here. We're going to simply connect or simply click on that. So as soon as this loads up, we're going to add, and I'm going to show you where the users are as well. It's very simple. But we're going to add more users as a practice in this Active Directory. And if you want to follow along, you can download a trial version. You can see this is a evaluation version of server. If you want to install it on your virtual machine, which could be, in this case, I'm using Oracle VirtualBox software to install a virtual machine, meaning a virtual computer on my computer. And that way you don't have to have a second computer to run Active Directory on or run the server on. So you can download it. This is completely free. Okay, so we have now Active Directory users and computers. So you are the user. So guess where you would find your login ID? If you're thinking users where it says here, you'd be absolutely right. So your login ID would be in this folder. It's just like the folders that you have in your documents. You know, you go in here, let's say you open up your documents, and you know, you go to your documents here, and this is the folder with your documents, and inside of that you might have more folders and this and that. That's the exact same thing here within this server. There's a folder called users, and all the people that use computers, the users, will be inside of this folder. So to find yourself in the folder, you can just scroll down and look where is my login, you know. This is a fresh, usually you would see a lot of people in here within a company, you know, but you know, we have some in here, so that's fine. But how would you find yourself in here? You can scroll through and just look for Bob. What did we say? Bob Johnson. Here is Bob J, Bob Johnson, right? I think I said Bob Johnson. But you could also right click the folder and click find, which makes it the best way to find yourself or anybody else for that matter. So let's say you start working help desk and Bob Johnson calls in and says, hey, can you look me up? I need you to reset my password. All you got to do is do what I did here. You right click the folder, you know, you click find like I showed you, and then just type in name, Bob J. I think I have him as Bob J in there. So I'm going to click find, and there's Bob. And now we can go and make changes to it. But before we do any of that, let's kind of expand on this users part of it. We need to, in this scenario, in this practice, and if you have this installed, you might as well play along while we're doing this. I'm going to go at slower pace in this video just for that. We're going to add 5 more people in there, at least 5, I think. And we're going to come up with some names. So I'm going to come up with some common names. I'm going to say Susan Jackson. And then we're going to add her into that folder of the users because she's new. Susan just started working in accounting. We got to give Susan a login so she can sit down at the computer and log in, you know? And then we got Larry Buffett. I don't know. Larry Buffett, sure. And then Larry started working in accounting as well. They hired 2 people for this role-playing scenario. And then we have Mike. Let's see, what was his name? What could we give him his name? Mike Bobson. I don't know. I'm just coming up with names. And then we're going to create another one, and we're going to say Laura Bailey. And then one more, we're going to say, why am I struggling here? It's early in the morning, guys. For me, it's like 7 in the morning, so I'm struggling to come up with names. This is kind of silly. Okay, one more name. Come on, Irvin, you can do it. You can do it. I'm trying to psych myself up. Okay. Mary Pipkins. All right, that's good enough. So we got Susan Jackson, Larry Buffett working in accounting. Accounting group. And then we got Mike Bobson, Laura Bailey, and Mary Pipkins working in collections. All right, collections call center. So there are those collection reps, you know the ones that call you and collect the money, trying to collect money for you. Okay, so we got to give them login IDs and passwords so that way they can log into their computers wherever they might be sitting. Keep in mind, this is a domain. You can see how it's called techsupport.cobuman.com. This is a domain, meaning that it's a group of computers, as you can see here, that are in there. and usually this will be like populated with lots of computers and users, just to kind of keep it simple to understand. So domain is a group of computers and users for an organization. So this is how you organize and control their login access. So you got to have a way to control everybody's login in a single point, which in this case is this actor directory. So again, I'm not going to go into technicals. We're just going to learn what actor directory is in relation to just everyday work and people that use they use actor directory without even knowing actor directory. So meaning that once you get a login ID and password, you're using actor directory indirectly. Actor directory gives you the credentials to log in. Okay, so we're going to add where's our sticky notes? Here it is. Susan Jackson. So to add new user, we can right click the users folder and we can select new, and then guess what? She's a new user, correct? So we're going to add a new user. Other way of doing it is if you make sure that the users folder is selected and then just hover and then click here where it says create new user in the current container, meaning that whatever is selected is going to create it inside it. But I like to stick to this. So if you're new to computers, chances are you're going to start with basic as a basic technician or somebody who's working help desk, which is what you would have access to mainly. So you would right click and then go to new and then create new user. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to start from the very basics. And first person is Susan Jackson. Susan, last name Jackson. Okay. And now we can tell her or basically tell her or give her a user login name. So this is the thing that I mentioned over and over again. This is what you use as your ID to log into any computer that is controlled by this domain, which is also known as domain controller, which is this server that we are literally inside of. Okay, so we're gonna give her a login ID, which could be anything. It could be combinations of letters and numbers, and that's fine. But we're gonna keep it simple here. So we're gonna call it Susan J. And if there are more than one Susan Jackson in there, and you want to keep the logins like simple like this, you may want to put in like Susan J2 or Susan J3 or something else that differs her from the other Susan Jackson, if there is another Susan Jackson. So for now, we're just going to say Susan J, and we're just going to leave it at that. So once we click next here, we can give her a temporary password. So the way you do that is literally just typing in whatever password you want, but make sure that you don't make any changes here. You see how by default it says here, there's a check mark here where it says user must change password at the next login. So whatever we type here as her password might as well be something very simple, in the sense that she's going to be forced to change the password anyways the first time she tries to use that password. Not necessarily a secure way of doing it, but we're going to keep it simple here. So I'm going to type in new user 1 and then type it again, new user 1. So this way she's going to be forced to change the password. And if you're doing this and giving somebody a temporary password, so let's say you are working help desk and Susan calls you and says, I can't log into my computer, you can change your password as well, but make sure there is a secure way of conveying what her temporary password is. So we're going to type in, this time we just use new user 1 as a simple password, and then we're just going to click next because she's going to be forced to change it anyway. Okay, now Susan Jackson is in there. Now she can go to any computer and log in using those login credentials, meaning login ID and password. But then, and that's fine, she's in there, but she is now in a general group out there in the environment. She's still not, this is not organized, right? She's here right next to Susan,
right next to all of these other people that are in there. So they're all in the same group, which is not organized way of doing things. And then keep in mind, she is now hired to work as somebody in accounting group. So we have to have a way of doing this. And I'm going to show you how to do that too. It's very, very simple. But for now, let's just create another login, and that's for Larry Buffett here. We're going to add him, and then we're going to go in there and we'll do organizing. But for now, we're going to right-click users again, go to new, and then we're going to click user, and then we're going to create the login ID just like we did for Susan here. We're going to create one for Larry Buffett. And we're going to call it, I'm going to give him a login ID, Larry B. I'm pretty sure he's the only Larry B. So if there's another Larry Buffett in there, we're going to, we know we would get an error, so we would, but in this case, it's fine. So again, we're going to give him, same deal, we're going to give him a new password, temporary password, we're going to call it new password. And again, I can't stress this enough, the company you work for may have different security requirements when it comes to giving new passwords. I distracted myself from that. Okay, new user one. They're going to always make sure that this is checked to force them to change the password so they have their own password for security. And then we're going to click next. And then Larry Buffett is in here. Okay, so now we have Larry Buffett and we got Susan Jackson. We can see they're highlighted because they're, we created them recently. And we have to keep in mind that these guys, now they can log into any computer, which is fine. But when it comes to specific groups, for example, in this case, they work for accounting group. The accounting group chances are will have different security settings. Let's just call it that. Security settings compared to somebody who works in collections call center. So chances are security settings for accounting group are going to be completely different from collections. So we got to make sure that we put them in their own group. It's literally just a group of people, right? It's just a group of people that belong to certain department or, I guess, organization, if you will. But in this case, accounting. So what we're going to do here, we're going to, and to keep it simple, this is not necessarily a way to organize this. Again, this is just me explaining how Active Directory works for people who don't know what Active Directory is. This is not for system administrators video. So we're going to right-click, just to keep it in the same place, we're going to right-click Users folder again, just so we can get to this part where it says New, and there, guess what we're going to create? We're going to create a group. We're going to create a group. But before we do that, and what I was going to do is create a group called Accounting, right? But let's make sure that the group is not in here already. I don't see it. I don't see a group called Accounting. Let me just do a quick search, right-click, find. I'm going to type in Accounting. Yeah, there's no group named Accounting. So we're going to have to create that group. We're going to make sure that they're they're grouped, right? So we're going to go right-click, we're going to go to New and select Group. And then we're going to call it Accounting, right? We're going to call it Accounting. So, and what this literally does is creates a way to keep all the same people that belong to the same group, in this case accounting, in one place. It's literally, that's all it does for now. That's all you need to know as somebody who is wanting to learn Active Directory from very, very beginning. And where it says group scope and all of that, there is a reason you might want to change this, for example, to domain local. But I'm not going to expand on this again because this is just for somebody who never seen Active Directory. So we're just going to keep it super simple, and I'm going to leave everything as it is. Okay, just keep in mind for those people who are watching here and say,
oh, you know, you did this or that. No, this is me literally talking to the people who have no clue what Active Directory is. No offense to anybody. So, again, sorry about that little rant. But then again, we got to put these two people, Susan Jackson and Larry Buffett, we got to put them somewhere, and that is accounting group. So we're going to create a group called accounting, and we're simply going to put them in there, and I'll show you how. It's very simple. So now we have a group in our Active Directory. This is accounting group. And for everybody that works in accounting, which includes these two new people that they just hired, we're going to put them inside of that group. So we found accounting, it's there, and the way we're going to add those people in there, we're just going to double click on it, and we're going to add members. You see how it says, it's literally the next thing there, it says add members. And we're going to add Susan and Larry in there. But let me show you again. So here's the group. You can see it's a security group, global in this case, and they belong to accounting. And this is what you would do after you put them in there. So we got Susan, or we're going to have to find her again. But there's Larry, and we're going to have to add him to that group. So after we created Larry and Susan, we're going to add them in there. So we find accounting, and then we're just going to double click it. Or if you can't find it in there, we're going to select find, and we're going to type in accounting. So there are multiple ways of finding this group. Anyways, the point is, what I'm saying is that we need to add them in there, so that way it's organized. We got to have organization within this Active Directory. Okay, so we're going to double click accounting, and then we're going to add members to this accounting group, because remember, we hired them. So we're going to click on members. They're members of the group. They're hired for accounting. And then we're going to, in the second tab where it says members, if you're following along, and I'm purposely going slower just so you know, so you can catch up, we're going to add them in there. So if you go down and then you click add, we can simply now look for these two people. And I know this kind of looks like, hey, this is just a search box. Where is the drop-down menu? Where is, like, you know, this looks simple. And that's okay. This is actually really good. This box is really good at finding people. So again, we are in the members tab. We're going to add new members to this accounting group. We're going to click add. And here we can simply just type in Susan. Matter of fact, we're just going to type in Susan J. Let's see if it'll find it. Let's see if it's good at finding it. There it is. It found Susan Jackson right away, right? This is Susan Jackson, we know. And if there are multiple ones, you would know as well. But if you really want to be very specific, you can type in full name, and then you can confirm that, yeah, indeed, I've just added Susan. And remember, we gave her Susan J as her login, right? Susan J, this is where she's going to type in at the computer to log in. And it says at techsupport.cobuman.com, meaning at the server level, or I should say at the domain level, or at the Active Directory level. These are all the same things that I literally just said. So it's at server level, at server level, and meaning that her credentials coming from the server. Her credentials are coming at or from domain, which is the same thing. cobuman.com or techsupport.cobuman.com is the name of the domain. Anyways, see, I'm starting to get technical here right away. See, it's just a bad habit. Anyways, this is where she's getting her login from this place where it says tech support, which is the server that we're working on right now. So we know it's Susan J. So we're going to click OK. There she is. She's now added to this group. She's now a member of accounting group. And we're going to do the same thing for Larry, right? We got to add Larry in there. I'm going to type in Larry. Let's see if just Larry comes up just by typing in Larry. There he is, Larry Buffett. I didn't have to type in anything else. And we know it is the same Larry because we gave him Larry B login right there. Okie dokie. So that's simple, guys, right? This is simple, basic part of it. Matter of fact, if this is all you learn as, you know, somebody who is going to do help desk for now, or just basic tech support, like, this is all you need to do. Even if you're thinking about doing desktop support,
chances are this is all you need to know when it comes to Active Directory. And I'm definitely going to expand on this. But since we're done now with these first two people, we're going to add the other ones too. Once I'm here, I want to explain what the point is of what the further point is of putting people in in a group within Active Directory. So we know that accounting department has two members. These two members, the reason they're organized, so this is Active Directory is all about organizing things. All about organizing things. If it's a huge company especially. And we can see that we have Larry and Susan in there. And now they're grouped. So you know how when you log into a computer at a company, or if you've never seen that, but what happens is you log into a company's computer using these login IDs, using these login passwords. You know, let's say Susan goes in and she just started and she logs in, and then suddenly she realizes there are certain things she cannot do on a computer, or she suddenly realizes that she's missing icons on her computer, just like we are seeing here on this virtual server. She's missing all these things, or suddenly she realizes that she cannot, for example, read files or create new files or anything like that. That's chances are because she doesn't have the security, or she's not allowed because of the security to do these things. So chances are you can set this up that once you just create somebody like we did and you put them in there, like, you know, Susan Jackson just sits here, and let's say she's not part of a group, chances are she wouldn't be able to do any of these things like create new files, you know, access icons or any of that stuff. So the point of us putting her in accounting group here is that so she can get those specific permissions that accounting department is allowed to do. So accounting department has certain permissions. They're allowed to do certain things. So that's the whole point of putting somebody into a group. Again, I'm trying to explain this in a simple way without actually going to system administrator part of it and creating actual security groups and all of this system admin stuff. This is just for somebody to understand what Active Directory is. Okay. Now, to complete our practice, we're going to add these other people into a collections group as well. And if there is no collections group, we're going to create a collections group. So we got Mike Bobson. We're going to do this again. We're going to right-click users, and we're going to click new user. And we're going to, is it Bob Bobson? No, it's Mike Bobson. Mike Bobson. And we're going to give him an ID of Mike B. So we got Mike Bobson. There are no other Mikes probably. And we're going to give him a login ID of Mike B. Again, at techsupport.com. And yes, if I were to get technical, you can have multiple domains within same Active Directory. This is why you have the drop down here. But anyways, I digress. This is a video. I know I apologize for repeating myself, but this is a video to explain what Active Directory is to somebody who's who's not familiar with it. And we're going to give him a password, new user 1. All right, new user 1. And make sure you stick around because I will actually show you how to reset their password, because they will, chances are, contact you, say, I can't log in again, so we got to go in. Sometimes their accounts get locked out or even disabled. Anyways, we got Mike Bobson in there, and let's create another one. Laura Bailey. All right. New. Excuse me. Laura Bailey. We're going to call her Laura B. By the way, this is not, the login IDs are not case sensitive.
So just because I put LoRa B as in cap B, like capital letter B and capital L, doesn't matter. New user 1, new user 1. So we created LoRa in here, and then we got Mary Pipkins. Again, we're just only creating basic login for them. Mary Pipkins. Mary P. All right. We got all those three added in there. So now that we know they are part of collections group, we gotta, put them into collections. They're part of call center. They're going to be taking collection calls. So let's see if there's collections group in there. We're going to right-click the users, collections, find now. And again, when it comes to further organizational point of this, just to touch on just a little bit, somebody who's a system administrator, chances are most of these, the login IDs and group that you see in here, they will be gone from here. And then you would have different folders in here that control different organizations. You may have a folder that's called groups, separately. I don't want you to worry about that now. I just want to show you this part of it, how this actually functions. But when it comes to organizational point, this is something it would look different, is what my point is. It would look different from what this is. This is just basic how it looks like once you install Windows Server. Okay, so there's no group collections. So we're going to have to create this group to put them in their own group called collections. So again, we're going to right-click, new, and then create a group. And we're going to call it collections. Matter of fact, we're going to label it call center. Okay. And now we're going to add those three people to this group. So here's our security group for collections. We're going to put them in collections group because they're part of collections. Again, once we open this, we're going to add members. And it's the second tab again. We're going to click members. And then we're going to add them in there. We're going to click add. And just like we did before, let's see, who was the first one that we created? Mike Bobson. Mike Bobson. Actually, let's do this. Let's just type in Mike. Let's see what happens. Aha! You see? Once you type in Mike, just Mike, you can see there is another Mike in here. There's a Mike Moser. But we know that Mike Moser is not the guy. We know it's Mike Bobson. Good old Mike B. So we're going to add Mike Bobson, right? Yeah. See, this can actually be fun too, right? So we got Mike Bobson added to our collections group. Now we're going to add somebody else. Who was it? I know it's Mary, but there was the Laura Bailey. Let's type in Laura. Laura. Where's Laura? All right, there's only one Laura, so that's cool. We know it's Laura Bailey. Laura B. We're going to add Laura B in here. And then we got Mary. Of course, we can't forget about Mary, guys. We got to add Mary into the group. Otherwise, Mary might log into the computer and suddenly realize that she can't do anything. She'll still be able to log into a computer, but chances are she won't be able to do anything because of special permissions for collections. And there's our Mary P. Mary Pipkins. All right. Now we added her. And then, again, just to kind of touch on this, you don't necessarily have to worry about this as somebody who is, adding people to Active Directory. Chances are the members of will have things in here. And basically that would, again, control what all of these people in collections can do. That's what that does in here. So we're going to leave it at that. And now they're part of collections. Now, whatever collections is allowed to do, these people are put in the collections group. Now they can do all of these things. Okay. So now as somebody who might start doing basic tech support or help desk, they may get a call from, for example, Larry here. Larry calls in and says, I can't log into my computer. Well, we can look them up in Active Directory, scroll through, but the best way to find them is to right-click the user's folder and then select Find. I always say this. This is the easiest way to navigate this thing. Did I say Larry? Larry Buffett. I'm sorry, guys. It's early in the morning for me. And, sometimes my short memory, to be honest, is not that great. So we search for Larry, and Larry Buffett comes up. And just to show you, if we were to search for, was it Mike? If we were to search for Mike, there will be multiple Mikes. So you might want to be specific when you search. So let's say we're searching for Mike here. You can see there's 2 Mikes again, right? But we know it's Larry. So we're going to search for Larry. There's Larry Buffett. We found him. Easy peasy. We're going to double click on him. I'm sorry, we're not going to double click on him. This is details about their. Anyways, I'm trying to keep it simple, so we're going to close that for now. This is another video. So we found Larry. We just want to reset his password. That's it. We just want to reset his password because he can't log in or maybe unlock his account. So we're going to right-click Larry here. It's very simple. We found Larry. Whether it's in here or inside of this big thing where we have to scroll down, it's going to be the same thing. And once you find Larry Buffett, we're going to right-click with the mouse, and then we're going to, guess what? We're going to reset password. And here we can set new password. And again, it kind of looks like similar to when we created his login ID, right? Remember this thing where it says user must change password and next log in? And it kind of gives you this thing where it says user must log off and then log on again for changes to take effect. So we're going to have to tell him that if he's logged in already into computer, that he needs to log off. That's what it says here before we change his password. So best thing to do is tell him restart your computer, reboot. And it looks just like when we created his password. Sometimes people try it too many times and they lock themselves out. There is a limit to how many times you can try to use the wrong password. So if he is locked, what we want to do is click here where it says unlock the user's account. This will do it once we click OK as well. But we're going to give him a new password. So we're going to give him a new password. And you can call it whatever you want, depending on what security policy is for your company. You can just call it Monday 1. Let's say today is Monday. Let's say today's Friday. You can call it Friday 1, just so it's simple for him to kind of type in. I try to make these simple and keep them very simple for them, as long as I'm allowed to, right? So whatever the password is, you have to confirm it, and you tell him this is the new password. And whenever he tries it, he's going to be forced to change it so that way you don't know what his password is. And then we'll make sure that he's unlocked in case he tried way too many times the same old password. So chances are he might be locked. This way we're going to unlock him. And now the password for Larry has been changed. We can tell Larry, okay, your new temporary password, keyword temporary password is Monday 1. You're going to have to change it. Make sure, make sure that you do so, and because otherwise he'll have to. You just tell him you'll be forced to change your password, so you'll have your own password. And that's that. We have reset Larry's password. Now there are other things within Active Directory that there are a lot of other things in Active Directory, but the point that I'm trying to make with this whole video is to explain to somebody who doesn't have a clue what Active Directory is. How many people I tell you what, within your household, you have people that everybody knows how to use a computer. Go to them and ask them, hey, do you know what Active Directory is? Do you know what domain is? What domain controller is? They won't know. Chances are really high they have no idea. So the only place you would encounter this is in a business environment. So if you're trying to get a job as a technician or help desk or whatnot, this is a really good intro
and a way to introduce yourself to Active Directory. Alright guys, I hope you like this video. I purposely tried to go slow so that way everybody can understand it, and hopefully that worked. I hope so. Alright guys, I guess I'll show you my video outro so you can see my face. Alright, let's get to that. I hope you find this video interesting and educational, because that's the whole point. Active Directory is not super complex. It can become complex, but only at the level of trying to actually build an Active Directory for a business where you have to make sure that certain aspects of security are in place. So if you're a system administrator, that's a whole nother thing. But even before you become a system administrator, you have to learn the basics of Active Directory, right? Again, I go back to my point or correlation with driving. You don't suddenly start driving like a professional driver until you actually start from basic stop and go. I hope this message comes off as clear and understanding. Alright, I hope you like it. Thank you so much for taking a moment to like and share this video. I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we have a refresh course for help desk, desktop support, or tech support in general. What I do is every couple of months I would take the videos that I've made over that time and combine them into a single video that you can watch without having to go through and find these individual topics on your own. So let's see what we have. First thing, we have a real-world scenario where the issue is no administrator access at local level. I will show you how to do that. I will also talk about BitLocker encryption and its use in a business environment. Third part of that is installing software through Powershell. So it's an introduction to Powershell and how to use it to install and uninstall different programs. It's really good to use for somebody who might be interested in that. Last part of the video talks about file association along with some Java troubleshooting. Guys, let me know if you like this type of stuff. If you have any comments, please leave them below and I'll answer them as well. And if you got a moment, please click the like button. This really makes a huge difference for my channel. I really appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy this video. Thank you.
And in today's video, we're going to look a real-world scenario in which you may come across in tech support. In this situation, we cannot access a remote computer so we can make changes to it or fix something on it. So what happens is we, for example, try to backdoor into it to make some changes. We would simply, for example, type in // name of the computer that we're trying to access. And then we would try to hit enter, and the error would be, well, you don't have administrator privileges, so you can't do anything with that. Or we are trying to remote desktop into it, and it would be the same thing. We would type in the name of the computer, hit enter, and it would say, nope, you don't have administrator privileges, you can't access. So what seems to be the problem? Well, here's the thing. As tech support, you probably belong to a group policy on the domain that has administrator privileges that's automatically applied to all the computers that belong to that domain. So in this case, what happened is the chances are that that group policy hasn't applied to that computer locally. So let's say the name of your group on the domain, let's just open sticky notes real quick so we can have a reference. Let's say the name of your group is IT support. You and everybody else that belongs to that group, you and everybody that belongs to this IT support group on that domain has admin access. So at this point, in order to quickly resolve this issue, instead of going through, reimaging the computer, this and that, or trying to force any of these things, we can just simply add IT support group that you belong to with administrator privileges. We can add it to this computer at local level. And if you appreciate this type of content, instead of me playing an advertisement here, please take a second here and just click the like button or subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and this way I don't have to bug you with ads. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, we need to have a local administrator password or a local administrator login so we can make these changes locally. Obviously, you need local admin privileges. So what we're going to do is going to access
our system with using local administrator. Now, this is one of those things that your company will provide for you. If you have a good company that you'll work for, chances are that every computer that they have will have a backup login, which will be a local admin, and will have a specific password for it. So you're going to have to find this out. You're going to have to look up the name of the computer that you're trying to troubleshoot. For example, you can see here that the name of this computer is called tech support. So you would access the database that has the passwords for the tech support, for the local admins on tech support, and then you're going to find out what that password is and what the login name for that is, and then you would log into that computer. In my case, I am logged in as administrator using this login. So in my case, it's YT login, and it has administrator privileges, and it's for this computer that's called tech support, and I am good to go. Now I can make changes to the group policy that has applied to this computer. All right, so let's get to it. Now, in order to do this, we're going to have to open up our local group policy. Now, this is the wrong thing to look at. A lot of people look this up and they're like, oh, well, how do I do this? Where is this at? This is the wrong thing. This is local group policy editor for the components of the window or anything that runs on this computer. So what this basically does, you would go in and, for example, allow or disallow a component of the Windows or software to run. For example, it would say allow, or deny whatever is trying to do, okay? And this is not it. What we want is actually called local users and groups. So in order to get that, we can type in lusrmgr.msc in our run command, and we hit OK, and it's going to open up our local users and groups. Here's where we're going to apply our changes so that we can go about our business and get to fixing this computer. Now, there are roundabout ways to get this. So you can get to this through the computer management as well. If you go to Control Panel, click Administrative Tools, and then select Computer Management, you can see that local users and groups are here as well, which is the same thing as the window that we opened previously, like so. So it's the exact same thing. You can see users and groups here. It's the exact same thing as what we have on this other side. So that's one way to go about it. Now, you can apply this IT support group by selecting groups here in this left hand side. So make sure you select groups, not users. Users are just local accounts. Groups is what we want. So we're applying a group policy to this computer. And let me just expand this here so it's easier to see, a little bit easier to understand, because I really want to highlight the part that we're going to make changes to. All right. So what we're going to do is add administrators group policy to it. So obviously we're going to select administrators, and you can see here, if you read it, it says administrators have complete and unrestricted access to computer/domain. Get it? So IT support group belongs to a domain. Now we're going to add IT support to the administrators of this computer that is locally, and we're going to now do that. And once we do that, all the administrators, all the people that belong to this IT support group will have administrator privileges on this PC at that time. So the way you do that is simply select add, and we're going to type in IT support, and then we're going to click OK. And in this case, it's not doing anything because it's just a fictional group policy. So what happened is we would add it, and then suddenly you would see IT support, a domain group policy applied to this, and you simply click OK and possibly reboot the computer, but it should take effect immediately. At this point, the whole point of doing this is so that not only will you have administrative privileges on this computer, now you can make any changes to it you want remotely or this and that, but everybody else that belongs to that group, so all the people that work with you, now they don't have to go through this thing of getting local administrator login, the password, this and that. Now you can make all these changes, and then everybody can just log in, and that's the quickest way of doing this. Now, of course, if the group policy hasn't been applied to this computer automatically for some reason,
that there may be some other issue that you may want to look at it. However, this is a quick fix, and you can just go about your business. And then, anything else. I mean, there might be multiple groups that need to be applied to this. It just depending on the system of the business setup that you have where you work at. It's just going to kind of vary, from business to business. In today's video, we're going to talk about BitLocker and its use in tech support or in a business environment, if you will. BitLocker is used for encrypting of your drive. So for example, let's say you have a computer at work, chances are it will be encrypted with some kind of software, typically would be the C drive, for example, here. So there are many types of encryption software, and for example, one of them is Sophos, but a lot of businesses are going towards BitLocker because BitLocker is part of Windows operating system, and it's free and it's convenient and it works well. BitLocker uses AES 256 encryption, and that's another reason to use it because it's just about impossible to decrypt it and basically access any data on it unless you have a key for it or direct access, hardware access to it. So in addition, what I'm going to do is actually talk about how it's implemented in a business environment and which kind of operating systems can use BitLocker. So for BitLocker to work, you have to have Windows 10 Pro, Enterprise, or educational version of Windows operating system, meaning that if you have Windows Home operating system, you will not have the option to turn on BitLocker. You need to have at least Windows 10 Professional. So that won't work if you have Windows Home. Okay, I digress. So let's move on. So let's talk about the importance of having drive encryption. So what happens is if somebody steals this computer, they can literally take this C drive here, they can take it out of the computer and they can plug it into their computer and they're going to slave it to their computer. It's going to kind of look like this. It may show up as local disk D, for example, and they're going to try to access it. However, if it's encrypted, they won't be able to access it at all. It would just say, well, you need the key to unlock this drive. So there's a great security feature that comes with any type of drive encryption, but this is also made easy with a BitLocker. So if they have access to your computer, let's say they steal it, and chances are that you have a password, right? Most of us have a password before they can log into the computer, so they can't get past the password. So they take the drive out and they try to slave it inside of their computer. And if you don't have encryption, they can literally just go inside of C. They can go to your documents and look up anything that's inside and have full access to it. You can see there are some important stuff in here, and then we don't want them to have any access to that, especially if you have passwords that are saved, for example, in a notepad. Let's say you have a notepad that you just keep around for a password. For example, let's say you have your Gmail password, and then you have your login, chances are, Gmail login, and then you may have it saved in a notepad, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you have drive encryption. So keep that in mind. If you are saving any passwords to your computer in a format as such, which is completely normal, if you don't have drive encryption, then you're just kind of asking for data loss, or somebody, God forbid, this is just the worst type of scenarios, that somebody steals your hard drive, or they can even access it over in other ways, right? So that being said, we definitely want to have our drive encrypted. In our case, why not do it? Because it's free. It's completely free with Windows operating system. So let's look at the implementation of this in a business environment. But before I proceed, I would just like to ask you to take a few seconds to click like on this video or subscribe. In this case, I don't have to play an advertisement for you. Instead of waiting 30 seconds, you can just spend 5 seconds here and click like or subscribe. I really appreciate it, guys. I really do. Thank you so much. So let me show you how BitLocker is enabled. If you just have a personal computer, you can simply right-click any of the drives, and then you can select Turn on BitLocker. So what happens is when you click Turn on BitLocker, the computer itself will test the drive to see if it's compatible with BitLocker, and then it will tell you whether you can turn it on. Chances are that it will be, because most drives are compatible with BitLocker encryption.
So here we go. It gives you an option to save a recovery key. And again, I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. A recovery key can be used to access your files and folders if you're having problems unlocking your PC. It's a good idea to have more than one and keep each in a safe place other than your PC. So this is incredibly important to save somewhere else that's not your PC. I personally, what I do is I either save it somewhere on somewhere externally, and there are many options of doing this. For me personally, I have multiple copies of the BitLocker, and you can, so here's an option. You can save it on an external USB if you really wanted to. You can save it on, you can send it to your email. You can just print it out if you really wanted to. Those are certainly options that you have here. And of course, you have an option here that says save to your Microsoft account. I don't really do that because I may lose the password to my Microsoft account. You can save it to a file. That's definitely an option. You can print the recovery key as well. We will have a look here in a moment on how you would use the recovery key as well on an encrypted drive. However, let's touch on how this is used or implemented in a business environment. So the drive would be encrypted after the computer has been imaged or re-imaged. So after the system used in your business it has finished installing the operating system anew, it would start to encrypt the drive with BitLocker. And at that point, whatever the system has initiated, I mean, this could be done possibly with a batch script or some kind of a tool that initiates BitLocker and at the same time saves the file to a remote location, so that way you have access or a copy of that recovery key in case of a computer crash. So let's say user reports an issue where he says, or he or she says, my computer crashed, and you look at it and you're like, oh wow, this is a hardware problem. Let's say a motherboard died or something like that. And the problem is that you can't just take that drive and plug it into another computer. It won't work because BitLocker knows that that drive belongs to another PC. So the only thing you can do here is slave the drive. And let me just cancel this. Or no, let me just move this out of the way. You can slave it to your drive, and it would kind of show up like this, like local disk D, and then you would have an option. You would have like a lock key, and I'll show you this, and it would ask you for recovery key. So that's the thing. It would have a copy of this key somewhere else remote, and this process would encrypt it, save it somewhere else, so in case of a crash, of a hardware failure, you would have this system or a tool. It really depends on the business setup environment. It could be just a file spreadsheet somewhere. We don't know. But I digress. It would have that key, and then you would look it up probably by using the host name or maybe the serial number of that computer. You would look up what the key is for that, so that way you can recover user data. So let's go ahead and do it manually here to see what happens. I'm going to save it to a file, and I'm going to click here, save, and you will see a specific error. And for this here, I'm just going to leave the BitLocker recovery key as it is, so that way I don't need to change it anything. It's self-explanatory. I already know what it is. But I want to show you what happens if I was just to click save here. And you can see right away that the BitLocker wizard here says you can't save to this PC. Please choose another location. So let's go ahead and try a desktop. We're going to click save. Again, says this location can't be used. Your recovery can't be saved to an encrypted drive. Choose a different location. You see how everything kind of comes back to this, to have a remote somewhere else recovery key located, so that way you can recover the data, right, in case of a crash or anything like that. I mean, as far as I know, you may forget a password for your drive, and then you can recover it with a recovery key, as long as you remember to keep a key somewhere safe that you know to look for it. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it to another drive. I'm going to try to see if I can save it to this other drive that is not encrypted. So I'm just going to leave it at D here. Matter of fact, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it BitLocker keys, and I'm going to go inside of that, and then I'm going to save it as so. So let's go back in here and make sure that we do have that BitLocker key. Where's our thing? BitLocker keys, and here's our file. If we look inside of it, here are our keys. here's the recovery key, here's the identifier for it, and you can see that that's reflected in the file name as well. And here is our recovery key in case of a crash. So you can see that the recovery key in this case is just a combination of different numbers with dashes, and this is 256-bit encryption for your drive. Okay, now that we have the key saved, I can go ahead and click next. It gives you an option on how to encrypt it. You can see the encrypt disk usage, encrypt used disk space only, and it's faster, and that's set up for brand new computer. So if it's a brand new install, this is typically what happens, and anything else that's added to it, you save new files, programs, this and that, it's going to encrypt it automatically as it states here. But if you have a computer that's been used for a long time, you might want to encrypt the entire drive, which is slower, but this is what happens. So chances are, if you remember that once your computer is reimaged, just use the fast one, and that should be fine, because everything else you add to it later on will be encrypted as well. So it's going to click next, new encryption mode. Here's choose which encryption mode to use. As you can see here, there's two different types of mode. The newest version is installed or introduced in version 15.11 on Windows 10. And if you're unsure, you can just leave it at compatible mode, so that way it's backwards compatible for all other versions of Windows that you may be running. If you're not worried about it, you can just leave it in new encryption mode, because I believe the newest version of operating system, I believe it's 19 something, so we're well past that. Either way, it's fine. I'm just going to leave it in compatibility mode just in case. And then it's going to ask you, are you ready to encrypt this drive? Encryption may take a while depending on the size of your drive. It says you can keep working, which is fine, although your PC might run more slowly. So it's asking you if you want to do a BitLocker system check. In this case, all it is doing is just making sure that the hard drive itself is in good running condition, meaning that there are no errors with the drive itself. And you can certainly do that just to be sure. So it's going to do that. And then again, don't forget, I will show you how it looks like when we are trying to recover data on an encrypted BitLocker drive. So what you're looking at here is what happens if somebody tries to boot from the BitLocker hard drive. This is the error they get. You can see it's referring to a recovery key ID, and if you remember, it's the exact same one that we have for our hard drive. So I literally put it in another computer, try to boot it from that drive as well, and then now it's saying, well, you need the key to even attempt to even get to the login screen of this PC. And here's our reference number. We can compare it exactly to our key, and it's this here, and then we have the identifier for it. So now it's asking for this specifically. All right, now let's see what happens when we log in to our computer and see it as a slaved drive. So here we are. Our encrypted drive is now slaved. Now we can see that it has a little lock key on it. So let's double check it and see what happens. Here we go again. It's asking for that BitLocker recovery key. All right, let's give it a shot and see what happens with that. I'm going to open up our recovery file. Here is our key. I'm going to copy this entire key like so. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to paste that in there. I'm going to hit unlock. And there you have it, guys. Now you can see the little lock is unlocked, and now we can go inside of this, make any changes, and recover user data, which is typically located in users and under their login profile. And lastly, going back to our computer where we have encrypted it in originally, we're going to have a look of some options that are there available for managing a BitLocker. If we right-click the C drive and select Manage BitLocker, we can see that we can once more back up your recovery key if you need a copy of it, or you can also turn off BitLocker if you choose so. In today's video, we're learning some of the basics of PowerShell, specifically on how to install or execute application installation. So what I will teach you here is how to use some basic commands that would lead you towards creating your own scripts that would allow you to install software through the PowerShell. So basically, once you go to the internet and you download something, it's going to be inside of downloads folder, and whatever you decide to install, let's for example take this
example here, Media Creation Tool 1809, you would simply double click it and you get the prompts and you go to the prompts and then you install everything like that. Well, you can also execute this through the PowerShell. So there are a couple of ways of doing this which will help you get to the point where you create your own script to run PowerShell remote installs or even local installs, if you will, and that is to get to the same directory. So if we type in cd downloads, it's going to take us to that directory. The reason it got us to that directory because we're already partially there. But if we really wanted to navigate to this, it would be simple as this. We're going to type in users, name of the local profile that I'm using, which is YT login, and then I'm going to type in downloads. It's going to get us to the same place. So if we type in dir, we can see that that media creation tool is indeed there as well. So this is one of those things you might want to double check every time you create or before you start to create your scripts. By the way, this is going to be a little bit more advanced, so it's a little bit more advanced for people who are more familiar with computer software, but if you're new to computers, I will try to go as slow as possible. Comparatively speaking, here's the same directory in a GUI form. So this is inside of our Windows, and we can see that it's exact same stuff that we see in here. So let's go ahead and execute it from the PowerShell, and the way to do that is to type in start process, and then type in media creation tool.exe. See, now we get the same prompt to go through our prompts to basically install our software. However, if you want to make this to be a silent operation, you would do the same thing and then just do a switch or a command, which is /s. This would execute it silently. If it is an MSI package, typically it won't work here because this is executable and it's designed to literally go through the prompts like that. But if you do have MSI package, it will allow you to do so like so. And for example of an MSI package, in case you don't know, is for example this one. This is an MSI installer for that, and that is .msi. Now here's another example of how to do it from a remote location. In our case, we might have something on a network level, which is for me located here. I went ahead and created a folder for this example on // cobuman1, and that is the PC name or the server name that you might be using. And then I'm going to type in folder name repo1. So if we look inside of this one, the IR, we can see that we still have that media creation tool inside of that. So the same way we can execute it from here as well. So we can type in the same way, start process media creation tool 1809.exe. Since we're in this directory already, I can just hit enter and we're going to get that pop up again and it's installing. So I went ahead and canceled it. This is where you're getting all these errors. Now, we can the same way we can start our script by typing in, let's see here, start dash process, and then we're simply going to navigate to the network location. Let's see here, and then it's going to be cobuman 1 folder name repo1, and then we're going to do a /, and then we're going to type in media creation tool 1809.exe. Then we're going to hit enter, and now we have that pop up again. And again, if you want to make this silent, you're going to have to create your own MSI package or something like that and basically design it so it is silent, so meaning that nothing happens that you see visually, it just kind of installs it. So that's how you would do it. That's how you would start to create your script for a remote location using PowerShell. Now, you can also use a package manager to download different applications or access different applications and execute them like so, but you would have to have some kind of a package manager that would allow you to do so. So let's look at a repository that's online available right now that you can kind of look at as an example of that. So there's one that was set up for testing by Microsoft, which we will navigate here in a moment. Let me just do a quick clear here so that we don't have any confusion here. And in order to find these packages, we can type in find dash package, and then we need to specify a provider, which that means is, dash provider. This is basically indicates that we're going to now type in the provider name. In our case, the provider, or our server name, if you will, is Chocolati. I think that's how it's pronounced. So we're going to hit enter here and see what happens. So here's just the run of all the things that are available as in packages on this repository or server, if you will. So how do we get any of these packages downloaded to our computer? We just kind of have to know which one we want, but we can also kind of, if we specifically want to look for some specific, let's say, I don't know, let's say Notepad. So we can stop it from kind of going through all the things and see if there's anything available for Notepad. Because you can see there are so many different things here, and if there's something specific that you're looking for, you're going to have to kind of remember that or specifically search for. So let's stop this process here, and I'm going to leave it up just for the sake of reference. I'm going to open up a new PowerShell, and we're going to access the same repository, but I'm going to tell it to look for a specific name, and in our case we're going to use an example of Namepad. So we're going to type in again find dash package, and then we're going to type in provider, and then server Chocolati, and I'm going to specify a command which is name that tells it, okay, I want you to look for this specifically, or anything, or any derivative of that, or anything like that. I'm going to type in Notepad, and I'm going to use asterisk. So I'm going to type in, and everything that's that has a Notepad, there's inside of this repository, it's going to show up as so. So now we can see all the things that are available as a package inside of this repository. So yes, we can now download these packages, and we can use them in our package manager to push this type of different software. So what can we do with this point? Well, we can install one of these packages. So let's go ahead and pick our random one. Let's pick this one, Notepad++. We're going to do Control-C on this so we have it saved. And then again, we're going to use some commands. And this case, instead of typing in find package, we're going to type in install package. Install package. We're going to type in provider once more, and then we're going to type in Chocolati, and then we're going to specify name, and then we're going to say Notepad++. So let's see what happens when we execute that. And now it's asking us whether we trust this source, which is for the right reasons. If you're going to look at this repository, make sure that you feel comfortable with installing this on your computer. And here it asks you, are you sure you want to install software from Chocolati? And I can say yes, yes to all, no, or no to all, suspend, or if you're unsure, you can type in help. So in my case, I'm just going to type in Y for yes, and I'm going to hit enter. And now it's installing this package. So let's see what happened. Did this actually install it? This is actually what happened. When we did that, it actually just downloaded that repository into our folder that is created on the root C, and it's going to be in our libraries. And here is our Chocolati. Well, there's a correct section. There it is. Notepad++ is what we just got here. And there are a couple of different packages here that are installed. This one actually came with the installer, so that's cool. Now we can actually execute this installer if we really wanted to. And all right, I found that some of these packages are not incomplete that I've downloaded. For example, Visual Studio here, this one doesn't seem to have the actual executable in there, but this one actually installed. What is this one? This is part of the same one. Okay, well, we can execute this now, and all we got to do is just copy this path here, and then we can type in again start process, and then we can specify that, and then we need to get the name of that installation. Let's do the
64, the 64-bit version of that. And I'm going to paste that in there, and I'm going to hit enter, and here it is. Now let's see if it works silently. It errored out because I clicked no, as you saw. I'm going to use the S switch. Let's see if this, nope. So yeah, it has to be an MSI package for it to install silently, and this one is just a simple executable. Anyways, guys, I hope you find this kind of interesting, because it really is. You can we can set up scripts that will allow you to install remote software packages into multiple computers, this and that. There are many, many ways of going about this. Is kind of just an introduction to PowerShell, and there are many, many different tools that you can look at, and not only can you install, you can also uninstall. And again, there are different ways of doing this. You can use the invoke command, or you can just use install package command. You can use the start process command. Many, many different ways. And this is the great thing about PowerShell. You can customize this to your needs or to your business needs, of just the way it feels the best for your type of business that you'll work at. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're going to talk about 3 different videos, 3 different topics for desktop support, and if you're also learning help desk. Very useful stuff. The first one is about ping command, how to use ping command and how to resolve issues using it. Second one is about traceroute. Ever heard about traceRT command? Well, I'm going to talk about it and we're going to learn about it. Very cool and interesting stuff. Last thing we're going to talk about is reliability monitor. A lot of people don't know about it, but reliability monitor is kind of like software, but it's actually built into Windows. I know it's actually software, but it's part of Windows. And we're going to learn about it because it's kind of cool and not many people know about it. And it can help you resolve weird computer issues that are kind of apparent and easy to actually visualize using Reliability Monitor. It really tells you what's going on. Alright guys, let's check it out. But before we do that, please take 1 second to like this video. It really makes a big difference to me and my channel. It really helps me grow and whatnot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that. So if you're doing tech support or desktop support or what have you, chances are you'll be using ping command. So what is ping command and its use? I'm going to talk about the first part of it and explain the whole thing, but my written answer here is generally the ping command is used to determine whether your computer has access to external resources or the internet. So anything that is considered external resources is anything that's outside of the connection of your computer. So let's say you're using a desktop PC at work or a laptop, and then you're trying to access an external resource like a shared drive or a server or a website, whether it's internal or external, and you can't connect to it, or there's a issue with latency or lag of some sort, it's running slow, that's how ping command would be used. And all these things are considered as external resources, so something that your computer connects to over the network. Okay, now through command prompt CMD you can type in, for example, ping www.microsoft.com, and this is an example of a ping command. So let's go ahead and open up CMD. I'm going to open up command line, command prompt, or whatever you call it. I keep saying command prompt, command line. I use Linux too, so sometimes I forget which one is which. Anyways, we're going to use this example that we have here, and it's ping www.microsoft.com. So let's see what happens when a normal working website is up and running, and see the result from it. Did I misspell that? Of course I did. Microsoft.com. I'm trying to multitask here, so you will forgive me. Okay, so one of the first things that comes up that you will notice here is a number, which is an IP address, which is controlled by the DNS. And the DNS, basically what it does is takes a domain name, in this case Microsoft.com, and translates it into an IP address, which is the location of this website on a server. So the server for Microsoft.com is located at 23 .45.133.21. So that's the IP address for the server, of the server for Microsoft.com. Okay, so now these are real results of the ping command for a normal running website that is up and running and there are no problems. So what happens is ping command sends 4 packets of data. So you can see here that it sent 4 packets. They are size of 32 bytes. And then it waits for a response and how long it takes to respond, which is shown here in milliseconds. So this is the first attempt from of the ping to this IP address, and we can see that the response time here, that it took 14 milliseconds to respond. And then the ping command does it again, which is the second time, and this time it replied in 15 milliseconds. And then the third time, also 15 milliseconds. And then fourth time, also 15 milliseconds, hence 4 packets sent. Right? Very, very easy to understand. But of course, for it to actually respond, for actually to have a response of any sort, it has to send back 4 packets as well. So you can see here that the server at 23.45.133.21 also sent back 4 packets which were received at the same size. And then we can see that lost 0, that means it was successful. That means none of the packets failed, that all the 4 pings were successful. That's an example of successful ping command. We know everything is okay with this website. So let's go find a website that doesn't work. So I went to this website, and this website kind of tells you of some of the big websites that are down. So let's kind of pick a random one here. Let's pick Trivago.com here. That's a safe website. We're going to type in ping Trivago. Well, let's do www.trivago.com. Now, if this website is down, like it says it is, we're going to get some negative results, which would be a good example of of how you use a ping command and how to help you troubleshoot the issues. So far, we can see that it's timing out. What does that mean? That the first packet was sent and it didn't connect. It waited a certain amount of time, didn't connect to the server, or the server didn't reply, I should say, and then it timed out. And then the second time as well, I'm sorry, first time, second time, and we're waiting for the third one. Third one timed out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go all full screen here. Let me kind of move some of this stuff out of the way so it's easier to see. And we can see that all 4 packets sent timed out. That means that the server just, the ping, waited, we waited and the server didn't respond, timeout. There's only a certain amount of time ping command will wait for a response. And that's what happened. And we can again see here that 4 packets are sent. So, and then 0 received. And in this example, Trivago.com is located at this IP address. That's the server, that's the web server for the Trivago.com. And now we can see that we sent 4, we waited, nothing happened, we received 0 because it's down. And then we lost 4. That means we sent 4 and they never came back, which gives us 100% loss of packets. So how does this help us? Well, for one thing, we know the website is down, or a server that you're trying to access at your job is down, right? We can, web server or some other network component, some other network resources. If you have the name for it or the IP address, you can just ping the IP address. If you wanted to, you can just type in ping, IP address 35.179.002.200. And here we go again. We're pinging Trivago's server again, except we're just directly bypassing the domain name. And we're bypassing the we're not necessarily bypassing but we're bypassing the domain name. We're going directly to pinging the server itself. And again, it's timing out, which is another indicator that the website is down. So going back to the my question of how does this help us aside from knowing that the website is down? So if it's an external website, what we would have to do is find the webmaster for it, or a person who has access to the server. Same thing goes for if it's internal website. So let's say your business, or the business that you work for, has some kind of internal website that everybody goes to, everybody uses it, this and that, and you don't have necessarily access to it. You would find that webmaster and contact them. So how would you go about that? Well, if you know who the owner of Trivago.com is, you would contact them directly, obviously. But if you don't know who the owner is, based off the name of the Trivago.com, based off the domain name, you can see who the owner is of this IP address. And this is something that your company would provide this to you if you're doing tech support. So you would basically have a tool that lets you tool, or some kind of notes or something. I don't know. This all depends on, this varies from place to place, But for example, at my main job, I will know who owns this IP address. So not only can I look up to see who owns Trivago.com, for example, I can also look up who owns this IP address, and then I would contact that guy who is the owner of this IP address, or a guy or a gal or whatever. I would contact them and say, hey, this website is down. But the only time I would do that is if I don't have direct access to this. So let's say this is a server that I have, that I'm running, and everybody in the business here is using it as just a storage location. Let's say this is just a web server that hosts files for everybody in my building that I support. Well, I would simply just try this. If I don't have physical access to it, I would open up remote desktop connection, type in 8.35.179.200. See if I can connect to it. And it's going to fail because obviously I don't have access to it. And, that's okay. But if I have physical access to it, and I know where it's located in the data center or in the server room or whatever it is, chances are this server might be just turned off, or, there might be something else bad with it. But at least I will know that there is something wrong going on by using the ping command, and that will get me to either me fixing it or finding who can fix it. And that's how you would use ping command in a business environment. Either way, for this we're going to need a command line, which we're going to open up right now. So in order to use Traceroute, we're basically going to use the example from the article. It's simply typed in traceRT, pardon me, traceRT, followed by the name of the website you're trying to reach. This doesn't have to be a website. It could be a server of some sort, or a switch, or I should say just an IP address of a network component or a location. So, and that gets me into why would you want to use traceRT. Before I even hit enter here and then a bunch of stuff comes up, I want you to understand why you would want to use it. So let's say at your work, at your office, for some reason you cannot reach cosmicnovo.com. However, from your phone, which is, by the way, on a network, on a different network entirely, you can reach Cosmic Novo just fine. Also, another example is an application that uses network connection to work. For example, an application that has to reach to a database that could be located in totally different state, country, this and that. It could be at the end of the world. It could be that it's not working. That's another reason you would want to use Traceroute. Or simply there is a server somewhere we can't reach, whether it's used for storage or this and that. We would want to use Traceroute to figure out why you can't reach it from your office network, but you can reach it from any other network. So what it does in the nutshell, Traceroute, it traces all the routes taken on the network
to reach cosmicnova.com in this example. So it's going to map it out for me. So think about it this way. Let's say you have a date, or you are going somewhere that you've never been before. You open up your phone, you go to Google or Apple or whatever it is that you're using, you type in your navigation the address that you want to visit. And it gives you all these routes that it takes. It says go straight, go left, go right, this and that. The Traceroute kind of does the same thing in a sense. However, Traceroute, it will tell you whether there are certain roads or routes that you cannot take, or that they're broken or non-existent. So that's a very simple explanation of what Traceroute does. It tells you whether a certain turn is broken or non-existent. Hence the name Traceroute. I hope that's an easy one to understand there. So we're going to see an example of this. As soon as I hit enter here, we're going to see what happens, and I'm going to explain all the steps that it's going through. All right, hitting enter. With Traceroute executed, this is typically what happens. It takes maximum of 30 hops, as in 30 roads or 30 paths, if you will, in order to reach the final destination, which is this IP address for this website. And this may take a while. This is why I have a finished traceroute of all the routes taken for that website, and I will show you what that is right now. So let's have a look at some of the things that kind of stand out. The first hop that shows up is basically pinging my IP address of the local computer. So the computer I'm using right now, local IP address for that is 192.168.1.1. So that's a typical local IP address. Second hop is basically trying to ping my IP address, external IP address for the internet. So my internet provider, which is Charter, is actually blocking that information for security reasons. It automatically blocks it. There's nothing I can do about it, but it's perfectly normal to see a second hop fail timeout like this. And then you can see that hops 3 through 8 are all from my internet provider, charter.com. Charter is my internet provider, and you can see all these, if you will, switches that it takes in order to access the internet that goes outside of the Charter's network. So it goes through all of these, and everything seems fine, so that's perfectly fine. And then finally reaches the internet, and then it has to go through this switch here. And again, it looks normal. This route is normal. And then it goes to the number 10. Again, it's normal. Then we look at 11, and we can see that there's increased millisecond response. Not necessarily too bad, because we're not talking like 80 milliseconds, 100 plus or something like that. However, something does stand out here, and that there is a third, on the third response or third attempt ping of it, there is no response whatsoever. It timed out. So if we are having issues connecting to the final destination, potentially we could look at the switches or servers that are located at these two IP addresses. So the first one is 72.1.232.70, and this other one that starts with 172. So because we see no response here at all for the third ping there, we can kind of possibly assume that there might be some kind of a latency issue with these two switches or nodes, if you will, or they could be server or whatever it is that they are. We can look at that, because it could be a server somewhere. And the reason I say server is, in a sense, depending on which type of thing are we troubleshooting. Are we troubleshooting a website? Or are we troubleshooting application connection? This and that. So it could be a part of the final destination of, like, for example, application that maybe uses some kind of database that is located at this server or whatnot. Or server itself could be the firewall. We don't know, but we need to know kind of what's causing this, delay or lack of response whatsoever, if there is a problem, right? But typically that's associated with higher millisecond response time. So in our case, this is
probably just normal, and chances are that these servers here just have a limit of how many times you can ping it. So we're going to move on from that. And then it goes through a bunch of different nodes here, which could mean that it's just blocking. This is very typical, that these nodes are literally just blocking these type of connection requests, which is fine. This is pretty normal, but every time you see a gap in between where it fails somewhere, this is something we would have to be concerned about. And we'll potentially look at that here in a moment, but this is an example of a good traceroute response. And then finally reaches the destination of 130.211.160.109, which is where cosmicnovo.com is located, as you can see here. So it took all the routes, and it took it 23 routes to get to the final destination, and we know that everything is okay here. All right, so I found a website that's supposed to be down, a safe website, and let's see, do I have that going here? Yep, I had it tested. It's anthem.com, which is basically an insurance provider, health insurance provider, and I saw that it's down. Let me just double check here one more time. I'm going to ping it one more time to make sure that it's down, and then we're going to do a traceroute on it to see if we can figure out what's causing the problem. Chances are it's the web server itself, but it could be something in between too. So I'm going to do a traceroute on that as well, and then I'm going to, and you can see that it failed. You know, sent 4, received 0. It's timing out, definitely down. So we're going to do a traceroute, rt anthem.com, and see what kind of response we can get. Again, this may take a while, which I will just fast forward to the results so we can see what's going on with that. So as we are looking at the results of anthem.com, you can see that they are similar to what we had earlier in the sense that it's taking same routes initially. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about. See, this is the first one, and we can tell that it takes, hits my LAN, and then it goes through all of these charter switches, if you will. And if we go back here, we can see that they are the same switches, and it takes that same route. However, after it hits those, it decides to go another way, which was dictated by this switch. This switch says, okay, well, now you're done with the charter network. Now you have to go through this something else. So let's look at the previous one. I'm sorry. Let's look at the previous one here. And did we take the same 15166? So in our case, after the 166, charter sent us to this other one, which ends with 12, which, by the way, is probably next to it. So there is a switch probably next to it in the same data center. You can see how it's only off by 3 IP addresses. Anyways, it decided, in this case, for the anthem.com, which is this top one, it decided to bypass the next switch, which typically would have been this one, to route to cosmicnovo.com. It had to take another one here. So instead of going to any of these other ones, you can see that this one just said, okay, well, this is going somewhere else. And it takes a different route, and it goes to this other, probably internet provider of some sort, which I'm assuming is related to AT&T. And it doesn't say that here, but the reason I know is if you look at these 7 through 10, you can see that the switches names are STL, which stands for St. Louis. ORD probably stands for Orlando, Florida. And you can see that they're called atlas.cogento.com. And you can see the IP address that are connected to there. However, if you look at number 10, you can see that it says ATT here, so which is AT&T, probably Orlando. So it goes through Florida somewhere, and then it continues with switches that are located or that belong to AT&T, and then routes it further. And you can see that it hits another 3 gateways most likely on an AT&T server before it reaches its final destination. This is still taking forever, so once it's finished, I'll show you what the end result is for Anthem.com. However, I want to talk about a point of failure that may occur that may show up in Traceroute command. And here's a really good example. We can look at these AT&T switches here. So 11 through 13. Traceroute can tell you immediately whether something failed in the path that it's taking. So we can imagine that in this example that number 12 here timed out. So let's pretend this one timed out, literally timed out, and we need to figure out where is it at, what's wrong with this. Chances are if it timed out that either it's blocking this type of information from being sent back, which happens with my IP address here. But however, if it's just kind of in the middle here, and we know kind of by intuition that it's supposed to take another route because it goes to the third one here, but for some reason this one in the middle times out, that's a clear indicator of a switch that is, or the switch that is just bad. So how do we find out, if it's bad or not? Well, we would have to reach out to this guy or this company and ask them, okay, well, we need to get somebody from AT&T on the call, or call them or contact them and say, hey, there's a problem here. And they'll be like, okay, well, let's send me the results of Traceroute from your location. And you send it to them, and then suddenly they're like, oh, the number 12 failed, but we still know it's kind of on their network because it keeps going to their network. You see what I'm saying? It goes to AT&T. We know all three of these hops are going to be AT&T, but the middle one fails. That means it's still on their network, and the problem is on their network, and they need to look at this. And they would know. I know it would say timed out here, but they would know what the next one would be or should be, or whether there is a break of some sort that prevents everybody, and that one switch is causing the problem. So they would look at this and they say, okay, well, we know it's on this network. Let's scour our network and look for this broken switch. And that's the point of Traceroute. Of course, there could be other examples of that, and that is, let's say this one doesn't time out, but there's a huge latency issue here. That would also be indicated by Traceroute that there is a problem. So let's say their response time is like 100 milliseconds or even 80 milliseconds. This caused connection timeouts on the application end or a user end as well. So let's say there's a huge latency here. There's another reason why they would want to look at that switch or server and kind of see what's going on. The reason I say server is because it could be the final destination. We don't know. But in our case, we know it's not. It's just a switch that it's taking. And then with the Traceroute information, we can forward this information to them and say, okay, well, this is probably what's going on. Now, this thing is going to time out, and I'm going to kind of tell it to skip by hitting enter the attempt. For some reason, it gets stuck like this, waiting to get a response from the switch. And then I'm going to fast forward this to the end result. So as the final result of the Traceroute is coming up, we can see that the Anthem.com is just simply down. This is what it tells us. The normal response from the Traceroute when everything's okay is indicated in my other window here. And you can see that the final hop gives us the final destination address. In our case of Anthem.com, it doesn't. It never reaches it, and this is clear indication that there's something wrong at the web server level. So the webmaster for Anthem.com needs to look at it and resolve the issue at the server level. But when we know that the website is down for everybody, this is not necessarily the reason we would use Traceroute.com our traceroute command for, we would simply just use ping command to see if it's up or down. But if there is an issue of latency, if there is an issue of website or an application working for some people but not others that are on a different network, that's when we would use the traceroute. So it's for troubleshooting connection issues that are specific to a network. Meaning that just because I can reach it doesn't mean that some other people can as well. So this is how you would use Traceroute to figure out where is the breaking point on their end and why can't they reach, or why can't I reach a certain web server, application server, or what not.
And in today's video, we're going to talk about Reliability Monitor. It's one of those tools that comes with Windows 10 that people don't really talk about or mention, but it's actually a really cool monitor that kind of filters everything out for you when it comes to system issues or system events. So it's similar to Event Viewer, except it's a little bit easier to follow, a little bit easier to navigate through. And I'll show you exactly what I mean. So let's go ahead and pull up Reliability Monitor. You can simply search for it and just type in Reliability Monitor, and what comes up is View Reliability History. Alternative way to get into it is through Control Panel. If you go to Control Panel, select Security Maintenance here, and then expand maintenance, and then from here we need to click on View Reliability History. We're going to click on that, and now it expands our Reliability Monitor once more. So what is, again, Reliability Monitor? You can think of Reliability Monitor, for example, as a highly filtered version of Event Viewer. So instead of giving you all the details for that one day on your computer, it gives you kind of filtered version of it that's much easier to follow, and it kind of mostly points out software updates and critical issues that may happen on your computer. It lists successful and failed software and driver installations, as well crashes, apps, and programs that stopped responding, and other errors, of course, on a time-based scale. So what does that mean? That means it shows you events for every viewer, every day, just like Event Viewer, except it's a lot more simplified, and it gives you this kind of a graph with dates aligned as this. You can see the only main thing that keep in mind is that Reliability Monitor only goes back as far as 1 month. So it only gives you 1 month of event viewing when it comes to issues on your computer, which could be good enough to kind of troubleshoot all the computer issues that are happening. So you don't necessarily need to go back over a month ago to figure out what is going on right now with your computer. On top of that, Reliability Monitor, it can often provide important clues about the cause of sudden changes in system behavior as well, and that can be determined by the events that happened. And it can also kind of give you an idea why, for example, my computer is crashing, what happened with the application, why did it stop, this and that. So again, it's an event viewer in a sense, except it's a lot more user friendly, if you will, or IT support friendly. So with the Reliability Monitor, let's go ahead and look at an example. And here's a good one. It says here that on October 5th, 2019, something happened. So if we just click on this bar, we can see that it gives you the details as well, but it also points out a critical event with this circle, with a red circle with the X in it, and then we have the warning one, exclamation mark here, which is in yellow, and then we have regular event here, which is in blue. So let's look at the first critical event. It says Windows was not properly shut down, and you can see how it's easily laid out for you, and it gives you the date here, and it says, it's October 5th at 8 a.m. And then, of course, on the right-hand side of it, you can click on View Technical Details, which will give you more information on it if you select that. So you can imagine, let's say your computer is unstable and it says, your computer is shutting down just randomly. Windows was not properly shut down. So what does that mean? It means that either somebody pulled the plug, the power went out, or something caused the crash. So let's go ahead and click on View Technical Details, and expands it, and it gives you a little bit more information. But as far as the computer knows, it just knows that Windows was not properly shut down. So this could mean literally that it lost power. And then it also in description it says the previous system shut down on let's see, what is this, 6 days ago was unexpected. So it gives you an idea that, hey, this happened also 5 days ago. So that can give you a clue of what might be happening. So you can either ask the user, hey, do you remember it shutting down before? Or you can simply confirm what the user is saying, hey, this happened before. And then you can look at it, you can say, hey, did this happen about 5 days ago? And then you can see that there's a pattern going on here. So very similar to Event Viewer. And of course, I have a video on Event Viewer if you want to check that out. I'll toss a link on the right-hand side here. So let's look at the exclamation one that it's just a warning, and it says here Google Update Helper, and it says unsuccessful application reconfiguration, and it happened on the same day at 8:08 a.m. So let's say somebody's complaining about Google Chrome, for example, because Google Chrome is the only product I have on this computer, and of course it's going to have a Google Update Helper, and then I can see, well, all right, well, something's going on here, and then obviously it says here unsuccessful application reconfiguration. So I'm going to click on View Technical Details, and it's going to give me a little bit more of the information, and again, it kind of repeats what it said earlier here and on the top, and then in the description it says Windows installer reconfigured the product, and it gives you the product name, and that is Google Update Helper, and it gives you product version, product language, manufacturer, Google LLC, and then it gives you reconfiguration success or error status. So at this point, we don't know what happened, because if it says unsuccessful application reconfiguration, as far as we know, it could be just permission issues, but at least we have an error status, which is the error code 1638. So we can simply Google this and find out on the internet what this error actually means. But again, it could be just simple permissions issue, and if user is complaining about Google not working properly, or Google Chrome or this and that, this kind of gives you a clue, at least a starting point. So let's just look at some of the blue events that happened, and informational events are down here, and then again you can see there is another Google Update Helper, and then it says here successful application reconfiguration, and it happened kind of exact same time where it unsuccessfully did it. So that means most likely that it did get its permissions that it needed to do so, and then it actually did it. So we can kind of confirm here that was successful, and we can see that the error status is 0. So right away we can see, well, that's not the problem. Just because it failed here, it actually succeeded below here. So we're done with the Google issue here. And then of course we just have a regular event, and it says here cumulative update for .NET framework for Windows 10, and it says successful Windows update. So generally speaking, informational events are just that. It gives you information that something usually just happen normally, and that is also good to know, so that way we can kind of exclude those things as possible problems for this PC. So with this tool, we can just keep going and scrolling through all the events. You can see some of them are just blank. There is basically just means there's no issues on those days. And then we got, again, just the blue event that happened, and it's just normal. But the ones we want to kind of concentrate on here are the ones that are critical events. For example, this setup host.exe stopped responding on October 13th at 8:53 a.m. And then we can just keep going and kind of look at those issues and see what happened, and it kind of gives you a really good starting point when it comes to figuring out what is wrong with all of these computer issues that may be happening. And sure, I can go through all this stuff together with you, and let's just go ahead and take a quick look. This one looks a little bit different because it's a setup host.exe, and it says again stop responding at 8:53 a.m. and it gives you quite a bit more detail, and this is going to vary from program to program, of course, but again, it gives you starting place to help you troubleshoot what the issue is. And for example, this one says stopped interacting with Windows and it was closed. To see more information about the problem, check the problem history in the security maintenance control panel. So it gives you another starting point here. It also gives you application path in some cases, and you can see where this program is located, and this is a Windows component. And then let's look at the something similar, and it says for this yellow exclamation mark right underneath it, it says Notepad++, unsuccessful application installation, and we can see more details of this one as well. Again, this one happened on 8:51 a.m. and it says Windows install the product, blah blah blah, and then installation success or error status. So this is most likely a failed installation, and then we can look up again what the error is to clarify that information. Well, there you have it, guys. This is a very useful tool in my opinion if you don't want to look all the information in the event viewer. If you find that confusing, because I can see how event viewer could be harder to navigate through, especially for new people to tech support. So hey, if you get an issue from a user or a user reports an issue, it says, hey, my computer's unstable, I don't know what's going on, reliability monitor is a good place to start to give you a quick look to see what's going on with that PC. All right, I hope you like this video. Please share it with friends. If you have any questions, please let me know. Leave any likes, and I will see you next time. Thank you for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to talk about VPN, Virtual Private Network. This video is really good for people trying to get into help desk or desktop support. First part of this video is going to be a presentation on VPN. It's going to explain what VPN is, how it functions, why we use it, and this and that. The second video is going to be a VPN troubleshooting example on how to troubleshoot VPN, things to look out for. And the third part of the video is kind of things to kind of watch out for when it comes to dealing with a VPN, especially when it comes to resetting passwords for users while they're on VPN connection. This is a really good and important video to learn, and I hope you find it very easy to follow. That being said, please take 1 second to click like on this button. It really means a lot to me when you guys do that. It's just kind of a excellent and wonderful way that makes me happy that you guys do for me. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you so much. So what is VPN? VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. And the way that usually works is, let's say you start working for some business, for some company, and they decide that they want you to work from home occasionally, right? So what they do is they give you a laptop. They give you a laptop or maybe even a desktop, but typically it's just a laptop. They give you a computer and they say, okay, take this home and then VPN from home so that way you can work for us. What does that mean? Well, they want you to connect from home to the company's network so you have access to all the resources that you normally do so that you can work from home, right? That's what the VPN is in the nutshell. So where can you VPN from? You can VPN from home, you can VPN from coffee shop, a restaurant, a store, anywhere there is internet access, right? So this is how it kind of works. You create a virtual private connection from any other location that has access to the internet, which allows you to connect to the company's network. And I will explain how this works. Your company has a centralized computer that deals specifically for VPN. There are servers that act as a proxy, if you will, that allows you to have access to all of the other computers on that same network, on your work network, right? So you have a server that's a VPN server that you connect to, and this allows you to have access to the company's network, right? VPN is encrypted and it's safe. It's fully encrypted and it's safe. This is where authentication comes in a couple of different forms, right? The first thing that we need to do and have is software, right? VPN uses software. You basically open up this software that's going to be installed on your computer. You open it up, and this software will typically ask you for authentication, meaning login and password. However, there's a little bit more to it, right? You come to this screen and it says username and password, and you have your normal username password that you use for your normal computer, for your computer that you go to work. You go to work, you log in with your
login and password, and that's fine. However, VPN is different. It's going to have a little bit more to it. A lot of times, and I hope most of the time, there's some form of token authentication involved, whether it's hard token or soft token. So what I mean by that is it's a randomly generated number that you use in combination with your password, right? You have your username that's most likely not going to change. It's your regular username. However, you'll have a password and combination of the numbers that come from the token. So imagine a hard token is basically something that's kind of small, sort of like a thumb drive size, and has a randomly generated number on it that changes typically every 60 seconds. You can have the soft token that basically does the same thing. You open it up on your computer and it just displays a bunch of random numbers that change every 60 seconds. So you type in your username, your password, and the randomly generated number, and then you will log in. As a result, when you're authenticated, now you have full VPN connection, which is encrypted. The company's network says, oh, okay, you're fine. Now you have full access to the network resources at the company that you work for. So it's the same as if you were sitting at the company's office, at your office, right? It's the same thing. You have full access to your work files, your emails, and everything else that's available to you at your office, right? That's the whole point of VPN. You have full access while you're at home when you create a VPN connection to all the resources at work. As somebody who might be working help desk or just tech support for a company, you'll have people who work remotely. And nowadays we have a lot of people working from home. So in order for them to actually be able to work, now they have to connect to the company's network. But now they can't work because they're not on the company's network. They're not physically there at the office. So they have to use VPN software to connect directly and attach themselves to the network of the company. This is why they use VPN software to do so. Now, what I have up right now is just a home user VPN that anybody can use. Not to be confused with a business VPN. This is the reason I have it up. This is going to be totally different. This home one that you can go to google.com and download free VPN, all it does is just hide your location so that way it looks like you're connected to the internet from some other country. That's all it does. It's completely different from business VPN in the sense of access to the resources that you need to work as somebody who works for a company. All right, so this is a sample of regular free VPN that regular people use, not workers. So let me show you. Here's the list of servers that they pick. So if they, for example, run this and they, for example, click Brazil, suddenly now they're going to look like they're connected to the internet from Brazil. So they're basically trying to hide their location. This is not the same thing as a business VPN. All right, that being said, let's look at a business VPN, how it kind of looks like. When it comes to business VPN, you typically get something similar to this. You launch the application and you get a similar pop-up to this. And it asks you for your username, your password, and a second password. So what is this second password? We know this is pretty straightforward. The username is probably going to be your network login or your domain login ID. It's going to be the same thing as what they use when they're at the office. So it's going to be the exact same thing most of the time. It's going to be the exact same thing as what they use at the office. Their username is going to be the exact same thing. I'm sorry for repeating that. I just want to make sure that you know this. And the password is going to be the same thing as they use for the office when they log into their computer. Second password, however, is different. This is usually an RSA token. So what is RSA token? RSA token is a one-time password that is always randomized. I think it usually lasts 60 seconds once you get that one-time password, and then it allows you to log in. You may have seen this with some websites. Some websites use one-time passwords
to access your different types of accounts. It's very similar to that. So let's concentrate on this second password part of it first. This is kind of what it looks like. This is an old school way of getting that one-time password. It's an token that is randomly generated. So basically what happens is you press a button, for example, like here or there, and it generates a random number that you use as the second password. A lot of times these are either hardware tokens. This is what they are. These are hardware tokens, but there are also software tokens. Let me just kind of scroll down to show you that. You can get a software token that kind of looks like this. Here it is, this one here, where it says VPN token. This is something that's installed on their computer as well. So they'll have an icon on their computer with the VPN software. So the VPN software is going to be separate, but they have to launch this VPN token to get this random code to use as part of their login as the second password. It might be the way they put in the password, the second password for the VPN token might be slightly different, varying from VPN software to another, but in the nutshell, they're going to need that VPN token or RSA token, if you will, in order to get that second password so they can log in and access the VPN or the network that they're trying to connect to. You can also have a mobile version of that. So you can have a mobile phone. I don't know if I have an example of that here, but you can install an app on some companies have an option of installing app on your phone that generates this random token. So that's the first thing to be concerned about when it comes to connecting through VPN, when it comes to customer connecting to the VPN. So this is the main thing that you see when it comes to VPN with help desk when people call in or contact the help desk. Most of the time they're going to say, I can't connect to the VPN. The main thing to learn when you work for some company is to learn how they are connecting. That's the main thing. Now let's move on to other things. Let's look at VPN servers and how they are different from let me see here, from regular VPNs. This is kind of what it's going to look like for somebody, for example, working in the United States. When they will launch their VPN software, they may get a list of servers that kind of look like this. And they're all going to be in US. And all of these are most likely the servers for the exact same company. So this is all the same network. They're all on the same network. They're just different location. This is very normal when they launch their VPN software. They will see a bunch of different servers and they may choose to select one of these. The reason you want to know about this is because sometimes some of these servers will be down. It happens. Sometimes there will be way too many people trying to connect, for example, to the same one. Let's look at the capacities here, for example. You can see that the Los Angeles one is the very first one. So people automatically tend to click on the very first server available. And you can see that in this example, there's 13% capacity already, meaning that it has the most, well, this one has a lot too, 15%. But people a lot of times tend to pick the very first VPN server for their company. Either way, if they're having trouble suddenly connecting to, for example, Los Angeles here, just ask them to connect to Miami, New York, San Jose, or Seattle. So that's one other thing to kind of keep in mind when it comes to connection issues. Now, the other thing that is very common when it comes to VPN connection is that software is simply not there. So you have to have a way to reinstall software, to reinstall VPN software for the user. And a lot of times what happens is a company will set up a website that user can log into before they are connected to VPN. So, for example, what happens is they would get a link, they would type in that link, whatever that may be, getmyvpnsoftware.com. For example, this is not, I don't even know if this is a real website or not, but this is kind of what would happen. They would get a link, and keep in mind,
they're at this time they're not connected. Their problem is they cannot connect to VPN, and they don't have software either. So what happens usually is they will have a link that they go to, and once they go to that link, they can download the software and install it. So you may have to help them install that software as well if they need admin privileges, this and that. That's just a basic troubleshooting when it comes to installing software. But keep that in mind. If they don't have it, there has to be a way to get that VPN software installed onto their computer before they're connected to the VPN. You see what I'm saying? There has to be an external access or a way to initiate the VPN software installation, so that way they can afterwards connect to the VPN and have all the resources available to them afterwards, so they can just get back to work and start working. All right, guys, I believe this covers the VPN troubleshooting when it comes to help desk or general tech support. Let me know if you've encountered anything else that might be related to VPN. I think I covered kind of the most common issues when it comes to VPN. Let me know in the comments if there is anything that I've missed. I'd be interested to hear different scenarios, different options. But keep in mind, there are many, many different ways of initiating VPN. Companies a lot of times have their own proprietary software, different prerequisites, meaning they may have a different security. So some companies, as far as I know, may not even require a second password or RSA token, which is kind of silly. But you do see that with smaller companies that may necessarily have the manpower to set all this up and do the maintenance on it and keep up with all of that stuff. So it's going to vary a little bit, but in general, what I've explained to you is exactly the main things. There are exactly the main things to be concerned about and to learn when it comes to troubleshooting VPN connections. So with this knowledge, you can literally go, for example, to an interview for help desk, and when they ask you about the VPN, you can explain to them how VPN works in this type of sense. Again, it's totally different from VPN that you download from the internet to hide your location. It's completely different. It works the same way when it comes to connections, but it's not the same function because here you are just hiding your identity from the rest of the internet, while VPN for a business allows you to connect to the company's network, so that way you have access to all of those resources, so that way you can work, so you can get back to work. So this issue happens a lot when person's password expires. Their password expires and suddenly they cannot get onto VPN. They can typically log into their computer, but they can't get on their VPN because they don't get that prompt to change their password at all. And they can't just do Control-Alt-Delete. This is where you can usually click change password, or it would just force you to change the password. They can't do that because they're not on VPN yet. They are disconnected at this time. So the only thing they can do, as they typically do, is just call help desk and ask for a password reset. But we got to make sure that we don't just jump into resetting until we do a couple of things first. Let's have a look how I handle this call, and I hope you like my role playing. If you do, please take a second to like this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. So user decides that they need to change their password, so they need help with that. So what they do is they pick up the phone and call the help desk. And it goes something like this. Hi, my name is Bob. Can you reset my password? I'm having a lot of trouble logging in. Can you reset my password? Sure thing, sir. I can reset your password. So this is something you would normally say to anybody who calls in and asks for a password change or a reset. So what can you do with that? The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind that when he's on VPN, he will not be able to take that temporary password that you've given to him and change it to his permanent password. Well, why is that? He's not connected to the same domain that you're changing his password on. So the question we need to ask him first is, are you able, sir, are you able to get on VPN? No, I can't
No, I'm not on VPN. I can't log into VPN. That's why I need you to reset my password. Sure thing, sir, but keep in mind that unless you're on a VPN, me changing your password is not going to help you. Now, just to make sure, are you already logged in to the computer? Oh, no, not at the time. It's not at the moment. You want me to log in? Yes, please, sir. Please log into the computer and make sure you stay logged in. I can't give you a temporary password because the system is set up in such way where you can't change it to your permanent password until you're connected with your VPN first. And in order for you to connect to the VPN first, I got to give you a permanent password because it just won't work. You can't use your temporary password to log into the VPN. And once you are logged into VPN, you can go ahead and update all your other systems by simply locking your computer and then unlocking your computer with your new permanent password. Unfortunately, yet again, I can't give you a temporary password because of the current setup and the system setup situation that we have. And that's the only way I can help you with that. I hope that works out for you. Oh, that'll work out for me. I just, thanks for telling me that. I'm going to make sure that I use this permanent password, and then I just want to make sure I can get on right now. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you can get on VPN as a number one thing. So that way, you can get back to work or do whatever you need to do. But yeah, is there anything else you need help with? No, I'm okay. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a nice day, all right? Thank you, sir, and you as well. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And there you have it, my friends. The only thing left to do here is show you footage from one of my videos on how to reset a password in Active Directory. Let me know if you like my puppeteering. I know you can probably see my mouse pointer moving the hands up and down. I hope this is something that people might find enjoyable. I just kind of overview of what we've gone over. The number one thing to keep in mind here is that if somebody is trying to connect to VPN, they need to have a working permanent password. If their password has expired, they obviously can't change it when they're not connected to the VPN. Because remember, when you call help desk, you give them a temporary password, at which point they get a notification or forced to change it to a permanent password. That doesn't happen when you're trying to connect to the VPN. And if you're not on VPN, you're not going to be able to get that notification or that prompt at all. So you got to give them a permanent password. And if they decide to change it afterwards to something else, they can. So this is something you can mention as well. All right, thank you so much for watching. And again, here is my video on how to change passwords in Active Directory. All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory. And within Active Directory on the left-hand side, you can see a folder that's called Users. If you select that, if you select Users, you can see that a bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right-click the Users folder and select Find. In here, you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin _CAN. So let's go ahead and click Find Now. And here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in. So the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is logged, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again. Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it related to password if you want to change their
password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier, that if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier, is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we don't have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password, is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password. And we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. All right, guys, I hope you find this video useful. Please share it with your friends. Let them know about me and ask them what they think. Are these videos useful to you? I think they are. I appreciate you watching. Have a good day, and don't forget to ask me any questions that you may have in the comments below. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we have another crash course of what I typically do every couple months, and that is combine some of my most recent videos into one, so it's a single place to start watching everything that I made, because I feel like it's important and maybe it's easier to find for people watching. So here we are. We have, starting off, a couple of videos on VPN. First VPN video talks about troubleshooting VPN, some of the most common things to kind of look for, and kind of explain to you what VPN is for those people who are new to IT. Video explains things to think about when it comes to working on VPN, and especially when a user asks for a password reset. Following on that, we have Zoom troubleshooting setup and audio issues that you may come across when it comes to Zoom. Following that is a video on how to deal with a broken monitor, and then after that we have a video on broken links, website links, and the last video is basically about installing Windows 10. I hope you like it. Please take a moment to like this video and share it with your friends. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them as usual. Alright, let's get into it. As somebody who might be working help desk or just tech support for a company, you'll have people who work remotely. And nowadays we have a lot of people working from home. So in order for them to actually be able to work, now they have to connect to the company's network. But now they can't work because they're not on the company's network. They're not physically there at the office. So they have to use VPN software to connect directly and attach themselves to the network of the company. This is why they use VPN software to do so. Now, what I have up right now is just a home user VPN that anybody can use. Not to be confused with a business VPN. This is the reason I have it up. This is going to be totally different. This home one that you can go to google.com and download free VPN, all it does is just hides your location, so that way it looks like you're connected to the internet from some other country. That's all it does. It's completely different from business VPN in the sense of access to the resources that you need to work as somebody who works for a company. All right, so this is a sample of
regular free VPN that regular people use, not workers. So let me show you. Here's the list of servers that they pick. So if they, for example, run this and they, for example, click Brazil, suddenly now they're going to look like they're connected to the internet from Brazil. So they're basically trying to hide their location. This is not the same thing as a business VPN. All right, that being said, let's look at a business VPN, how it kind of looks like. When it comes to business VPN, you typically get something similar to this. You launch the application and you get a similar pop-up to this. It asks you for your username, your password, and a second password. So what is this second password? We know this is pretty straightforward. The username is probably going to be your network login or your domain login ID. It's going to be the same thing as what they use when they're at the office. So it's going to be the exact same thing most of the time. It's going to be the exact same thing as what they use at the office. Their username is going to be the exact same thing. I'm sorry for repeating that. I just want to make sure that you know this. And the password is going to be the same thing as they use for the office when they log into their computer. Second password, however, is different. This is usually an RSA token. So what is RSA token? RSA token is a one-time password that is always randomized. I think it usually lasts 60 seconds once you get that one-time password, and then it allows you to log in. You may have seen this with some websites. Some websites use one-time passwords to access your different types of accounts. It's very similar to that. So let's concentrate on this second password part of it first. This is kind of what it looks like. This is an old school way of getting that one-time password. It's an token that is randomly generated. So basically what happens is you press a button, for example, like here or there, and it generates a random number that you use as the second password. A lot of times these are either hardware tokens. This is what they are. These are hardware tokens, but there are also software tokens. Let me just kind of scroll down to show you that. You can get a software token that kind of looks like this. Here it is, this one here, where it says VPN token. This is something that's installed on their computer as well. So they'll have an icon on their computer with the VPN software. So the VPN software is going to be separate, but they have to launch this VPN token to get this random code to use as part of their login as the second password. It might be the way they put in the password, the second password for the VPN token might be slightly different, varying from VPN software to another, but in the nutshell, they're going to need that VPN token or RSA token, if you will, in order to get that second password so they can log in and access the VPN or the network that they're trying to connect to. You can also have a mobile version of that. So you can have a mobile phone. I don't know if I have an example of that here, but you can install an app on some companies have an option of installing app on your phone that generates this random token. So that's the first thing to be concerned about when it comes to connecting through VPN, when it comes to customer connecting to the VPN. So this is the main thing that you see when it comes to VPN with help desk when people call in or contact the help desk. Most of the time they're going to say, I can't connect to the VPN. The main thing to learn when you work for some company is to learn how they are connecting. That's the main thing. Now let's move on to other things. Let's look at VPN servers and how they are different from let me see here, from regular VPNs. This is kind of what it's going to look like for somebody, for example, working in the United States. When they will launch their VPN software, they may get a list of servers that kind of look like this. And they're all going to be in US. And all of these are most likely the servers for the exact same company. So this is all the same network. They're all on the same network. They're just different location. This is very normal when they launch their VPN software. They will see a bunch of different servers and they may choose to select one of these. The reason you want to know about this is because sometimes some of these servers will be down. It happens. Sometimes there will be way too many people trying to connect, for example, to the same one. let's look at the capacities here, for example. You can see that the Los Angeles one is the very first one. So people automatically tend to click on the very first server available. And you can see that in this example, there's 13% capacity already, meaning that it has the most, well, this one has a lot too, 15%, but people a lot of times tend to pick the very first VPN server for their company. Either way, if they're having trouble suddenly connecting to, for example, Los Angeles here, just ask them to connect to Miami, New York, San Jose, or Seattle. So that's one other thing to kind of keep in mind when it comes to connection issues. Now, the other thing that is very common when it comes to VPN connection is that software is simply not there. So you have to have a way to reinstall software, to reinstall VPN software for the user. And a lot of times what happens is a company will set up a website that user can log into before they are connected to VPN. So, for example, what happens is they would get a link, they would type in that link, whatever that may be, getmyvpnsoftware.com. For example, this is not, I don't even know if this is a real website or not, but this is kind of what would happen. They would get a link, and keep in mind, they're at this time, they're not connected. Their problem is they cannot connect to VPN, and they don't have software either. So what happens usually is they will have a link that they go to, and once they go to that link, they can download the software and install it. So you may have to help them install that software as well if they need admin privileges, this and that. That's just a basic troubleshooting when it comes to installing software. But keep that in mind. If they don't have it, there has to be a way to get that VPN software installed onto their computer before they're connected to the VPN. You see what I'm saying? There has to be an external access or a way to initiate the VPN software installation, so that way they can afterwards connect to the VPN and have all the resources available to them afterwards, so they can just get back to work and start working. All right, guys, I believe this covers the VPN troubleshooting when it comes to help desk or general tech support. Let me know if you've encountered anything else that might be related to VPN. I think I covered kind of the most common issues when it comes to VPN. Let me know in the comments if there is anything that I've missed. I'd be interesting to hear different scenarios, different options. But keep in mind, there are many, many different ways of initiating VPN. Companies a lot of times have their own proprietary software, different prerequisites, meaning they may have a different security. So some companies, as far as I know, may not even require a second password or RSA token, which is kind of silly. But you do see that with smaller companies that may necessarily have the manpower to set all this up and do the maintenance on it and keep up with all of that stuff. So it's going to vary a little bit, but in general, what I've explained to you is exactly the main things. They're exactly the main things to be concerned about and to learn when it comes to troubleshooting VPN connections. So with this knowledge, you can literally go, for example, to an interview for help desk, and when they ask you about the VPN, you can explain to them how VPN works in this type of sense. Again, it's totally different from VPN that you download from the internet to hide your location. It's completely different. It works the same way when it comes to connections, but it's not the same function because here you are just hiding your identity from the rest of the internet, while VPN for a business allows you to connect to the company's network, so that way you have access to all of those resources, so that way you can work, so you can get back to work. So this issue happens a lot when person's password expires. Their password expires and suddenly they cannot get onto VPN. They can typically log into their computer, but they can't get on their VPN because they don't get that prompt to change their password at all. And they can't just do Control-Alt-Delete.
This is where you can usually click change password, or it would just force you to change the password. They can't do that because they're not on VPN yet. They are disconnected at this time. So the only thing they can do, as they typically do, is just call help desk and ask for a password reset. But we got to make sure that we don't just jump into resetting until we do a couple of things first. Let's have a look how I handle this call, and I hope you like my role playing. If you do, please take a second to like this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. So user decides that they need to change their passwords or they need help with that. So what they do is they pick up the phone and call the help desk. And it goes something like this. Hi, my name is Bob. Can you reset my password? I'm having a lot of trouble logging in. Can you reset my password? Sure thing, sir. I can reset your password. So this is something you would normally say to anybody who calls in and asks for a password change or a reset. So what can you do with that? The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind that when he's on VPN, he will not be able to take that temporary password that you've given to him and change it to his permanent password. Well, why is that? He's not connected to the same domain that you're changing his password on. So the question we need to ask him first is, are you able, sir, are you able to get on VPN? No, I can't. No, I'm not on VPN. I can't log into VPN. That's why I need you to reset my password. Sure thing, sir, but keep in mind that unless you're on a VPN, me changing your password is not going to help you. Now, just to make sure, are you already logged in to the computer? No, not at the time. It's not at the moment. You want me to log in? Yes, please, sir. Please log into the computer and make sure you stay logged in. I can't give you a temporary password because the system is set up in such way where you can't change it to your permanent password until you're connected with your VPN first. And in order for you to connect to the VPN first, I got to give you a permanent password, because it just won't work. You can't use your temporary password to log into the VPN. And once you are logged into VPN, you can go ahead and update all your other systems by simply locking your computer and then unlocking your computer with your new permanent password. Unfortunately, yet again, I can't give you a temporary password because of the current setup and the system setup situation that we have. And that's the only way I can help you with that. I hope that works out for you. Oh, that'll work out for me. I just, thanks for telling me that. I'm going to make sure that I use this permanent password, and then I just want to make sure I can get on right now. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you can get on VPN as a number one thing. So that way, you can get back to work or do whatever you need to do. But is there anything else you need help with? No, I'm okay. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a nice day, all right? Thank you, sir, and you as well. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And there you have it, my friends. The only thing left to do here is show you footage from one of my videos on how to reset a password in Active Directory. Let me know if you like my puppeteering. I know you can probably see my mouse pointer moving the hands up and down. I hope this is something that people might find enjoyable. I just kind of overview of what we've gone over. The number one thing to keep in mind here is that if somebody is trying to connect to VPN, they need to have a working permanent password. If their password has expired, they obviously can't change it when they're not connected to the VPN. Because remember, when you call help desk, you give them a temporary password, at which point they get a notification or forced to change it to a permanent password. That doesn't happen when you're trying to connect to the VPN. And if you're not on VPN, you're not going to be able to get that notification or that prompt at all. So you got to give them a permanent password, and if they decide to change it afterwards to something else, they can. So this is something you can mention as well. All right, thank you so much for watching. And again, here is my video on how to change passwords and Active Directory.
All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory. And within Active Directory on the left-hand side, you can see a folder that's called Users. If you select that, if you select Users, you can see that a bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right-click the Users folder and select Find. In here, you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin _CAN. So it's going to click Find Now, and here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in, so the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is locked, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again. Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it's related to password. If you want to change their password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier, that if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier, is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we're going to have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password, is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password. And we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. But before we do that, please take 1 second to click the like button. And as always, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments. I will answer them. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So here's what Zoom looks like when you install it. This is the Zoom application installed on your computer. When somebody gives you just a link and you've never used Zoom before, and chances are if they just sent you a link, you will simply click on the link and the link will say, hey, do you want to install Zoom? And then you click open Zoom or install Zoom and it's going to install it. And then what you get and what you actually see is this window. This is the window that you would typically see first time you use Zoom. And then you realize maybe my audio is not working, people can't hear me or people can't see me. We're going to definitely talk about that. But also a first pop-up that you might see is it's going to ask you whether you want to use your computer as audio. So you have to make sure that you click use my computer as audio. So that's going to pop up and you just click on that. That's very simple. But then even then, if you don't have your audio set up correctly, it may not work. Let's look at the microphone icon here. You can see there's activity there. That means it's detecting that there is a microphone. It's picking up all those sounds from the microphones coming through. That's good. However, we may have multiple microphones. How do we know which one is being used correctly, or if any. So what if that's not happening? That means we need to tell it which microphone needs to be used. So if we click on this little arrow here, we're going to see a lot of stuff. And you can see I have a lot of stuff. The reason I do is because, you know, I'm a YouTuber. I have lots of equipment. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that shows up. If you simply have a headset, all you got to do is find out what is the name of it. In my case, I have a headset and it's called Plantronics C610. So I'm going to make sure I select that as the speaker, because otherwise I won't be able to hear people. So now my Plantronics C610 is selected. So that's my speaker. That's what I'm going to hear inside of my Plantronics headset that I'm going to put on my head. And then same thing for microphone. I'm going to make sure that this microphone is selected. And notice it's still working. The reason it's working is because it's selected as same as system. And I have multiple ones. So it's probably picking up my microphone that I'm speaking to right now, which is not my headset. But for Zoom meeting, I want to use my headset. So I'm going to select it. And then I'm going to double check here, make sure it's selected. And you can tell that it's selected by simple, check mark that you have here. And that's one way to make sure that you're using a separate, like if you have multiple things like me, this way you can keep track and make sure that, if you want to use it separate from other equipment, you just have to make sure that it knows what you want to use. And now my audio is set. This is if you're using a headset. If you're using like a laptop, if you have a laptop, you have to make sure that the microphones, laptop, and speakers are selected. So if you're not using a website and just your built-in laptop camera and the microphone, make sure that Realtek is selected. For the speakers, like this, speakers and the camera. Since I'm not using a laptop, all you see is speakers and no microphone here. But if I was to, for example, switch to my webcam, and like for example, I have a microphone on a webcam that is called HD Pro webcam, and I'm going to select that if I want to use that camera. Now this webcam doesn't have speakers, so I'm going to make sure that Realtek is just enabled, which is my PC speakers, right? So again, don't pay attention to this last part too much unless you have these specific things. But if you're using a headset, make sure you select the correct headset in both of these menus. That way it makes it simple for you. But if you have a laptop, just a laptop, you won't have this many things in here. So just make sure that the Realtek is selected. But if you have a webcam, make sure that the webcam is selected and the PC's speakers. So now you can see how I've selected the microphone for the Plantronics, and it's actually picking up a little bit less of it because it's kind of about a foot or so away from me, so it's picking up less of it. Right now I'm speaking into something else. Anyways, that's the audio. We can certainly test it. You can test it here, test speaker and microphone, and it goes through this setup where it detects the levels of it, and then it tells you, do you hear the ringtone? And it's a really good way to actually make sure that your headset or your audio is working. So I highly suggest you use that for testing. And then you can also have, if you have a phone embedded, that's another thing. But this is video specifically for somebody who, chances are, just installed the Zoom for the first time, and this phone integration is something else. So I don't necessarily want to talk about this because it'll be way too much and way too confusing. And then you can, if you click leave computer audio, that means you can just like call into the meeting and use your phone, like your cell phone, or your home phone if you have them. And then if you want to really look at the audio settings, you can click on the audio settings here, and then you can see again what is selected in just a different separate menu. But it's the same thing we did earlier, except you can adjust the output levels and this and that, And then there are other things you can do, like use separate audio device to play a ringtone simultaneously. For example, if you have a headset, but you want your ringtone to come through the computer speakers, make sure that this is checked like that, and then select speakers, Realtek. So now this time the ringtone is going to come through the PC speakers. There are a lot of issues, a lot of things you can do here, and then just play with them and make sure, kind of find out what your preferences are. And then, like for example, you can automatically mute your microphone when you're joining a meeting. These are all personal preferences. You can go to advanced and deal in and adjust the background noise, but this is fine as it is. I wouldn't worry about it. Just kind of leave it at that. Otherwise, you can just cause issues, more issues with the audio. And if it works, don't try to fix what's not broken type of thing, So just make sure that your proper microphone and speaker are selected. Do a quick test on them and make sure that works. Now let's look at the video. Right now I just have a picture there, and if I click start video, you can see me here talking, and this is this is my puppet here, I guess, and I just have that for. And you can see me over here in the right hand corner, right there. You can see me just kind of talking and waving. So I'm the puppeteer, if you will. So my video is enabled here, but if I want to stop at any time, I can just click stop. And then if I want to select a different camera, I can certainly do that. And for example, select this HD webcam or whatever your webcam is. It's going to be listed there. Now keep in mind that if you have a camera open in another program, that it may not work at all. Like in this example, if I select my pro webcam here, it's not going to work because I have it open in another program. So if I click start, it just doesn't do anything. It literally says cannot start video, fail to start video camera, please select another video and camera settings. I know you can't see that error pop up because it's on my second screen where my puppet is, and I'm going to actually switch to it, so maybe hopefully it stays there. Yeah, you can see it right there that there's the error cannot start video because I had camera. I clicked on a camera that's been used by something else. So make sure that no other program is open and using your camera. That's why you get that error, Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. You select the camera you want to use, and that's that. Now, and then you can look. Let's look at the video settings here. What we have here. And you can set different options. Of course, select the camera you want to use again, but you can also see that you can change the aspect ratios, enable HD, you can mirror your video, you can touch up your appearance to make yourself look prettier, and different personal preferences that you want to show people about you. Camera is one of those things that is, I don't like using it for obvious reasons because I'm ugly, but some people like it. Some people like it. So, and that's fine. I personally don't care for it. Here's some kind of fun thing that you can look at, and that is virtual backgrounds. So let me see if this works since I have a green screen going on. I wonder if it'll actually detect it decently or do anything with it. I'm going to select that. I have a green screen. Oh, wow. Hey, that's pretty cool, actually. Look at that. Would y'all look at that? All right. Let me close it here. I'm going to start video. Hey, that's not bad. So if you have a green screen, this works really cool, doesn't it? I like that. That's pretty cool. It looks like I'm in space and whatnot. Let's change to something else. Choose a virtual background. Ooh, at the beach. I wish I was at the beach right now. Look at that. Would y'all look at that? That's pretty cool. Oh, look, it's moving. That's actually pretty fun. I've seen other people using virtual backgrounds, and it kind of looks off because they don't have green screen. But in my case, I have a perfect green screen because it's software. There's no cloth behind me or anything like that. It's just my puppet, and he has a perfect green screen because it's 100% green ski. And let's do one other. Oh, okay. Well, I think this one's the best, although it's not moving. And then there's none. You can see there's my perfect green screen over here, All right, guys, I hope you like this video. I think it's really fun to actually create this video. It's cool. It's cool. Like, it's not that hard to use, but people still have issues, and that's understandable. It's okay to have these type of issues, It's okay. As long as we know how to fix them. These are normal computer issues that happen all the time. All right, guys. So here's our ticketing system. Hey, if you haven't watched my videos on how to use ticketing systems, I certainly have them. Check out my help desk playlist. So in this case, we're going to work on this ticket from
this gentleman here, and we're just going to select it because it's not assigned or anything like that. So the first thing we're going to do is assign it to ourselves, and I'm going to click over here real quick, and I'm going to assign it to myself. So what do we have here? This ticket is about my monitor is not working, and then there is a number and it says call me. And this guy's name is Mike Moser. So in this case, this customer really wants us to call them. So in this case, we're not going to communicate via email or through the system or through an instant messenger or anything like that. This guy wants to be called. So we're going to call him, and we're going to try to help him with a broken monitor. Now, I know that a lot of people are working from home nowadays. So in this case, we're going to role play into assuming that this guy or this customer is actually working from home. So that way we can kind of provide at least current time type of situation. But then again, of course, when you do help desk, you will help people that are working from home as well. So let's give him a call and see how that goes.
Hey, this is Mike. Hello, sir. This is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about monitor not working. Now, just to make sure, is this Mike Moser? Yeah, this is Mike Moser. All right, sir. I just wanted to see what I can do to help you with this. So your monitor is not working? Yeah, that's right. My monitor is not working. I don't know what's going on. This morning I logged in and I couldn't, I don't know, it's just a blank screen. It's just black. It like kind of looks like it's dead. So I'm not sure what I can do here. Sir, when was no, just to make sure, is your monitor turned on? Like, is there a green light on it or like some kind of indicator that's turned on? Yeah, it does look like it's turned on, but I don't know what's going on. All right, no problem, sir. Now, does your I just want to make sure, is your computer turned on? Do you see any like indication on the computer itself that there's like a blinking lights, or is there any activity on it? Yeah. I know it's working. I pressed the on button and it's turned on. Everything seems to be working. It's just the monitors. I can tell that I can hear the noise whenever I turned on the computer. I heard the noise. You know that noise that comes up every time you turn on a computer. Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good thing actually. It's better than, better for your monitor to be broken rather than the computer itself. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so do you by chance have two monitors? Yeah, I actually do. Yeah, that's great, sir. So if you can you please unplug the one monitor that's not working? Yeah, I can try that. Hold on. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So what's going on? Chances are that only one of the monitors is broken and not both of them. So if you unplug the one that's not working, the other one should come up with a picture. All right. I'm going to try here. Hold on. All right. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, it does. The second monitor does work. Yeah, I see where I can log in and stuff. Well, that's great, sir. So thankfully, it's just one monitor that's broken. In this case, it really does sound like the first one, or the one that your main one it wasn't working. It was just kind of dead. And I know you didn't unplug anything before that or anything like that. No, I didn't touch anything. It's just, that's this morning it just stopped working. All right. So the reason I say it's good is because this way you can at least work with one monitor for now. But we can certainly replace your broken one. So, I mean, there are a couple of ways of going about it. You can order a new one through the system that you have in place, maybe through the company's website or something. I think there's an ordering website. Or if by chance you go to your local office where they have the IT guys locally, maybe they can give you a new one or something like that. Because I know you work from home. So, all right. Well, I'm glad I got one working. All right, I guess I'll just deal with this one or just work with the one for time being. All right, well, thanks for your help. Yeah, no problem, sir. If there is anything else that you need help with, please let me know. But yeah, it does sound like just one of those monitors is broken, and chances are that if it's an older one, that just happens all the time. All right, anything else? No, I'm good. Thanks for your help. All right, sure, no problem. You have a wonderful day, all right? Thank you, you too. Bye-bye. All right, so now that we have finished talking to the customer, the next thing we have to do is leave a note and even close the ticket in this case. So this is a good situation in which we can do so. Chances are, I mean, depending on the setup in your business environment, that you may want to route this ticket to his local support. It depends on whether he's going to actually go physically to the office where he works and get a monitor from there, But since we haven't gone through that with him and he doesn't know for sure, he can deal with that on his end. But of course, we're going to add a eternal note that simply says customers main monitor is not working. Let's see here. What else can we say? Can we provide more detail or about what we did, or are we just gonna say that we resolved it by unplugging it? Well, it's up to you. I mean, this is about a style of how you work. So, but I like to provide details. So what I'm going to do is type in instructed Mike to unplug the first / broken monitor. After doing so, it appears that the monitor is indeed broken. And then we're going to type in workaround down here. And again, this is your personal preference on how you put these notes in, but you want to put down what you did and how you resolved it. That's for sure. How you do it, it's up to you. This is what I'm going to do. Workaround. He will use his second monitor for time being. Later, he will acquire a new monitor. And that's pretty much what I'm going to leave here, because what I did here is, stated that indeed his main monitor is not working. Asked him to basically test it, because that's but the only thing you can do when you're not physically there. Asked him to unplug the first broken monitor. A lot of times you would just check the cables, see if everything is plugged in. But I kind of went with my guts here and just kind of asked him to unplug the first broken monitor. Because this situation also happens where people assume that their computer is broken, but it's actually not. What's going on is that their main monitor goes out, but their second monitor is actually just blank screen, or it's just black, right? So there's nothing going on. They assume their computer is broken. In this case, he kind of assumed it was a monitor, and he was right. It's the main monitor that's broken, and I instructed him to unplug the first broken one, and after that, it appears that the monitor is broken indeed. However, he has a workaround, which is his second monitor for time being. So we're going to save that, and we're going to change the status to complete, and I think that saved it. I always forget where there's actually a save button, because I use a bunch of different ticketing systems, and definitely at my main job I use a different ticketing system, and there's actual save button that I have to click after I completed. Well, there you have it, guys. This is how you resolve this simple monitor ticket, but it's a good kind of shows you how to deal with a customer in a sense. And I hope you like my role playing. Obviously, you can tell that it was me doing the voice. I kind of went with Dr. Fauci's raspy voice. If you recognize that, or if you see that in that, let me know. But that's kind of what I went with. It was I think his name is Anthony Fauci, right? You guys know what I'm talking about if you're up to date on the current situation in the world. All right, guys. So let's look at this ticket. I have this mock-up ticket that I created in this service desk system, and it's called "My email is not working." The description would say, "Hi, my email is not working. This is my link." And then they show you a link, and there's a link right there. We can click on it. We can check it out. That's perfectly fine. And then we have an attachment of an error. And if we click on that, It gives us a lot of clues to what the problem is. So I love seeing attachments of the errors because they can save me a lot of time when it comes to working tickets. And we already, we can already guess what the problem here is because we've seen this type of website before many times. Chances are we all use this type of website, and we can see immediately why mail is not working. Their email is not working. And if we click on the link, sure enough, it's not working because it's broken. But as we can see here, we know that we are just missing the L there. So if we just type in L there, just a sec, type in L, we can see that the email is working. So we can simply come back to the customer or user and just say, hey, this is the correct link, which is perfect and great. This is easy ticket to do, and it's no problem, right? The situation what I want to talk about is related to when a user or a customer reports a link not working of a website that you're not familiar with at all. So we can fix this one easily just by adding L. But when we go to a website, for example, imagine if this was the problem here, this link up here. Imagine if that was the problem. How would we even know that this part of it is not missing, just that 8? How do we know that? So we won't know that. It's not like we know every hyperlink for each website to know for sure whether the user is using that specific link. I mean, it can extend to, as far as we know, unlimited length. So how do we deal with that specific issue? So let's pretend that this is a website that's not google.com. That's something totally different. Now we have to reach out to the customer, and preferably this issue I would handle preferably over the IM or instant messenger if available within that company. If not, you may have to call the user and talk to them directly. That might be another option. And the way I would go approach this, I would reply to the customer. I would say, hello, my name is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about broken link. And then if it's a website that we're not familiar with, we don't know for sure. Because the thing is, though, we click on the link and we also get the same error. So we don't know whether they're using the correct link or not, or if the website is down for sure. So we have to figure out first whether it's the broken link, because 90% of the time it's the wrong link that they're using. And it's not necessarily their fault or anything like that. We have to make sure that we're respectful towards the user or the customer, because this type of stuff happens, especially if they're pushing back saying that it's not, that is the correct link. But that's okay. We're going to get to that part here. So, hello, my name is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about broken link. And then we can say, if we're suspecting a wrong link that they're using, is anybody else in your group having this issue? Or we can say, is anybody else in your group able to access this website? Right? So we can send that off to them and wait for their reply. But since it's a website, we don't know. We kind of want to resolve this as quickly as possible. We don't want to necessarily wait for them to receive an email from the ticketing system for the notification, wait for them to reply, this and that. That's fine if you know, or if they happen to be watching their email all the time. But chances are they're not. This is why I'm saying you might want to reach them over the IM if possible, or if you want to call them. So a lot of times they come back and say this, customer, yes, that is the correct link, right? So they may come back and just say that. Then what do you do? And if you're still suspecting that it is that it is the wrong link, you can say, can you please check with one other person just to be sure? And then they might come back and say, usually after a little bit, because they are chances are they are probably checking, and then, if they come back and say, yes, it's working for them. So this is your clue right here immediately. We'd immediately have like even higher suspicion that it is indeed a wrong link that they might be using. If this is working for somebody else and not for them, and it's obviously not working for us, that's because I, Irvin, and the customer, we both have the wrong link that was provided by the customer. And then if they keep insisting they are using the same link as me, you can say, can you please show me the screenshot of a working website? So you gotta be very careful with this. You gotta be kind of systematic in a way, but also respectful at the same time. You can't just tell them, no, you are using the wrong link. That's not the way you deal with customers or users on the help desk. So customer would reply with screenshot, and then you would look at that screenshot, and then chances are that screenshot will have that clue to you of what the correct link. So you're looking at it, and then you're like, well, unfortunately you are using the wrong link because you're missing like an 8. Or in our case of the email here, we can go back to this. If we look at it, we can say, well, in this case you're missing an L, so that indeed is the wrong link, unfortunately. And that would resolve that. Sure, at some point you will come across an issue where it's a website that the website is down for everybody. So and that's different. If especially if you're familiar with the website, you'll know, yeah, this is not normal, this and that. But in this case, this is how you deal with a customer or a user that simply has a wrong link for whatever reason. It happens. You just got to be respectful and be systematic about it and very professional about it. This comes up a lot on help desk. Wrong link tickets. It's very, very common thing. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. I tried to make it as a real world example as possible and explain it in a way where it's easy to understand. Please let me know what you think in the comments below. If you have any questions, I have lots of help desk videos. They're very useful, very popular. A lot of people like them. And I hope you have a wonderful day, okay? All right, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I almost forgot to mention, guys. I have lots of written stuff that's related to help desk, network administration, system administration, all kinds of IT topics. I don't even remember how many I got, but it's on my website. It's at cosmicnovo.com. So if you go there, you can see that I have a bunch of different written versions of all kinds of different IT stuff that you can read. If you would rather read some of this stuff, then you can certainly do so on my website. So in my recent video, I was installing Windows 10 on the laptop that I've upgraded with an M.2 drive, and my excitement and happiness went quickly from that to being very angry at trying to install Windows 10 on it. I do realize that this version of Windows 10 is 1909. I feel like things changed, or maybe I missed something. Please let me know. This video that you're about to watch is completely unedited, aside from the part of me just adding this intro. But everything else is just straight through without cuts. And my experience was not very good installing Windows 10. The stuff and the amount of things they were making me do just to get into the Windows 10 was very infuriating at some point. And I hope that doesn't translate to you guys, but I just wanted to share it. This is unedited, fairly long clip, so here you're going to watch me basically install Windows 10 on this laptop.
All right, here it comes. Now we're going to see how quickly we can install Windows on it. Keep in mind that the USB stick that I put on there is that I plugged in. It's a very old one that is super slow too. So, but I digress. We'll see how fast we can install operating system on it. If it takes too long, I'll certainly edit that out. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's going to be pretty quick. All right. Select new install. By the way, if you're there's our drive. I'm going to create a new partition. Just going to leave it at default because I want to use all of it. And what was I going to say? So it creates a bunch of different partitions. One just has to be like that for just the way operating system works. Do you want to proceed? Yes. And yeah, very important. Otherwise, you won't be able to boot. And I get that question a lot from my video on installing an M.2 adapter. Very popular video. I want to say it's almost 400,000 views at this point. People always ask me, can I boot? Can I boot OS through it? Well, if your computer supports UEFI, then yes, that's definitely possible. But not just the regular UEFI either. Sometimes you got to have the most recent version. I'm gonna get, what was it, the most current one? 1.3 or 1.4? I'm not sure. But this one is definitely going fast, considering it's loading from a USB 2.0 on a really old thumb drive. That, matter of fact, I think I washed one time in my pants, because it's one of those that you put on your keychain, It fell off the keychain and it stayed in my pants, in my pocket. But I still use it. It's an old 32 gigabyte drive. Slow, but hey, that's going pretty fast, so I'm happy with that. What we're going to do here, I'm going to do a fresh install. I'm going to install Crystal Disk, and we're going to run that right away. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to install any drivers for this Samsung NVMe. I'm going to test it without any Samsung drivers installed. Whatever Windows gives me, I'm going to test it with that. What happens, happens, right? And I'm going to make sure I disable I'm going to put basically a laptop this into airplane mode, so there's no Wi-Fi enabled. I'm only going to enable it just so I can install Crystal Disk. But I don't want any updates to start doing, because that's the first thing that happens once you install a fresh Windows copy. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Windows 10, if you already had Windows 10 on the computer, you can just reinstall it. And if you get that pop-up, do you want to register and whatnot? Don't worry about that. As soon as you get on the internet, it's going to register it, so because it knows it's hardware based. So it's okay for you to install a new hard drive. I mean, they know that you're going to install a new hard drive because it knows. It's basically going to know that it's the same computer and it's the same key and same license. So you don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to be able to reinstall Windows on it? Yes, you can. I will definitely get a pop-up. Do you want to register it, or this and that? But as soon as I get on the internet, it's going to work. Same thing if you're doing a fresh install on a brand new computer. If you have a Windows 7 key, you can also use that to activate your Windows. That's what I meant to say. Register, activate, not register. It's different. It's activate. Registering Windows is basically creating a Windows Microsoft account to register your product. But how long have I been speaking? This is almost done. It's 95%. And that's getting ready files for installation. We'll see how long it takes to install everything else. But so far it's going really fast, considering it has to read from something super slow. But that's okay, I think it's going to be really fast to use. Wow, it instantly installed features. You can't get any updates because it's not connected to the internet. And wow, it's going pretty fast. Let me do a little zoom out action here, so you guys can see the little progress bar down there. Oh wow, it's already done. Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. See, it's gonna restart up there. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to shake the screen. I just accidentally hit the tripod. So it's rebooting right now. And should I unplug it? No, I was thinking about my USB stick Hopefully it doesn't, hopefully it doesn't try to boot from that again. Well, I'm just gonna let it be. If I have to remove the thumb drive in a second here, I'll certainly do that. All right, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's make it happen. Let's make it for the people. Let's make it happen for the people watching. By the way, guys, since we're waiting on this, come on, man, click the like button. Click the like button. I know you got 1 second. Okay, so it's trying to install it again. So I'm just gonna pull the thumb drive out real quick, and I'm going to cancel this. It's what I should have done right away. So once this happens, it's going to it's done. That was, what was it? I'm gonna have to check. Maybe 3 minutes or something like that. Maybe 3 minutes to install from a slow thumb drive. Man, I'm very optimistic to see how fast this is going to go. Wow, did you see that? That went quickly. All right. Now, usually, also whenever you create a new, like a login account for somebody, that can take a while too. Basically, your login ID. Whenever you trying to do something on the computer and you got to have a login ID. We'll see how fast that goes. I suspect here very shortly it's going to come up to that window where it's going to ask me, do you want to activate all these Windows 10 features and whatnot, which I personally like to disable, but for the sake of moving this along, I'm just going to leave it enabled. Later on I can disable it. I don't like all that, too much data being sent over the internet to Microsoft or anybody else. I like to keep things as private as possible. All right. The screen went dark, and it rebooted once more. Give it a sec. Give it a sec here, guys. Give it a sec. It's almost there. It's almost there. All right. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That sound like here we go. I was gonna say I sound like Elvis, but I probably don't. Elvis Presley. There it is. Cortana.
I'm Cortana.
No, Cortana. No, come on, Cortana.
Sign in here, attach a Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to do.
How do I get an exit out of this?
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way.
Come on,
if you'd
Cortana.
like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen.
Yes. Come on. Come on, Cortana. All right, cool. Sure. Skip. And let's do. I do need to connect real quick to my Wi-Fi, which is this one. I want to put my password in. I think that's right. Sure. Come on. Let's see how fast we can do this. By the way, this is like one of the record times for installing Windows 10, honestly. This is all real time. I haven't cut once. I haven't cut even one time. I can't wait to see the test, the crystal disk test on this. I'm really curious. I don't want to see what's new on Windows. Come on, man. Just get in there. Just a moment. All right. I'm waiting. All right. There it is. Nope. I'm not gonna use Microsoft account. No. Come on. I don't want to use this. Come on, and back. Let's just do that. Cobuman. I don't want. Look, I hate this. Get a new one. Get a new create account. I'm trying to create a local account, and it's being so So difficult. They changed it. Create an account. No. I'm not. Can't believe I'm spending so much time on this. It was never like this, but I don't want to create a Microsoft account. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Fine. Fine, create a new account. Unbelievable. Yes, I know, I already have it somewhere else. I'm not gonna... This is ridiculous. I'm gonna create a local account later. My God. I'm just gonna put whatever. Oh, I probably shouldn't, otherwise I won't be able to log in. No, not enough spying of you. See what I'm talking about? Get out of here, man. I'm just gonna put in whatever. Jeez. Can't believe it's making me do all of this crap. I'm just gonna pick whatever. Unbelievable. And now it's... Look, this is so stupid. Now it's asking me for my phone number. 555-55-5555. Unbelievable, man. This is so ridiculous. It didn't do this before, I'm telling you. Oh, now he wants a PIN? Now you want to... Oh, man. 0000. 0000. Oh my God. Can't believe you're making me do this crap. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it was going to turn into this. What is the more... No. I didn't know it was going to... This is... Oh my God. I did not think it was going to take more longer than installing the Windows operating system. I hate you, Cortana. This is so stupid. Oh, look, of course it's gonna... No. Decline. Oh my, look at all this crap. Now look at all this crap. I wasn't gonna talk smack about them, but look at all this crap. All of that stuff is spying on you and trying to advertise to you and trying to sell you their service. I understand you gotta have a business. But man, this is too much. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. My God. It really ruined my day, this crap. Hopefully the benchmark of this, and I guarantee you I will disable all of that stuff. I just don't have time to show you guys this right now, but I'll disable all of those services. Everything's going to be disabled. This is ridiculous. Man, I'm this close. I'm this close to switching to Linux. This close. It's ridiculous. It may take several minutes. I better not. I just put in a new hard drive. New solid state M.2 PCIe NVMe drive. I hate you, Microsoft. Look at this. Wants to restart immediately. Hell no. Where's the store? Stupid store. I have to go to stupid store to install this thing. Search Crystal Disk. Come on now. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. Where is the Crystal Disk? I know it's there. No. Come on. I know it's you stupid thing. Oh my god. I misspelled it. There it is, Crystal Disk app. Look at that. They made it so difficult to find. No. Get. Can't believe it, man. I have to jump through all these hoops. Come on. Install. All right. This is insanely ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna do. Okay, airplane mode is on. I can hear the laptop doing overtime. So there's something going on here. Something is using power. Can you see that?
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we have introduction to Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is a web-based or a cloud-based platform, if you will, that allows you to deploy different type of applications using Microsoft's service or Microsoft's processing power. So just imagine a bunch of different locations all around the world that have server rooms inside of them. All of those servers you are able to access through the Microsoft Azure and set up or deploy any application that you may even think of. And I'll show you there's so many options that you can use. So without getting into too much of a detail, I will go ahead and show you on how to do certain things when it comes to Microsoft Azure and the things that are kind of related mostly to administration of the Azure web interfaces and whatnot. There are so many different things that you can go through, and I will show you step by step on how to do this, whether it's deploying certain applications or running different services. I will show you from the beginning to the end for each video, so that way there is no confusion. Friends, if you like this type of content, please take 1 second to click the like button. I really appreciate it. It makes a huge difference for me. All right, so before you can get started, you have to create an Azure account and have a Microsoft account. But before you can activate your Azure account or have full access to it, you need to provide identity verification, and they want or require a credit card for you to use to verify your identity. And they give you $200 in credits for first 30 days to use for all the testing that you want to do or deploy any type of services. And after that, I believe it's free for 12 months. But I'm not sure what the limitations are after that. But if you want to, go in there and set up an account for testing purposes, for learning purposes, you would need a credit card to get going. They don't charge you, as far as I know, maybe charge like $1 just to kind of make sure that you are that the person that holds that credit card. Anyways, I don't want to get into that. That's not what this video is about. We are here to learn about Microsoft Azure. All right, so let's go ahead and have a quick look at how it looks like. This is me logged in into Microsoft Azure, and there are a couple of things that you notice first. This is the home page, and typically in the home page what you see is different applications or things you've installed recently, and that would be under recent resources. Above here you have Azure Services, and from here you simply select a service that you want to deploy. And don't worry, I'm not going to confuse you with any of this, but I just kind of want to show you what's there available. And I'm going to click on more services as I did over there, just to show you that there is a massive amount of different things you can learn. Here are some examples. Here are the categories. There are general, there are networking, storage, web, there's analytics, there is even AI machine learning, there is mixed reality, security monitoring, all kinds of different things you can learn. So if I expand this even further to see all services, you can see that there is just a massive amount of different things you can learn. So that being said, if you want me to talk about specific things that you want to learn when it comes to Microsoft Azure, please let me know in the comment box below, because I really, it's kind of hard to come up with topics, especially when there are so many things to talk about. So, there's no point of me doing a video on everything that you see here if there is not enough interest. So if there's enough interest for a specific topic, please let me know in the comments below. However, that being said, in the first two videos we're going to concentrate on creating some virtual machines that I will show you how to access, how to monitor, and how to configure. And after that, the second video will be about file storage and storage containers and how you can install them and run them using scripts through the PowerShell. All right. I hope you're still with me, because I promise it's not going to be confusing or super complex or anything like that. This is just a brief introduction to Microsoft Azure of the things that I will be looking to show you. All right, so now that we're done with the brief introduction, we're going to start from scratch. So in order to start from scratch, we have to start with a resource group. So what the resource group is, and here you can see it right here, resource group is, you can think of it as a container that will have all the services, all the applications that you run in that one spot. So it's a form of, it's a way to organize everything in one place in order for things to function, and of course things to be built properly, because these are web services that you pay for typically, and if you want to especially keep them running, you're going to have to pay to Microsoft to run all these services. For example, let's say you want to install a web server and you want to deploy virtual machines and run Apache on it, you're going to have to, they want to know, they need to have a way to kind of keep track all of that. So that's what the resource group is. I'm going to click on that, and we're going to create a new one. You can see there are 3 different ones that I've created here, but let's go ahead and create one from scratch. Again, this is just basically, think of like creating a package of some sort, and for the package you need that outside shell or outside box. So right now we're creating the box for our services that we're going to run. So this is going to be outside of it. No labels on it yet or anything like that, but we're going to start creating that right now. The first thing that asks here is a subscription. And again, that kind of ties into what thing I was saying about them, charging you. In my case, I'm using the Azure subscription 1. So this is just a way of, a subscription, if you will, just like a Netflix subscription. You would just kind of pick the subscription that you have currently right now. And this is the free one that I'm using right now. There are $200 in credits available for it, so I'm going to click that, so that way, that's simply it is. You just kind of tell it, I want to use this subscription, and anything that's inside of this resource group is going to be charged under that subscription. This is incredibly important to know, so that way you know what you're getting into and where the charges are coming from as well. All right, and then we're going to name this new resource group. So we're going to name it something that is appropriate for this tutorial, and we're going to just name it Azure Tutorial. We're going to name it that. Next thing is resource details. This is also incredibly important. You want to make sure that everything that you deploy is in the same region. And you can see, if you expand this, that there are so many different regions. You got East, US East, I should say, and then Europe North, US Central, Africa, Asia, Canada, and a bunch of different ones. I'm going to stick to US Central. So everything that I create in this has to be in the same region. Think about networking in a sense, especially when you're trying to sync different services with one another. You want them to be in the same region, otherwise they may not work properly. Okay, now just keep that in mind. I'm going to click Review and Create, and after that I'm just going to click Create. So here is our box, guys. This is the box that we've created, and now we're going to add more things to that box. And the first thing we're going to do is create a virtual machine. The reason I wanted to start with virtual machines is because most people are familiar with that, especially if you're a system administrator of sort. And it's kind of simple to configure and install, and most people understand what that is because it's, most of the time it's just a, operating system that you are familiar with. All right. Now, the way I'm going to add a virtual machine, I'm going to click on this little hamburger icon here so I can have an expanded menu. And from here, we can also select different services, not just from home. This is where we were at initially, but you can also select some of the, from the left-hand side. This is what I like to use for quick access. So I'm going to go down and simply just select virtual machine. I'm going to click on that. And then I'm going to click on here to create a virtual machine. And then we're going to create, I'd say about 3 different ones just to show you. So we're going to, here we are in a familiar window that we've seen earlier. Again, we have to, make sure that we have the proper subscription selected. This is, again, this is how they're going to charge us for this service. And again, we have resource group. And remember the one we created here, we can just simply select that. We're going to select our Azure tutorial. This is our group. And then we're going to name our virtual machine. So let's see, what's the most common operating system that people are using right now? And that would be Windows, right? So let's go ahead and type in Windows 10 VM. We're going to create one of those, and luckily our region is automatically populated, so we just have to make sure it is that, and it is indeed Central US, so it does memorize that, which is really good. And then I'm not going to talk about infrastructure redundancy. I'm just going to leave it like that. It's just a virtual machine. And then here for the image, by the way, you can use your own image if you'd like. It says here browse all public and private images. That's just a bunch of different things that they have available, but from my understanding you can use your own image as well, but we're just going to use what they have here pre-built for now. And then we're going to select Windows 10, and we're going to go with Windows 10 Pro version 1809, which is a little bit behind. The current version is 1909, I believe, but that doesn't matter. We can certainly update that later if needed, but for now, we want to, we're just going to select that. And here it is our size. Size, what that means, what it is just the type of CPU and RAM and system resources we want to use for this virtual machine. And here it gives you an idea of what 2 virtual CPUs cost with 7 gigabytes of memory. And it's $183 a month. So we're going to click Change. And we're going to select a different option that's going to be more affordable. In the change window, we have all kinds of different options, and as soon as the loads here it is in costs a month, we can select something that's a bit more affordable. And for that, I'm going to just click this first one, which is just 2 gigs of RAM, 1 virtual CPU, and that's going to be good enough for our testing purposes, of course, testing purposes only. And I have that $200 credit, but I'm just going to show this in case there's some confusion about billing or whatnot. Anyways, so I'm going to choose one, and you see how it says $47 a month. This is estimated usage. A lot of times, and I'm not 100% sure if the case is with Azure, but I use Google services for Google Cloud services for my website. They will a lot of times give you different discounts. So, I'm not sure if that's 100% the case with Azure, but I suspect it is. It is just depending on what kind of a thing you're using their services for. And of course, you can use the cheap one, which is here $8 a month, but this is incredibly slow, so I wouldn't even worry about that too much. If you look at it closely, it gives you kind of a limits and how much storage you have. You can certainly look at those things on your own, and it's going to be dependent on your personal preferences or what kind of a system that you need. But I'm just going to use it, this general purpose one. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to click select. All right. Now we have our virtual machine set up. This is going to be our settings for it. So the next thing we have is creating an administrator account so that we can log into it. And we're going to log into it using remote desktop. This is pretty cool that they have it set up. So I'm going to type in cobuman, and I'm going to type in my password. They really want a super long password, which is perfectly okay. So I'm going to type it in twice. All right. And here are the inbound rules. Select which virtual machine networks network ports are accessible from the public internet. You can specify more limit or gradual network access to the network tab. So I'm going to leave it at RDP, so that way we can use RDP. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And then here it says save money, already have Windows Enterprise. So they're asking you about the license, whether you have a license or not. This is something, you know, if you're seriously going to run this, you can look into later, but for now it's just going to let us install it. So I'm just going to click review and create, and as soon as it approves the deployment, we're going to click create deployment, and after that we're going to create a couple of more virtual machines. So here's our overview of the things we've selected. By clicking create, you basically, you know, agree to the terms of service, this and that, blah 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 blah. If you're interested in more details for that, you can certainly take a look for yourself. Again, we're just kind of trying to keep this as simple as possible, and then depending on what we want to do with this, we can kind of look at the more details later. Okay. Now, once we create this, as you can see, it's initializing deployment. It's going to start deploying it. What happens, it actually creates a virtual network automatically for you, and it places this machine into a virtual network for you, for your container that we kind of talked about. So now, like kind of going back, that resource container that we created is that box that we have. Now we're starting to put things inside of this box. So everything that's inside of this box is the network that everything's going to be on. And, you know, again, we kind of made sure that we picked US Central in our case. So everything that we put in there is going to be inside of that one box, and everything is going to be connected and attached to itself. All right. So the deployment is underway. So we can actually get out of this window and proceed to create a couple of more virtual machines. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to create a virtual machine server. So I'm going to create a new one, going to click on there, and you can see it's processing over here, and that's perfectly fine. We already told it, go ahead and do this, and it already has its settings, and it's just doing its thing in the background. We're going to do the same thing for let's see here. We're going to just pick a server. We're going to, I think I want to do 2019. So again, we're going to do a resource group. We're going to select Azure tutorial, and I'm going to name it Windows Serve 2019 VM. Make sure it's US Central, and I'm going to select Windows Server 2019 Data Center. I'm going to go back here and change to our standard, if available. We're going to standard type of CPU processing. It's this one. That's the first one. I'm going to select that. And again, if you're creating a server and you needed to do a certain amount of processing, you can certainly change this at any time, even after you deploy it. So you can stop the service and later on change these settings on any of these virtual machines. I'm going to create our administrator password and login. Just a moment here. I'm trying to remember, there are thousands of passwords that I have for a bunch of different things. Trying to get a unique password for everything is a bit difficult. So again, we're going to leave the RDP open so that way we can access it, and I'm going to click review and create. And yes, you can go into more detail and specify the type of things you want on it. What does it say? It errored out. Required information is missing. What did we miss? Basics. Oh, I made it too long. The name of the virtual machine. All right. Anyways, we're going to click review and create. So yeah, you can go in there and specify the disk sizes and which network you want to use. But again, this is going to automatically put it into the network that you need to. But if you want to go in and specify disks, you can go in there and specify type of disk you want. If you want the premium, you can certainly do so. You can attach a disk on it. This is all virtually, you can virtually do this in any type of virtual machine that you set up. And then if you go to networking, you can specify the network, but again, it's automatically going to put you into the correct network, so I'm not too worried about that. And there are some other things you can, check and adjust. But again, I want to keep this very simple so that anybody can get this going on their own. All right, so review and create. Now it should let us, it should approve the deployment of it once it thinks about it a little bit here, and then we're going to click create, excuse me, and then we're going to deploy this machine as well. It may take a little time. These are not the fastest when it comes to creating virtual machine, but it is pretty, I should say, it's pretty common to have this type of thing happening whenever you're using Google. I say Google because I use Google quite often, but when you use cloud services of this sort. But I digress. It is pretty fast, considering that it installs an operating system on a virtual machine. Okay, let's see what our process or what our status is. It's still deploying the first one. Let's see here. You can see right here that once I clicked on the little bell that I have $197 in credit remaining. And I'm just going to leave it here in this window for a minute. And you can see here what it's kind of doing when it's deploying. It's creating that, the virtual machines, and then it's reserving an IP address for it as well. And it's kind of telling you that it is putting it in the correct network. All right, let me see here. You know what? Let's go ahead and do another virtual machine, but this time we're going to do a Linux machine. And yeah, the first one is still creating. While we do that, I'm going to execute the other one. Execute the deployment of our third virtual machine, which is going to be a Linux. So here we are again, resource group. We're going to make sure we check Azure tutorials, and I'm going to type in Linux for the name of this virtual machine. And I'm going to actually label it Ubuntu because I'm going to select Ubuntu. Region is US Central again, and then just going to leave it here on Ubuntu server 1804. And again, you have different options for different types of Linuxes. And I'm going to go back here and select our standard type of machine for Linux. And I certainly don't want to use the slowest one. And yep, that's the one. I'm going to select that. And when it comes to Ubuntu or Linux, there are a couple of different ways you can access it. You can use SSH public key. So this is kind of confusing, and this is another topic that we would have to talk about and explain. But it's just a different way of encryption access that you can use, and then use a key to access it. But that's confusing. I don't want to talk about that. I'm just going to keep it to simple username and password, just like we have on the other one, just to keep it simple. And the reason I'm doing this, guys, is because I have people who are new to computers that watch my content. I can talk about SSH public keys and this and that, but let's keep it simple, guys. I'm just going to keep it simple. So here we can change it, different sendings for the inbound ports. By the way, if you are going to run a web server here, you can select to have it open for those as well here. This will allow all IP addresses to access your virtual machine. Now, if you're going to use this type of setup, you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically, you would just leave the SSH because you don't want to keep yourself, open yourself up for the intrusion. Once you set up a web server, you'll have a way to access it through the web server interface. So you don't necessarily have to have these HTTPS open at this time at all. So you can leave just SSH because that's typically how you would access a Linux server because it's a command line anyways. So I would just kind of leave it at SSH and for that. Once you deploy a web server, for example, you can block access to SSH externally. There are different ways of doing it. You can use it you can use configuration on the server itself to block access to SSH ports. But again, we're going to just kind of leave it at that for now. I'm going to click review and create, and then once it approves our deployment, we're going to click create. So keep it moving. Otherwise this video would have been God knows how long if I kept talking about every detail of things, and it would be confusing as well. Okay, let's see. I'm just waiting for this window to go to the next window to kind of confirm to me that it's submitted for deployment. And hopefully our Windows 10, the first virtual machine, is deployed already. Now I'm just kind of checking to see if everything is going right. Okay, good. Your deployment is underway. All right, so I'm going to go back home. I'm going to click on home. You can go back to home and see the things that we've touched on recently, and it takes a while to update. Actually, right here, it takes a bit to update, but this is what would show up typically of the new things that we've touched on or created or adjusted. And it also does that in the dashboard. If we go to the dashboard, okay, good. We got a message here that deployment succeeded for one of our virtual machines. We're going to check that here in a minute, but you know what, let's pin it to dashboard because I wanted to go to dashboard anyways. That was my next. I'm going to pin it to dashboard, so let's see what that is. So next thing under home here is dashboard. So we're going to click on dashboard to see what's there. All right, looks like our Windows server is deployed. Oh, where's our Windows 10? That's kind of weird. Didn't we have Windows 10 machine deployed as well? Did that succeed or not? All right. Well, let's go to resources. I'm going to click on go to resources. Windows Server 2019. Huh. This already deployed, but not the Windows 10 that I asked for. Okay. Well, let's go to our virtual machines again and see if it's there. Oh, it's still creating it. That's interesting. So Windows Server 2019 actually deployed faster than Windows 10. It's still creating it. Huh, that's very interesting. Anyways, let's go ahead and see the overview of Windows Server 2019. So again, we are on virtual machines, and this will show you all the other ones that we created as well. So we're missing a Linux here, which is still being created, and it takes a while to refresh to see. So we're going to click on Windows Server because supposedly that one is already deployed. We can see our public IP address of it, and we can here connect to it. But I kind of wanted to show you overview of it in the sense to see what is there for you to actually look at, besides just regular information that is there. I mean, yeah, sure, you can see the IP address on it, you can see the subscription ID, you know, computer name if available, but you know, and then type of CPU that you're running and this and that. And you should be able to change this once you click stop, and that's a topic for another video. But right now I wanted to show you what is kind of important as an Azure administrator, and that is monitoring. Now, you can see that there are four different graphs here, and that are kind of the reason there are four and these specific ones because these are kind of the most important ones that you would want to look at. First one is being CPU average. This is the usage of your CPU, and the next one is network usage, disk bytes, which involves read and write bytes at any given time. You can see it gives you how much on the left column here, and on the bottom it tells you the time of it, and also it gives you disk read and disk write in bytes. And then on the other one here, over here next to it, it says disk operations per second on average, and it gives you different times. The reason this is important to have is that if you suspect something suspicious going on, for example, let's say you're running a website or a web server, or you suspect attack on your server, you can look at the different times and different CPU usage, different operations on it that are happening at certain times. And this doesn't give us a good example here because it's a brand new one, but let's go ahead and connect to it, and we're going to do some stuff on it, so that way it's going to give us some data here which we can get back to, and I can kind of talk about it a little bit more, because right now it doesn't really give us enough for me to talk about. So let's go ahead and click connect here, and we're going to select RDP. All right, so what this does, it's going to download an RDP file for us that we can just simply click and use it just a regular, Windows remote desktop protocol. So we're going to click on that, and it's going to save it. I'm just checking. Okay, you don't see the pop-up, but there's actually a pop-up that says, do you want to save this file or just open it? I'm going to click open it. I'm going to click connect. I apologize, you guys don't see the login on this recording, but it is there. So what I'm doing is just typing in the password and the login that I showed you before, that I've set up upon the creation of this, and I'm going to click OK. I will show you the whatchamacallit, the remote desktop as well, as soon as I get it going here. Okay, just a moment, please bear with me. I just need to add a different source, window capture. Need to capture that window, just a moment. Please bear with me. Here we go, remote desktop. Here we are. All right. There you guys. There you go. I hope you can see it. It's loading right now. So I'm going to, let's see here. Hope it doesn't break the stupid recording window software is not being good to me. All right. Looks like it's showing the RDP there, and it's creating it. The typical thing, the first time you log in, it's going to create your local profile, and it's going to take a bit to load. It's, this is very typical. You just kind of have to wait for it to start and get going. And here it is, finally coming up. So this is our Windows Server machine. Pretty soon we're going to see that Windows Server setup configuration there, and then it's just like using a regular Windows Server machine. As if you were there. You guys know what remote desktop is. But then again, this goes to show you that you have full access to it. Okay, now I'm going to go back to that overview and kind of look at those graphs with you and tell you kind of for the things to kind of look for when it comes to monitoring this type of a system. And then I'm going to show you the other machines as well, depending how long this takes. And see, here it is. Here's that typical thing where it asks you do you want to allow this PC to be discoverable? And we're going to click yes for that. So there you go. This is typically what happens or what you see when you install Windows Server. And I'm just going to minimize this and go back to our Azure window. Okay, there we are. Okay, so we're going to click on Overview again, just so you can see all the things that are happening on the window on the Windows 2019 server. So since we've logged into it, we saw more activity. Now we can see that at this time, which is at 12:13 p.m., we can see that there is more CPU activity. As a matter of fact, they spiked to almost 100%. And at the same time, you can see that it kind of moves the other diagrams or graphs at the same time, so that way you can see what is going on at the same time. So it kind of aligns it for you. And now you can see there is more read and write, which is pretty normal. It gives you the disk reads down here where it says 137 megabytes, and then disk writes are 483 megabytes. So this is happening as we are creating our local profile. And at the same time, we see some network activity, and that is, it says Windows Server is network in total is 147 megabytes, and network out total is let's see, it's still happening. It's at 1.27 megabytes. So it downloaded 147 megabytes of data and it uploaded 1 megabyte, 1.27 megabytes. And then we get more disk operations. So why is this important? Why am I telling you about this? If you suspect somebody hacking into your system, you might want to kind of look at the spikes in the graph. Otherwise, it would be just normal or just a little jagged like this. Normally, this is pretty normal operation, just kind of idling. But when it comes to huge spikes like this, you want to kind of look at this and see what is happening. Now, if it's just a web server and you see increase in traffic
people using your website and you see a spike like this, but then you look at your other monitoring tools for the live traffic of people coming through and you see a spike on your server, that's normal, right? But if you suddenly see a spike at a certain time, then you might want to see if there is some kind of a attack on your server or whatnot, or if there's some kind of a, who knows, maybe even a virus happening on your computer if you have abnormal disk reads, bytes, or CPU usage. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is look at other things that are here under the overview. There are a bunch of different things here that we can look at that help you deal with this type of stuff and things that you can change. So if you click, for example, on networking here under settings, you can look at the network settings of it and gives you more information on it. You can add inbound port rules if you want to open up different ports or not. You can, at the same time, you can disable one. So here's our RDP here, and we can disable it if we want. So if you're occasionally accessing this Windows server using the RDP, you might want to delete it, so that way you're more protected. Nobody can really try to access it afterwards. And then same thing when it comes to disks. If you click on disks here, you can make changes to it if you'd like. A lot of times we have to stop the service from running. I'm not exactly sure if that's the case here with the Azure systems. We can certainly try that. And then we got a bunch of different monitoring things that we can look at. So one of the things that I showed you there are those graphs, and there is a different way to look at that as well if you want a more customized and cleaner way of doing it. If you click on the little hamburger thing, sign, you can go down here and select monitor, and you can look at monitoring metrics of it. So if you click here, explore metrics, you can add different graphs that you can look at. Again, I don't want to confuse you too much with this. Again, this is just another way of looking at the same thing, except in a more detailed manner where you can make adjustments and change the different metrics that you want to look at. And here's just a real quick, if we click here on the scope, this allows you to select our resource. So if we select our Azure subscription 1, we know this is where our resource group is at. And then we can click Azure tutorial, and then we're going to look down here for our server. And for some reason it's not scrolling down, but that's okay, no problem. We know that we have that service. I'm going to click on resource type. I'm going to uncheck select all. I'm going to just click virtual machines, because that's the only thing I want to look at for now. And I'm going to close that, and now it's going to come up and say, well, you have 3 virtual machines. Which ones do you want to monitor? I'm going to click Windows Server 2019. I'm going to select that, and now it's asking me to select a metric. So we can kind of replicate to what we've seen previously. We can kind of select, I don't know, let's see, disk read operations per second. We had that over there, and then the graph is going to come up and show us. You can see here, and there's that. Then we can add more to it, or we can add another metric, and in a way where you can just select, what was the other one, network out total. Let's see, where's our network in total, I should say, and there was an out as well, and it gives you that. And they give you kind of side by side, but if you want them to kind of stack on top of each other, you can certainly do that as well. I'm just going to move it to the right here to move the timeline. But again, there's not much going on right now, so there really isn't much to look at. And let me just try it one more here. CPU, I want to look for the CPU one. Percentage CPU, here we go. Average, okay. And it gives you, see, it's just not enough for us to kind of visualize. Anyways, the machine is just too new for us to actually, for this to work properly, because it hasn't even replicated completely. We know there's a lot more going on. It's just that it takes time, and these things kind of take time to replicate for you to use this properly. But anyways, it's all here. It's just a different way of looking at it. And if you want to get in more, in-depth analysis of what's going on with the usage of that machine, you can certainly do that. All right, let's go to our other virtual machines. We can look at Windows 10, but it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, I went ahead and stopped it early. I don't know if you guys seen that, but I went ahead and stopped it from working, but it's because the way I access it is the same as Windows Server 2019. I just wanted to show you that you can deploy that. Let's go ahead and click our Linux Ubuntu machine. The way you can connect to this is if you click on the connect, you can use SSH, you can use RDP, but if we click on RDP, you can see that we have to install certain things on our computer in order to access this. This is not going to actually work. So if I click download RDP, it's not going to actually let me work to it. Typically you would, and it's closed. We know that the port is closed anyways. So we can choose to connect with SSH with the key thing, this and that, but you know, I don't want to do that. There's an easiest way to connect to this, and if you scroll down under this all the way down, there is a thing called Serial Console. So if we click on that, it will give us the same access as if it was SSH, I believe. Now, it's going to ask us for our password so we can actually have access to our console, but once we go in there, it's just the easier way to accessing it. As soon as it comes up here, it's going to ask us for our password, and we're going to be able to, you know, browse it. Just that, you know, once you, the only difference is that it's not a pop-out window, you know, and for me it actually works out for me to show you like this. And okay, log in. I'm going to type in my login name, and then I'm going to type in my password. I'm going to hit enter, and as soon as it thinks about it, we will have access, and there it is. We have full access to this server. So if we do, for example, ls-a, it's going to show us what's inside of these different folders, and we can make adjustments, you know, update it, do all kinds of different things. We can create more monitoring. We can install different get app system analysis, monitoring things that we can do. Okay. Anyways, this is how you can access the Linux server and just kind of, you know, go through it and look at different things. But right now, we're just going to show you some, let's see here, CD, VR, VAR, LS, and just kind of to show you that you can go in and browse. If you want to, you know, run something, you know, you can just type in sudo, you know, which is super user, invoking a super user, and then, I don't know, you can just type in sudo, I don't know, VI, and this is going to create a new document. This is just, you know, regular document that you can create and, you know, install on there and whatnot. And yeah, so there you go, guys. This is the intro to Microsoft Azure virtual machines. I hope you like this video. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you like my style of teaching. It's really hard to teach without being super technical, so I'm really trying my best not to sound too confusing, because if I was to go into Linux here and try to do all kinds of different things, it would be way too much in just one video for a person to absorb. I'm not saying everybody, because, you know, a lot of people are knowledgeable and that they would like to see this type of stuff, but I do want to teach everybody, you know, at least give them some kind of confidence to kind of get into this type of stuff to start with. And once they get into it, then they can, you know, learn more about it on their own, or, you know, watching or learning, or, you know, from other people and this and that. But the best way to learn is to actually get in there and try, you know, do things on it. All right. In the next video, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss it. I will talk about storage containers. We're going to use some scripting to add the storage containers. We're going to create some file shares and how to go in there and add them to different machines. And it's pretty cool stuff, guys. All right. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, my dear friends. Welcome to the best all-in-one refresher course for IT professionals. Information presented is in question and answer format in order to simplify the memory retention. This video contains basic IT knowledge for the following categories: desktop support, network administration, system administration, web development, and help desk. If you appreciate this valuable information, please return the favor by sharing it with friends. And now, sit back, relax, and enjoy this fun video.
Because this information is derived from previous videos that are based off interview questions and answers, I will be omitting first question because it relates to job interview.
You've received a trouble ticket that PC monitor is not working. What is the first thing you should do? The first thing you should do is check to see if all cables are plugged in correctly. First check power, then video signal cable, and if both check out, make sure the computer itself is powered on. If asked for further troubleshooting steps, explain that there is a possibility that video driver or PC hardware could be causing the issue. Question number 3. What is safe mode? How do you get to it? And what is it used for? In order to reach safe mode, computer must be restarted, and by pressing F8 key before the OS loads, you will arrive at a selection screen at which you will scroll up to select Safe Mode. Safe Mode is used to troubleshoot driver issues, hardware issues, and remove viruses or unwanted software. Question number 4. What is an IP address and how to find it? IP address is a number assigned to your computer to identify its existence or location on a network, meaning that DHCP server will assign a number to each computer connected to a network as part of identification. You can find your IP address by opening a command prompt window, CMD, and type in ipconfig/all. Alternatively, you can look at network adapter properties. Question number 5. What is a default gateway? You can see what the default gateway is by performing an ipconfig/all command through CMD. Default gateway serves as path to reach other networks. For example, in order to reach the internet outside of your business or home, you need a gateway that will open the way for you. Default gateway in a business environment is typically a proxy server. Question number 6. What is Active Directory? Active Directory is a feature of Windows Server OS and contains user accounts, objects, hostnames, group policies, and domain services. For example, Active Directory will have information about a user login credentials. In addition, it can contain group policy that will apply different permissions to user accounts that belong to specific groups within an organization within a domain. Question number 7. What is a domain? Leading in from the previous question, domain is a group of computers and users connected to a network. A user will have domain login access once their credentials are added to the specific domain within Active Directory. In other words, your PC login will most likely be a domain login. As a side note, PC host names must be added to the same domain, but user can still log in even if the computer is attached to another domain within the same network. Question number 8. You receive a trouble ticket that states, "My printer is not working properly. It prints out weird pattern on the paper. Please assist." This issue is caused by a bad or wrong printer driver. Solution is to acquire and install a correct printer driver. Question number 9. What are some commonly used LAN cables? There are 4 different types of LAN cables: Cat5, Cat5e, Cat6, and Cat6a. Cat speeds are up to 100 megabits per second. Cat5e up to 1000 megabits per second. Cat6 up to 1000 megabits per second certified gigabit. And Cat6a up to 10,000 megabits per second. All the speeds are based off 100 meters maximum distance. Question number 10. What is blue screen of death? Blue screen of death is most commonly caused by bad hardware. The error appears as a blue screen crashing the computer. Blue screen of death can be caused by hardware, software, or driver issues and conflicts. In order to troubleshoot blue screen of death, you will need to run a full hardware diagnostic on the PC and update all of the drivers. Question number 11. What is DHCP? DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and it deals with handling of IP addresses for all computers connected to a network. Each computer is allowed to have connection to the network or internet resources after DHCP server assigns an IP address dynamically. Dynamic type of IP address can change at any point. Question number 12. What is DNS? DNS stands for Domain Name System, and it reroutes known host names to IP address that hosts its service. For example, DNS for www.microsoft.com is located at 104.90.84.14, but it can change randomly. You can say that it serves as an address book for the host names, which are then translated into numbers in order for computers to understand it. In this example, it assigns and routes web address names to web hosting services. Question number 13. What is VPN? A virtual private network is commonly used as a secure way to connect from remote location to network resources in your business or company. For example, you can take your laptop to a coffee shop, start a VPN, and through it securely connect to a PC at work or access company's email and files. Question number 14. What is a ping command and its use? Generally, the ping command is used to determine whether your computer has access to external resources or the internet. Through command prompt, type ping www.microsoft.com. This function sends 4 packets of data which are sent back as acknowledgement of successful connection. It also provides the latency results measured in milliseconds. Question number 15. What is a group policy? Active Directory assigns a group policy to each new user added into the database. For example, if you work in desktop support, your user login credentials and permissions will be assigned to a group policy. In Active Directory, you can take any user and place them into a group that has predetermined settings. Group policy can restrict, read, write, or execute, and restrict access to network resources. Question number 16. What is a PST file? .pst is a file extension used by Microsoft Outlook archive file. An email archive would be commonly known as a PST. Question number 17. How would you change folder permissions? You can change folder permissions through group policy, but it can also be done at local level with administrator privileges. Under Folder Properties, select Security tab and then Edit button, after which a pop-up will provide an ability to add users and allow for read, write, execute, or full permissions. Question number 18. What is a difference between a switch and a hub? There are a couple of main differences between switch and a hub. Hub can be used to connect multiple computers to a single network, while switch can be used to create multiple segments of the same network. Second difference is that with a hub, all computers connected to it receive the data packets at once, which create latency issues. Switch can regulate this by only sending the packets to the computer that requested it. Question number 19. How would you recover data from a virus-infected computer? In order to successfully and safely recover data, you would extract the hard drive from the infected computer, slave it to a second computer that has updated virus definitions, updated Microsoft patches and drivers. From there, you would scan the drive for viruses, and once virus is removed, you can extract the data that needs to be recovered. Question number 2. Explain the role of Windows Server. Windows Server is an operating system that uses a centralized computer that provides specific functions, predetermined rules for users, and computers connected to a network. Question number 3. What is Windows Domain? Windows Domain is a centralized location for user accounts, computers, printers, and security features as part of database controlled by a domain controller. Question number 4. What is DNS and which port does it use? DNS stands for Domain Name System, and it's mostly used to interpret domain names into numeric IP address. DNS uses port 53, TCP, or UDP. Question number 5. How many queries does DNS perform and which ones? DNS performs 2 types of queries: iterative and recursive. Question number 6. What is Active Directory? A service of Windows Server operating system, Active Directory is used for user and computer authentication within a domain. It can also enforce security policies and install software to computers connected to a domain. Question number 7. Active Directory database is located where? Using file name ntds.dit, it is located in the system root folder ntds. Question number 8. What is a lingering object? If an object is deleted from Active Directory while the main controller is offline, it can create a lingering object. When object is deleted from Active Directory, a tombstone, which is a temporary file, is created, which then has to be replicated by the main controller before it expires. Question number 9. How do you backup Active Directory? Active Directory can be backed up by using NT-Backup tool that comes with 2003 server. With 2008 server, a command prompt is used to perform backup. Type wb admin space start space system state backup space dash backup target :E:. Question number 10. Do you know what garbage collection is? Garbage collection is a process designed to free space inside Active Directory. This is performed by default every 12 hours, a defrag function. Question number 11. Do you know what sysvol folder is? System volume folder is a directory that houses a copy of domain files found on a local hard drive within domain controller. This data is shared for purpose of replication across domain, for example, user logon scripts and Windows group policy. Question number 12. What is RAID? Stands for Redundant Array of Independent Disks and is used to provide data redundancy mirroring across multiple hard disks. It can also be utilized to improve read-write performance across the server by using striping configuration. For example, RAID 1, 2 or more disks with identical data stored redundancy. RAID 0, 2 or more disks, data distributed evenly to improve performance, no redundancy. Question number 13. Which commands would you use in command prompt to test network connectivity? To test network connectivity, ping and ipconfig commands are used. Question number 14. What does IntelliMirror do? As part of Windows Server operating system, IntelliMirror provides assistance in managing user data, computer information, applications, and settings. This is used by user group policy that defines business roles, group memberships, and locations. For example, if a user moves to a different computer, the applications, settings, and stored files will follow. Question number 15. Explain what group policy is. A group policy is used to control users' desktops and computer configuration by creating a default template for specific members of the group. This makes it easier to control and process large groups of users. Question number 16. Can you name different types of email servers? And which ports do they use? You can have two types of email servers. Incoming mail server, POP3, port 110, IMAP, port 143, HTTP, port 80. You can also have outgoing mail server, SMTP, that uses port 25. Question number 17. What is the difference between a forest and a domain? A domain is a logic-based group of computers, users, and devices within Active Directory. A tree is a collection of domains. In case there are multiple trees formed, a forest is created. Question number 18. Do you know what virtual machine is? Virtual machine is an emulation version of operating system. You can have multiple copies of Windows Server running on a single hardware platform. This is mostly done through third-party software. Question number 19. Do you know what tattooing the registry means? Basically, the group policy will make the changes to users' registry, but once the group policy is no longer in effect, registry values do not revert back, leaving them tattooed in, so to speak. Question number 2. What is a firewall? Firewall prevents connections between two or multiple sources. It basically blocks any incoming or outgoing traffic. Firewalls can be in software or hardware forms. Question number 3. What is TCP/IP? TCP is a transmission control protocol that deals with establishing a connection between computers before any data is being sent. In other words, it acts as a highway for data packets being sent back and forth used by various protocols like HTTP or FTP. TCP also sorts out data packet receive order. Question number 4. Can you explain the difference between HTTP and HTTPS? HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, used by a majority of websites as means of transmitting website data, and it allows for use of hyperlinks. This protocol mostly uses TCP port 80. HTTPS is a secure version of HTTP that allows for identity verification and low-level encryption using TCP port 443. Question number 5. What is a proxy or a proxy server? Proxy deals with filtering network traffic in a sense of preventing access to certain websites and can even monitor user web activity. To put it simply, it can block certain websites from being accessed, but it can also act as a measure of hiding the true origin and point of access. Question number 6. Can you explain what UDP is? UDP stands for User Datagram Protocol. Unlike TCP, UDP is constantly broadcasting a connection signal which can allow for faster connection speeds. With TCP, you have to wait for connection confirmation, which takes time. UDP sends out data without consideration of what it is that it's receiving it, sort of like radio signal. Question number 7. What is the loopback IP address? The loopback IP address is 127.0.0.1. As part of troubleshooting network connection issues, it is used to test network interface card for functionality. If you ping this IP address, it completes successfully. It means that your hardware is okay. Question number 8. What is DHCP? DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. The main function of DHCP is to handle distribution of IP addresses on a network. IP address assigned by DHCP server is dynamic, meaning that they are leased and released dynamically. To explain it further, if you connect a PC to a network, it will get a leased IP address, and if you disconnect or move that PC, it will be assigned a different one. Question number 9. What is FTP and port used? FTP is a file transfer protocol used to transfer large files between computers with built-in ability to pause transfer of data. Ports used by FTP are 20 and 21. Question number 10. What is SSH and port used? Also known as secure shell, is used to establish a secure connection between devices, which can be anything from computers to switches. For example, you can use SSH at a cafe and connect to any device anywhere by establishing a configured secure shell tunnel between two devices, making the connection secure. Question number 11. What is the maximum length of UTP cable allowed? The maximum length of UTP is 90 to 100 meters for a single segment connection. If you have a switch or a repeater, it could compensate for this limitation. Question number 12. What are the layers of OSI model and how many? There are 7 layers of OSI model: physical layer, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and application. Question number 13. What is the job of network layer? A textbook answer for this question is that network layer deals with routing, switching, and transmission of data from one point to another. But this layer is also responsible for error handling and packet sequencing. Question number 14. Can you name different types of network cables? Cat5 runs at 100 megabits a second maximum speed. Cat5e can run up to 1 gigabit a second, and Cat6 can run up to 10 gigabits a second connection speeds. All cables are limited to 100 meter distance in order to run at optimum speed. Question number 15. What is a subnet mask? Subnet mask dictates the size of a network and also tells which part of the subnet our host IP address belongs to. Basically, you can have multiple subnetworks for a given IP address range. Question number 16. Can you tell me the difference between a workgroup and a domain? With a workgroup, you have a collection of systems that are connected to the same network, but have their own set of rules and permissions set at a local level. With a domain, you have a group of systems that are bound by the rules of centralized authentication server. In a domain, each system has to connect through the domain server using provided credentials. Question number 17. How would you determine connection path between local host and a server? A traceRT command is used to accomplish this test. Similar to ping command, with addition of letting us visualize which routers or switches are used to connect in reaching of our destination, used for troubleshooting dead connections. Question number 18. Can you explain ipconfig? ipconfig command is used to determine TCP IP settings, DHCP configuration, DNS, default gateway, and subnet mask. It can also be used to change local DHCP settings, for example, ipconfig/release and /renew. Question number 19. What is VPN? A virtual private network allows users to create a secure connection over public network such as internet. This is commonly used by mobile workers in order to access company's network from a remote location.
Question number 1. What is the importance of doc type in HTML? Doc type tells the browser which version of HTML, XHTML standard is used, and how to render the page. Question number 2. What is the difference between display none and visibility hidden? Display none removes the element from the flow, allowing other elements to fill in. Visibility hidden only hides the element, but space is allocated for it on the page. Question number 3. Considering the code, what font size will have the text inside the P element? The answer is 8 pixels, because EM units represent percentage of its parent. In this case, it is a half of 16 pixels. Question number 4. What is the difference between session storage and local storage? Session storage is available only when a browser's tab is opened. Local storage survives on closing and reopening a browser. Question number 5. What are data attributes? Data attributes are used to store custom data directly inside HTML tags. They are easily accessible from CSS and JavaScript. Question number 6. Explain the difference between normalized CSS and reset CSS. Resetting removes all the native styles provided by browsers. Normalizing is just a correction of some common bugs. For example, sup and sub elements will work as usual after normalizing. Resetting would make them look like plain text. Question number 7. What are sprites? What is their purpose? CSS sprite is merging multiple images into a single image. It reduces the amount of web requests and increases page speed. Question number 8. What is SVG? SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It is used to show vector graphics on the page. The biggest benefit is that SVG images don't lose quality when zoomed or resized,
unlike JPEGs. You can easily change the size, color, and animate SVG images. SVGs also can be bundled in SVG Sprite. Question number 9. What are the new features of HTML5 standard? HTML5 added new semantic elements, such as nav, article, section, header, footer, and aside. Also, HTML5 standard added new form controls, such as calendar, date, time, email, URL, and search. In addition, better support for embedded media using audio, video, and Canvas. And while we take a short break, I just wanted to mention a few things that are available on my channel and CosmicNova.com website. We have videos and articles on various different topics, including desktop support, network administration, Microsoft system administration, help desk, customer service, and many more tutorials at youtube.com/cobuman channel. If you're interested in further expanding your knowledge, I have provided a link to some learning material from Amazon affiliate in the description box below. Question number 10. What is a CSS preprocessor? CSS preprocessor is a tool which allows you to create CSS code much faster, in a more structured manner. Preprocessors extend the CSS functional by adding variables, mixins, partials, also allow the use operation inside the code. Question number 11. What is microdata? Microdata is a set of additional HTML tags for specifying the additional semantic information to help the search engines read your site properly. Question number 12. What tags are used to make a table? Table tag is used for wrapping a table. TH tag represents of the table heading. TR tag creates a table row that stores the data elements. The TD tag represents column in a row. Question number 13. What is the CSS box model? Box model represents a structured way to space elements in relationship to each other. It is made of margins, borders, padding, and content. When the page is being rendered, the browser shows each of the elements as rectangular, which can be styled using CSS. Question number 14. Consider this code. What color will the text have? The answer is blue, because exclamation mark important overrides every other selectors, including inline added into a tag. Question number 15. What is the reason for wrapping the entire content of JavaScript source file into a function? This is one of the best practices which creates a private namespace and thereby helps avoid potential name conflicts between different JavaScript functions and external libraries. Question number 16. How would you inspect a hover state of an element in the DevTools? To open it, click the small :HOV text in the top right corner of the Styles pane, as pictured here. Question number 17. How would you edit HTML in the DevTools? Right-click on the text you want to edit on the HTML pane. Choose Edit as HTML, make your changes, and press Enter. Question number 18. What is the difference between double equals and triple equals operators in JavaScript? The triple equals operator behaves identically to the equality of double equals operator, but more strictly. The types must be the same to be considered equal. Question number 19. What kind of loops are in JavaScript? Loop for goes through an inner code a number of times. For/in used for looping through the properties of an object. While goes through an inner code while a specified condition is true. Do/while also goes through a block of code while a specified condition is true. Question number 20. What would be a result of this code? The result is a string in a console. My pet's name is Roomba. Even though the function was called, its declaration, the code works because of hoisting. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some bonus questions. Question number 21. What would be the output of this code? Explain your answer. The answer is global scope equals 1, scope A equals 2, scope B equals undefined, global scope after launching function equals 1. In the first log line, x is obviously 1 because it was assigned 1 globally at the line var x equals 1. In the second line is x is 2 because it's reassigned inside the function A. Inside the function B, x is undefined because it was declared but without any value. At the fourth line, the x is still 1 because a local function scope doesn't change the global scope. Question number 22. What would this code show in the console? This code shows uncaught syntax error, unexpected identifier. We have two assignments in the IIFE, b equals 5 and var a equals b. A is a local variable because it is declared using var. B is declared without var and should have been visible from a global scope. But we are using the strict mode, therefore B doesn't need to be assigned to the global scope. Question number 2. Are you able to communicate effectively with customers? Meaning, how good are you at dealing with customers? You can talk about previous experiences and how you were able to resolve customer issues effectively and professionally, which has left customers happy. Question number 3. If you came across an angry customer that is very difficult to deal with, how would you handle this situation? For this answer, simply state that you would let the customer explain the situation, and then in a very polite, calm manner, attempt to assist the customer. You can provide a successful past experience to explain your answer. Be careful because interviewer may ask, what if customer was still angry and you could not deal with him or her? In this case, you would state that as a last resort, you would transfer them to someone else. Make sure that interviewer knows that you did everything you could in order to help the customer. Question number 4. What makes a good customer service representative, and how do you present yourself? You can answer with good listening skills, being very informed, having a friendly attitude, being considerate and patient with customers. If you feel any other skills are important, you can list them as well. Question number 5. Do you have any sales experience? If you have any experience in sales, you would explain in what your best achievements are. For example, I had $100,000 in sales working for this company. You can speak of any relevant work which will increase your chances of acquiring this job. Question number 6. How much of experience do you have in answering calls or working in a call center? Talk about any call center experience you have or any previous experience that involves communicating with multiple customers. Explain how you are able to handle multiple tasks at once. If this is your first time applying for a call center job, do not say that taking calls is the same thing as dealing with multiple customers somewhere else. I advise that you only say it is similar. The interviewer will almost always disagree if you say it's the same thing. Question number 7. Do you know how to use computers? This question may be specific to Microsoft Word, Excel, and etc. Talk about past experience and knowledge in using computers and in which manner. For example, I use this program to do this at this job. Question number 8. Are you a team player? This question only has one answer, and that is yes. However, you may need to provide an example in which teamwork was required and how you've enjoyed the experience. Question number 9. Have you used any ticket systems in the past? This question is specifically designed for call center type of customer service, and it should be answered by simply stating which ticket systems you are familiar with. Question number 10. Did you ever go an extra mile for a customer? Meaning, what did you do to make the customer happy? You can provide a scenario in which customer had any issues that was not possible to be solved by only yourself, and you had to reach to someone else for assistance. For example, you don't have this product, but the other location does, and you went an extra mile to help the customer acquire this item or service. Any example in which you had to go beyond your typical interaction with customers should be presented here. Question number 11. Do you do well under pressure? The answer should always be yes, and explain how you would try to stay organized in order to deal with multiple tasks at hand. Question number 12. How do you stay organized? This is a follow-up question that you can answer by explaining your typical way of staying organized. Talk about prioritizing tasks based off urgency and ability to resolve issues in the most efficient manner. Be careful when making statements like this, because follow-up question may be, how do you decide which to prioritize first? You have to be ready to give exact order and reason why. This will vary based off your example. Also, you can mention that you use some kind of tracking tool, Microsoft Word, Excel, WordPad, or a simple notepad and pencil. Question number 13. Are you good at selling products? Explain why by providing previous experiences at which you excelled as salesperson. If needed, repeat all of things that make you qualified for this job. This was mentioned in questions number 1 and 5. Question number 14. Do you prefer to work alone or with others? Do not say that you prefer either or. To properly answer this question, you need to state that you are able to work effectively alone and do really well with others as a team player. This question is situational, which is why you have to be open to both scenarios, and every company prefers someone who has both qualities. Question number 15. Do you have any experience in taking payments over the phone or taking orders? Provide examples of billing system you may have used or previous experience of taking orders to be processed. Question number 16. What do you like about customer service? This answer can vary depending on each person's feelings towards this job. The correct answer is an honest answer. For example, I enjoy helping people resolve their issues or assist in purchasing of products. Or, I like working in a fast-paced environment. Question number 17. Do you have any strengths or weaknesses? For your strengths, mention all things related to this specific job. Your experience and how you are dependable, hardworking, and honest. For weaknesses, mention only one, which has to be something very minor. For example, in my case, English is my second language, so I sometimes have to double check my spelling when writing notes or filling out orders, but have gotten much better at it. Something small that you have handle on. Guys, thank you so much for watching. If you like my video, please like it, leave a comment, share with friends, and I'll see you next time.
Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman, and in today's video we're reviewing an awesome brand, an adapter that allows you to back up your data easily. However, this adapter can also be used to recover data if you're doing tech support. So let's say you have a broken computer, you can take that drive out of it, slave it to the other computer, and then you can recover data like so. But it is designed specifically to be used as a one-touch backup, and I will go ahead and show you about that. So alright, let's get to the unboxing. This adapter supports IDE 2.5 inches and 3.5 inches along with SATA connection. And I'll show you how it looks like. So here's what it is in the box. Here's the little adapter that comes with it. You supposedly press the button once you install all the software and it does all the backup for you. But here's the main thing. This is 3.5 inch IDE, and I'll show you a hard drive that connects to it. And here is SATA connectors, and here is 2.5 inch if you happen to have one of those. And back here you just have on and off switch like so, and then of course you have the connectors for the power, for the cable that goes to the USB, and another power cable for SATA, and I'll show you what's inside as well. Alright, so that's the adapter itself. Let's see what else is inside. The next thing we have is the cable that comes with it, and here is this part of it. This is just Molex cable that goes in the back of your hard drive. I will show you that as well again. And here is the USB cable. Matter of fact, we're going to connect that right away. As I am unpacking this, I'm just going to keep connecting it. And this is where that goes. You just have to make sure it's aligned properly. And then I'm going to push it in. So that's connected. And again, that goes to the USB. Alright. I'm going to keep this here just for the moment. And I'm going to check out the last thing that's in here. I'm going to open that up so we can see what's going on with that. So this is just a regular, this is a US connection type. I'm assuming if you buy this from Europe, you get a different type of adapter. And this is simply goes here. Just a power adapter similar to what you would do with a laptop or any other electronics that has an external adapter like so. So I'm going to push it in. Snaps in just like that. And then the last, or a couple more things in the package itself. Here are the user manual instructions. The manual itself also talks about a software that you can use inside of it, and for that there is this CD that came with it. So this is SATA hard drive, so you just align it and then you push it in like that. There it is. That's already connected. And then let's see, I do have an IDE. This is an older style of hard drive, but you know, this is why I say it might be good for tech support in case you're trying to recover some data, or if you have like some kind of a shop that deals with data recovery. And then this goes here, IDE 2.5, and I'm just going to align the notch, and I'm going to push it in. And here it is. It's connected like that. And again, we have this Molex connector, which we're going to connect to right there. Molex 4-pin connector pushed in. So that's all connected. Now all we got to do is just connect it to our USB, and then connect it to the power, and then we're going to test it into the computer right now. So as you can see, I have it just sitting here on my desk, and then I'm going to take this USB connector and I'm just going to match it with the blue connector on here, which is USB 3.0, so that way we get the maximum speed. After that, I'm going to pop my CD in that came with the box. I'm just going to put it in there, and I'm going to install the drivers that came with it, and then we'll see what happens. So here we are inside the computer. I'm going to open this PC. I'm going to see what shows up. You can see right away that both of those drives actually showed up, and I'll show you what I mean. So it's the gateway, the one that's called Gateway F. This is an old hard drive from my old laptop, and then there's a local H. I believe those are the ones that are connected to that adapter. So right away, without installing any adapters, it's plug and play. You can see that it works. Let me go ahead and I'm going to run over to the computer over there, and I'm going to unplug a USB so we can see exactly again which ones do show up right away. You can hear me probably talk. I'm going to walk away just for a second here. I'm going to unplug it, and I'm going to plug it back in and see what happens when I do that. And let's see here. I have plugged it back in, and there it is. All right, cool. Let's see what's inside of it. So now I can recover any of this data that's from this old drive, and this is the old gateway. Again, we can just recover all the data that's on it. So that's really cool. As recovery device, you can certainly recover anything. Now, if you happen to have a BitLocker locked hard drive, you're going to need the key. It's not going to be unlocked. Say, for example, this local hard drive C has a BitLocker, but it's unlocked. If you plug in the BitLocker one, it's going to be locked, but you need a recovery key. If you want to watch video on that, I have made video for that. I'm going to make it show up right here if you want to click that on how to recover data from a BitLocker key. So, from what I understand now is that if you want to do one-touch backup with this thing, meaning that the way it's just sitting there on the desk, you can just press that middle button there that I showed you earlier, and it just does automatic backup for you. For that, you actually need to install this software. So I'm going to go ahead and install it real quick so we can check it out. So this is going to install this one-touch backup. See, it says OTB. And all right, let's go ahead and install everything on here, see how it looks like. I'm going to create a desktop icon. I'm going to launch it right away. Check system settings failed. Let me make sure the program run on administrator permissions. Yeah, that actually makes sense. So it did open it up when I closed that. Let me see what's going on here. I'm going to close it. Alright, so we have the software installed. I'm just going to drag the icon here. I'm going to double click it, and it's asking to run as administrator, which is fine. I'm going to do that, and it says check system failed. Make sure to run as administrator. Okay, it is running. Okay, they came up 3 times. That's a bit odd. Anyways, the program came up after you click on it 3 times, and it's asking for a device. So I believe this is the device you are creating a backup to. So in our case, I'm going to back it up to this one. I'm going to use Gateway F as backup drive. Okay, I'm going to use backup as backup drive, and I'm going to select F. Okay, and it says here that it's USB 3.0 and its backup is uninitialized, so we haven't started it yet. He knows what it is. Then I'm going to click on the next tab. It says configuration, and I'm going to set it. Let's see here. I'm going to reset that. I'm going to set it as original PC. Okay, and I'm going to leave the backup file attributes as original files. And so basically what it says here, and it took me a little bit to actually read through this because I tried this a little bit earlier, and it was a bit confusing to me to what was going on. Anyways, you're supposed to set it up to original PC, and it is now, and you can leave it as original file, is up to you. And then it's telling you here that it's going to create backup onto that drive, which is F. So that's where the backup is going to go. From here, it's F. From there, it's F, and basically meaning that's where the backup is going to go to. All right. Now we're going to click on the third thing here. It says OTB path. So this is kind of confusing here a little bit. It says OTB path. It says one touch backup path, but I wish it would kind of say what do you want to back up, basically. So here we have to tell it that we want to back up certain things, and we can select my desktop, my documents, i.e. favorites, which is typically what people do. So you can just check all of these things, and it's just going to create a backup of those. Of course, you can also tell it, okay, I need you to back up certain things. So if you go in a root of C here, you can literally go to users and then back up entire local profiles of anybody who's there. So right now I'm using YT login, and that's my local profile, and I'm going to click save on that because I wanted to create a backup of that when I press the button, and I'm going to leave this here. I don't have to do this now because I've selected entire profile, but I just want to see what happens. So I'm just going to click save, options saved. All right, so now it should work. Now we can click right here in the system tray. You can see we can click start backup, and then it's going to click. I'm going to click OK. Says error when searching files. Please check the source directories. Okay. Well, let's see if it actually created a backup. So if I go to F, looks like there's a folder that's called AIOTB. I'm going to go here and check the backup. There's my desktop. There's nothing there. It kind of looks like it failed, didn't it? OTB path. Let's uncheck this. Let's just leave it. Root of C. Users. Maybe it doesn't like that in copying an entire profile. All right, let's do this. I'm just going to tell it to copy documents folder. How's that? So that way we can test to see if we can just back up one folder. So because basically we can just go in here and create a folder. It's called backup, and whatever we want to keep everything in there, and then do backups of that later. So all right, let's go do this. And again, we're gonna try the one touch button thing as well. So I'm gonna click start backup, backup complete. All right, so that supposedly work. Let's have a look in here. So we know it's inside of F. We go inside backup and C. I'm assuming users, YT login, and documents. Okay, so that works. That's good. So why didn't it want to? Maybe it didn't like. Let's do a little bit of troubleshooting here. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Did it not like doing this? Maybe it needed some other. Maybe that's where the error for the administrator privileges comes in. Start backup. Yeah. So for some reason, it doesn't realize that you've given it admin privileges to begin with, and it doesn't like copying these directly. But if you do go, because I know I am logged in under YT login right now. So let's see, what were those things that I was trying to copy? Documents, desktop, and favorites. Let's see if it's going to copy it now. I'm going to do it. Start backup. Backup complete. All right, let's see if it actually did it. Okay. So there's nothing in the desktop because these are system. These are in public. These icons are all in public folder, but there should be stuff in favorites, and there it is. So it works. So you just have to fiddle a little bit with it. The software is not perfect. Obviously, there are issues with the software. I mean, there's no denying that. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to press that one-touch backup button and see what happens on our computer. So you can hear me talking and walking away here. I'm going to press the one backup button. So that's what happens when you click the one touch backup thing on your desktop. So let's say you have it next to you, you can click to backup, and then you still have to click OK. So I wish it was just doing it automatically. Maybe there's a setting in there somewhere. Let's see, an option where it just does it. Confirm before backup. Okay, so yeah, you can uncheck that, and then and then you can just press the button, then it should just do it. All right, guys, if you're interested in this product. There's a link in the description. I would use this as something that you can access, like if you have a extra hard drive and you don't want to, you don't want to mess around with open up your computer and trying to install a new hard drive. If you're not familiar with computers, you can just plug into your USB and just take that hard drive, plug it in, and just keep it on your desktop as a backup, or to access that hard drive, or you can use the backup features. That's fine. Some people like to do that. Some businesses do that as well. And I would personally use it in tech support. If you are trying to recover data off a computer, it seems to work plug and play, which is great. You don't have to install any software. You just plug it in. You connect that SATA or IDE drive on it, and you can recover data. That's mainly what I would use it for, but it is good for backup. I'm not impressed with the software that's on here. There are some issues here, and there are some. I've noticed a couple of typos. See, my computer is missing R there. So, in my opinion, they should spend a little bit more time on this software and figure out what's wrong with that. But it works. It does work. It just does need a little bit of a fiddling with. So if you like this video, please leave a like. I'd really appreciate your support. If you have any questions or comments, I'll be glad to answer them. And you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're learning some of the basics of Powershell, specifically on how to install or execute application installation. So what I will teach you here is how to use some basic commands that would lead you towards creating your own scripts that would allow you to install software through the Powershell. So basically, once you go to the internet and you download something, it's going to be inside of downloads folder, and whatever you decide to install, let's for example take this example here, Media Creation Tool 1809, you would simply double click it and you get the prompts, and you go to the prompts and then you install everything like that. Well, you can also execute this through the Powershell. So there are a couple of ways of doing this which will help you get to the point where you create your own script to run PowerShell remote installs or even local installs, if you will, and that is to get to the same directory. So if we type in cd downloads, it's going to take us to that directory. The reason they got us to that directory because we're already partially there. But if we really wanted to navigate to this, it would be simple as this. We're going to type in users, name of the local profile that I'm using, which is YT login, and then I'm going to type in downloads. It's going to get us to the same place. So if we type in dir, we can see that that media creation tool is indeed there as well. So this is one of those things you might want to double check every time you create or before you start to create your scripts. By the way, this is going to be a little bit more advanced, so it's a little bit more advanced for people who are more familiar with computer software, but if you're new to computers, I will try to go as slow as possible. Comparatively speaking, here's the same directory in a GUI form. So this is inside of our Windows, and we can see that it's exact same stuff that we see in here. So let's go ahead and execute it from the PowerShell, and the way to do that is to type in start process, and then type in media creation tool.exe. See, now we get the same prompt to go through our prompts to basically install our software. However, if you want to make this to be a silent operation, you would do the same thing and then just do a switch or a command, which is /s. This would execute it silently. If it is an MSI package, typically it won't work here because this is executable and it's designed to literally go through the prompts like that. But if you do have MSI package, it will allow you to do so like so. And for example of an MSI package, in case you don't know, is for example this one. This is an MSI installer for that, and that is .msi. Now here's another example of how to do it from a remote location. In our case, we might have something on a network level, which is for me located here. I went ahead and created a folder for this example on // and that is the PC name or the server name that you might be using, and then I'm going to type in folder name repo1. So if we look inside of this one, the IR, we can see that we still have that media creation tool inside of that. So the same way we can execute it from here as well. So we can type in the same way, start process, media creation tool 1809.exe. Since we're in this directory already, I can just hit enter and we're going to get that pop up again and it's installing. So I went ahead and canceled it. This is where you're getting all these errors. Now, we can, the same way, we can start our script by typing in, let's see here, start dash process, and then we're simply going to navigate to the network location. Let's see here. And then it's going to be cobuman 1 folder name repo 1, and then we're going to do a backslash, and then we're going to type in media creation tool 1809.exe. Then we're going to hit enter, and now we have that pop up again. And again, if you want to make this silent, you're going to have to create your own MSI package or something like that and basically design it so it is silent, so meaning that nothing happens that you see visually, it just kind of installs it. So that's how you would do it. That's how you would start to create your script for a remote location using PowerShell. Now, you can also use a package manager to download different applications or access different applications and execute them like so, but you would have to have some kind of a package manager that would allow you to do so. So let's look at a repository that's online available right now that you can kind of look at as an example of that. So there's one that was set up for testing by Microsoft, which we will navigate here in a moment. Let me just do a quick clear here so that we don't have any confusion here. And in order to find these packages, we can type in find dash package, and then we need to specify a provider, which that means is, dash provider. This is basically indicates that we're going to now type in the provider name. In our case, the provider or our server name, if you will, is Chocolati. I think that's how it's pronounced. So we're going to hit enter here and see what happens. So here's just the run of all the things that are available as in packages on this repository or server, if you will. So how do we get any of these packages downloaded to our computer? We just kind of have to know which one we want, but we can also kind of, if we specifically want to look for some specific, let's say, I don't know, let's say Notepad. So we can stop it from kind of going through all the things and see if there's anything available for Notepad. Because you can see there are so many different things here, and if there's something specific that you're looking for, you're going to have to kind of remember that or specifically search for. So let's stop this process here, and I'm going to leave it up just for the sake of reference. I'm going to open up a new PowerShell, and we're going to access the same repository, but I'm going to tell it to look for a specific name, and in our case, we're going to use an example of Namepad. So we're going to type in again find dash package, and then we're going to type in provider, and then server Chocolati, and I'm going to specify a command which is name that tells it, okay, I want you to look for this specifically or anything or any derivative of that or anything like that. I'm going to type in Notepad, and I'm going to use asterisk. So I'm going to type in, and everything that has a notepad, there's inside of this repository, it's going to show up as so. So now we can see all the things that are available as a package inside of this repository. So yes, we can now download these packages, and we can use them in our package manager to push this type of different software. So what can we do with this point? Well, we can install one of these packages. So let's go ahead and pick our random one. Let's pick this one, Notepad++. We're going to do Control-C on this so we have it saved. And then again, we're going to use some commands. And this case, instead of typing in find package, we're going to type in install package. Install package. We're going to type in provider once more, and then we're going to type in Chocolati.
and then we're going to specify name, and then we're going to say Notepad++. So let's see what happens when we execute that. And now it's asking us whether we trust this source, which is for the right reasons. If you're going to look at this repository, make sure that you feel comfortable with installing this on your computer. And here it asks you, are you sure you want to install software from Chocolatey? And I can say yes, yes to all, no, or no to all, suspend, or if you're unsure, you can type in help. So in my case, I'm just going to type in Y for yes, and I'm going to hit enter. And now it's installing this package. So let's see what happened. Did this actually install it? This is actually what happened. When we did that, it actually just downloaded that repository into our folder that is created on the root C, and it's going to be in our libraries. And here is our Chocolatey. Well, there's a correct section. There it is. Notepad++ is what we just got here. And there are a couple of different packages here that are installed. This one actually came with the installer, so that's cool. Now we can actually execute this installer if we really wanted to. And all right, I found that some of these packages are not incomplete that I've downloaded. For example, Visual Studio here, this one doesn't seem to have the actual executable in there. But this one actually installed. What is this one? This is part of the same one. Okay, well, we can execute this now, and all we got to do is just copy this path here, and then we can type in again start process, and then we can specify that, and then we need to get the name of that installation. Let's do the x64, the 64-bit version of that. And I'm going to paste that in there, and I'm going to hit enter, and here it is. Now let's see if it works silently. It errored out because I clicked no, as you saw. I'm going to use the S switch. Let's see if this, nope. So yeah, it has to be an MSI package for it to install silently, and this one is just a simple executable. Anyways, guys, I hope you find this kind of interesting, because it really is. You can we can set up scripts that will allow you to install remote software packages into multiple computers, this and that. There are many, many ways of going about this. Is kind of just an introduction to PowerShell, and there are many, many different tools that you can look at, and not only can you install, you can also uninstall. And again, there are different ways of doing this. You can use the invoke command, or you can just use install package command. You can use the start process command. Many, many different ways. And this is the great thing about PowerShell. You can customize this to your needs or to your business needs, of just the way it feels the best for your type of business that you'll work at. And I'm not an expert on this. I know some of the basic stuffs, and I really believe that everybody should know and familiarize themselves with some of the basic stuff, just as much as you would familiarize yourself with just using command prompt and creating basic scripts. So that being said, thank you so much for watching this video. Please share it with your friends. If you have any questions, please let me know, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman, and today's video, as you can tell from the thumbnail and the description, it's about printers, on how to set up a printer properly. And the idea comes from my article that is about top 10 hard desktop support interview questions and answers, that is located on cosmicnovo.com. There will be a link at the end of this video if you would like to read this for yourself. This is a third video based off of this article. First one being remote desktop and DNS related. Second one being about missing files and desktop icons. Again, at the end of this video, there will be icons that you can select to watch either one of those. And if you're interested, I highly suggest that you do. Very interesting stuff. I go about explaining these type of videos in a specific way where it's easy to follow for anybody. So today's question is related to
installing a new printer at the office place that you work at. Now, before I go through it, let me just kind of explain my method of explaining this in a answer format. I usually have 4 steps, and that is first, second, third, and last point or explanation that I have for each question that is presented to me, especially if this is a interview question, because I want the potential employer to understand that I am very knowledgeable when it comes to IT, and you guys can do the same. All right, so let's get to it. The question is, your office received a new printer, and now it needs to be configured for everyday use by a specific department in your building. So keep that in mind, it's for a specific department only. How would you go about installing this printer in a direct IP printing setup? The direct IP printing setup also being something to remember. And the way I would start to explain this, I would say, first, I would unpack the printer to make sure all parts and cables are there. Then I would connect and plug in the printer into the power and network port available at designated location. Also, designated location here is very important to keep in mind. So obviously, for when it comes to this, you get that giant box, and these are large printers for businesses. You unpack it, and then you make sure everything's there, right? You make sure it has all parts and cables, and then you put it together, plug it in, and plug it into printer into power network port at the designated location. Second, I would make sure that this new printer has a static IP address assigned to it, and that kind of goes back to our designated location. For this designated location where we have placed our new printer, we have to kind of take note of the port that is there for the network cable that is connected to, right? We would know, okay, well, this is the port number for this, for this location, and then we would talk to our network guy, or we would do it ourselves and make sure that we have a static IP address available and assigned to it. So let me show you what I mean. If you go to your network adapter properties and look at those settings there, you go to properties, right? And you would make sure that you have a static IP address available to you. So if you have a static IP address that you want to use for that port, this can be assigned through the switch itself, and that port would simply just use that and it would never change. And that's the whole point. It's static. We don't want it to change because we want users to connect to it every time. So when you go here into the Ethernet adapter properties and select Internet Protocol version 4, if your company is using IP version 4, you will go in here, and if you have to, you would specify the static IP address. So I'm just kind of showing it to you on the computer itself, but this is what you would do inside the printer. You would say use this IP address if this is something you have to do. This is just me explaining to you what a static IP address is and why you would need it for a printer so that users can always connect to it and know where it's at. So that way they can install it on their computer afterwards. And I'll show you that as well. And also, I would acquire driver package for the specific model printer, unless the printer is set up to push the drivers automatically upon a request. So if printer for some reason doesn't come with driver package or software, obviously you would go to the manufacturer website, download all the drivers that you need. So let's say it's an HP printer, you would go to HP and specify model, get this information, and then the reason for that is if needed, we would basically go to Active Directory and tell Active Directory to push this driver. But just kind of hold on to that thought because most new printers automatically push the drivers. So if it's a brand new computer, a brand new printer, it would automatically push the driver to the user that is trying to install it. And I will go back to the Active Directory part that I've that I spoke about. Third, Active Directory needs to know of the printer added. So this is where that comes in. It needs to know that it's added, and it added to the domain itself, right? Active Directory, domain. So what happens is you would take a host name. You would create a host name for this printer. You would assign a host name, and then you would add it to the Active Directory. So that Active Directory knows that there is a printer connected to this domain. So that way it can control who can use this printer through GPO or a group policy. And what this does is it only allows certain users of that department to use the printer. So basically, once you have a group of people, a group of users for a specific department, you can literally just add all of those people into the permissions to use that printer that's been added to Active Directory. So Active Directory is a simple way to control who can use the printer and who cannot. And that kind of goes back to our part where it's kind of related to the driver package. If you have to specifically get the driver package, you can set up Active Directory to push the driver as somebody tries to install it. So, but again, new printers will just do this automatically on their own whenever somebody tries to add it. And that is done by the static IP address or the host name. And this is why I talked about it here. If driver has to be pushed separately, this can be configured as well and in Active Directory. Lastly, I would notify the users of the new printer and its IP address and assist accordingly. So of course, you would have to help them because that's your job. Remember how we talked about a static IP address here? Well, your printer with the static IP address that you assigned it to would be used by users, or you would do it for them. Let me just pull up my printers menu, and here we would add our printer. So the way we would do it, with printers menu, we would simply just select add printer. So now it's searching for the printers, but usually you saw how that popped up, this link, it usually doesn't find it right away, so you have to specifically tell it. So with the users, when it comes to users, you would simply give them the IP address and say, hey, this is the IP address for this printer. Just add it in there and it's going to automatically install it for you. But a lot of times you would do it for them. So you just click this printer that I want isn't listed because it's not going to find it most of the time. And that's okay. And now we have this menu that you may be familiar with. And remember how we talked about that IP address? Well, here it is. We can add the printer using TCP IP address or host name. So we can either use the IP address or the host name. Usually what I do, I just, go by the IP address because it's just the way I prefer it, but it really doesn't matter. So you have select that, and then we would select next, and it brings us to this menu. Here we would, for example, just type in the, IP address that we've assigned it, and we would, in my case, I'm just going to, come up with an IP address. Let's say it's 192.168.100.1. So let's just assume that that's where our printer is located, and that's its IP address. And something to keep in mind when it comes to installing the drivers, if it's a newer printer, you'll be able to simply select the check mark here if not selected. By default, it is, I believe. And what that does is queries the printer. It pings the printer and says, hey, do you have a driver? And the printer says, yes, I do. And it then automatically installs it on your computer. So that's pretty awesome. If you don't, you can later on specify the driver that you want to use, but this should be set up so it automatically does it. And then simply you will select next, and it's going to look for it, and then it's going to install it. Of course, I forget to mention, the printer may have a port assigned to it as well, and you would simply type that in after the IP address that I showed you. Okay, let's see. Lastly, I would notify the users, the new printers, and the IP address. I said that already, and that was the last part of this. If you have any questions in regards to this, I know this is a little bit complicated, and that's the whole point. The title of this article is Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers, because you have to explain your steps on how to do this. And I wanted to make these type of videos so you guys can kind of learn from this and to at least make it as easy to understand as possible. Whether you have experience or not, it's good to have this type of knowledge or refresher for my friends that are already IT professionals like me. All right, guys, please like this video, share it with your buddies. I'm sure they will like it. And don't forget, I have those 2 other videos you can watch. There's a link in the description. And hey, if you want to check out my computer setup that I have, there's also a link in the description below. So if you want to check that out, that's cool too. All right, guys, I wish you best of luck and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video I wanted to talk about processes and services found within Windows 10. It will be similar with Windows 7 if you're still working with Windows 7 operating system. But mainly this is for desktop support. For example, you get a trouble ticket and the issue is kind of unknown, but you know that the user is reporting issues with performance, or there's a certain application that doesn't run properly or refuses to run. So one of the things we would have to look at is processes or services. I mean, there are many situations in which this could be useful. It just depends on the situation, on the issue at hand, and we just have to spend a little bit more time and trying to figure out what it is that might be causing an issue, right? So obviously the best way to get to the processes and services is through our task manager, right? So I have it open here, but obviously, guys, I'm sure you know this already. If you right-click on your taskbar, you can just select task manager. Also, if you do Control-Alt-Delete, you will get to a window where you can simply start the task manager. So let's start from the top. And here you can see right off the bat that there are some programs that are taking up a lot of CPU power, right? If yours is not sorted like this, you can simply select this column, so click on it, and it will sort it out whether you want it to display the highest used first or last. By the way, if you recently or never opened up a task manager on your computer, it will look just like this. It will not have any details. It will just have the last application that you have open running like so. In order to bring it back to what used to be default in Windows 7, you would simply select more details here, and it would expand it back to what I consider as normal. Okay, so here we are again, and now we know that there are a couple of applications now using up most of our CPU. So let's say your trouble ticket says, my computer is running slow, and then you can look at this here and you can see that in my case, OBS 64 is taking up most processing power. So what is this OBS 64? See, this is the next thing we need to figure out. If we are suspecting that this is the software causing the issue for the user, we have to kind of figure out what it is. Unless you're familiar with this, it could be anything. You just know that it's taking up a lot of processing power and quite a bit of RAM, right? So if I right click on it, right, first of all, I went ahead and expanded it, right? There's a little arrow here. If you click on it, it will expand it. And you can see other sub-services or sub-processes that are running underneath it, right? This is one thing that Windows 10 is doing. It's kind of grouping the same process or the processes for the same application within under the same tab, if you will. So now that expanded, we can see individual things that are running. So what is this? What is this? It's causing issue. I could just right click it, and task, and that would kill it. However, it would also, there's a chance that it also might come back if it's a part of the processes that belong to a certain program that the user is using. We don't know that yet, so we have to figure out what it is, right? The first thing we have to look at is what is this process? Where is it coming from? Why is it, taking up so much power, so much CPU power on this computer? Well, we can find that out, right? So what we got to do is right-click on the actual process, and it's not this top part of it, right? This is just a tab. This all tells us is there are 3 different instances of processes related to the same application. The actual process for this application that's taken up this much power is this one, right? It's OBS 64, the actual process, right? So if we right-click it and select Properties, we can see some details about it, right? We can see that its location, what kind of executable is. We can tell that it's installed in C program files x86, and we can tell it's OBS Studio. So right there, it kind of tells us, well, what is this Studio? When you think about Studio, you can think a couple of different things right off the bat. Video recording, audio recording, something like that, right? So that's a hint right there. And we can tell that it's located within bin folder, and it's also under 64-bit folder, right? So this is a typical normal application format for the folders that you would see within root of C, right? So if we click on details here, we can see a little bit more information about it. We can see the last date it was modified, which was in March 1st, 11:04 a.m. So we know this application executed last time there, right? At that time, I should say. So that's all great, right? This looks okay. We don't see anything, super sketchy, right? However, we can also find out more, right? If we right-click again on our process and go to Open a File Location, it will open up that folder location that we looked at within the properties of that process. And here we are, Program Files x86, OBS Studio bin 64-bit. And now, here's our process. It automatically highlights it for us, right? Which is actually really cool, right? We know that this is the process that's running in the background, and it's causing, it's using up a lot of CPU. So now we know that it's there, and by looking at different things here, we can also kind of get a hint that this deals with AV, which is audio video, and we can tell it says it's codec, and then there's an AV filter, and then there's AV format. So what does that tell us? Just by looking at those hints, we can probably assume that this is audio or video software, right? As just like we hinted earlier, right? And the reason I'm explaining it to you in such a way so that you guys can think for yourself whenever you're troubleshooting these type of issues, so you can figure out, is this application okay or not, right? But in fact, if I were to Google OBS 64, it would tell me that OBS is simply screen recording software, which indeed is running for us right here, right? So that's how you can find out what type of process is causing the slowdown for the user's computer, right? And you can also at the same time figure out, what kind of software it is, even before you go to Google and search what it is, right? Of course, if you worked for the company for a while, you'll probably have a good idea of what kind of software should be running in the background, and something like this wouldn't necessarily be there, right? We certainly wouldn't want to have a recording. Well, we know that users are recorded within businesses, but this type of software wouldn't be recording it, right? So this is certainly a no-no. So let's look at a couple other things that are present here, right? So let's look at I'm just going to pick a random because they keep fluctuating right here, but I'm going to pick a random one that just comes up. So here we go. Okay, client server runtime process. Let's look at that one, right? I'm going to see what that is. We know that it's a Windows process right off the bat because it's located within C Windows System 32, right? This is where most of our, DLLs are located. Anything that would be registered through registry, right? This is just a regular process that runs in the background. Hence, it's located within C Windows System 32. Client server runtime process. In our case, again, we can go to our, let's see if I can catch it real quick. There it is. I think I caught it. No, system runtime. Client server runtime process. There we go. I'm going to open file location, and here's our C Windows, C:\Windows System 32 folder. This is our systems folder, and sure enough, it's right here, and again, it's highlighted, and we can see that it's been installed and modified, I should say, 9/29/2017. So it's been on this computer for a while, which is actually a really good indicator. Unless it'll be kind of crazy to have a virus installed for this long on the computer and nobody notice. You know what I mean? So most of the time, having something this old running in the background as part of Windows, processes in the background, it's perfectly fine. Again, if you're unsure what this is, and let's go ahead and do this, right? Client server runtime process. Let's go ahead and look that up in Google, right? It'll give us a little bit more detailed of what it is. Client server runtime process, right? You Google it, and it tells you right there what it is. It's a client subsystem is a component of Windows NT family of operating systems that provides the user mode side of Windows 32 subsystem, and is included within those. So this process, this application has been around since Windows NT 3.1. Perfectly safe. So now you guys have a really good idea on how to troubleshoot these weird processes that might be running in the background. Now, as I promised, we're going to look at the services, right? Let's go ahead and look at the services. Now, services are important in a way where you have to kind of consider what is that my computer needs when it comes to operating smoothly. And what I mean by that is that certain components of Windows or Windows operating system and certain applications requires these services, requires certain services to work at certain times. Some applications require them to run at the boot up of the computer, at the login of the user, and such. Otherwise, the application wouldn't work. One example for that is printing, right? If you don't have printing service enabled after you reboot the computer, the printer service starts, and that allows you to print, right? As simple as that. And that particular one should be here somewhere. There it is. Print, it's called Print Spooler, right? This is the service that runs in the background that allows you to print. As simple as that. And of course, you can get to the services if you just go in here and just type in services, right? It gets you to the same thing. All right. You can find print services, right? Here we go. Print spooler here, and we can tell also that it's running and it's automatic. So how do we know it actually starts automatically? Well, if we have it here, if we just double click it, we can tell that it's automatic and it happens as soon as your computer restarts, right? And of course, if you stop it, if I click stop here, now I can't print anything. At the same time, some businesses, in order to save paper, environmentally friendly, or save ink, or whatever the reason may be, you can actually disable this. So if I disable and click apply, now nobody can print on this computer ever afterwards, unless you have administrator privileges to change this back, right? So I'm just going to change it back to automatic, which means that it will start up whenever it's needed and on the reboot, right? It's going to restart itself. So, right, but after you enable it, you have to obviously click start again to get it going again. So that's the point of services. Some applications require services to run in the background in order for them to function properly, and some of them are simply part of Windows operating system.
Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you liked this video. If you have any more questions, please leave them below. I also have a forum website at cobuman.com if you'd like to check that out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Share with your friends. Thank you so much. Again, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Welcome my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to update BIOS on HP computers. Whether it's a desktop or a laptop, the method is very similar or identical. This also can be used as a learning tool for other types of computers, name brands, or specific aftermarket motherboards. It's very important that you watch the whole video because there are a lot of issues that you may come across that I explain, and I also explain to you how everything is done step by step. Very useful for desktop support or tech support in general. So the first thing we got to do is find our BIOS. We got to get the new version of BIOS, so we can simply search for that by going to the internet and just search for your specific model, whether it's a model of a desktop, laptop, or motherboard. Simply type it in. In my case, it's HP 800 G2, and I'm just going to type in BIOS behind that. This should give me results, and sure enough, the top result talks about BIOS for my specific computer. Once you select that link, typically what you see on any manufacturer website is that you will get a list of all kinds of drivers for all the peripherals that are on your computer. For example, audio, graphics card, networks card, storage, and such. However, we want to concentrate on a specific menu here, and that is BIOS. If we click on that and expand it, we do have a download button. We can simply click download, which we will do. Select download, and we're going to click save. This will save the package of the BIOS onto our local computer. That is very straightforward. But let me just go back here and just tell you about something very specific that could be an issue for you if you come across it. It's pretty rare, but it may happen to you. Sometimes you have to update previous version of the BIOS in order to install the most recent one. So basically what happens is you try to install, let's say in this case, version 02.37 revision A. You may get an error that says, nope, you cannot install this until you install a previous version. And here is a link for the previous version right underneath it. If you click that, it may say you need to install, for example, version 02.30 revision A before you can install, for example, 0.37. So in the nutshell, just kind of be on the lookout for that error, and if you do get it, this is what you have to do, and this is where you find the previous versions. Okay, so let's go ahead and open the folder where we downloaded our package. Copy it to my desktop just so I can have it here separated from everything else, and you can see that this is a Microsoft packaged type of executable. We're going to run that here, and this is certainly one way of doing it. So if you go here, this is going to unpack it into CSW setup and then /SP94599 folder. So once we do that, it's just going to unpack it, and it may start to install it from here, which is certainly doable. So this thing that came up is basically some update and recovery instructions that you can use. You can also do it from here, which gives us instructions on how to do it. Once we are in a start menu, we're gonna hit F10 to set up BIOS flashing, and then I'm going to actually show you this with an external camera that will record all of my steps externally so you guys can see it. So let's look at our unpacked BIOS. So let's see here. It's in the C, and it's SW setup, and then SP94599. So here is our flash files, and inside we have a folder called HP BIOS Update REC. So we're going to go inside of that, and here we have an executable that we can run. So let's see what the what that does for us. So once we initialize this, what it's going to do is going to look for the specific BIOS settings that are on your computer, and then it's going to check to see if the password is set on the BIOS, and if it's not, it's going to deny you installing of this BIOS. So let's go ahead and run this. I'm going to run this from the Windows, and again I will show you how to do it from the BIOS itself. So we can try to do it from here. So we can simply click next, and our other option is to create a recovery USB flash, which is what I wanted to do, and that's another way of doing it. Or you can simply copy BIOS update file to any file location, or create a backup of the current BIOS to any file location. So let's go ahead and create a backup just so we have it, and it's going to create a backup of it within the same folder. So this is a really good thing to do first, just to make sure that you do have a copy of the BIOS, just in case you have to revert back to the older version, which a lot of times is not even possible, but HP has created this utility that allows you to do so, which is not the case in most of the BIOS that you update on motherboards or some other brands of computers. So now we have current BIOS was saved successfully. We're going to finish that. And this is actually really simple, so I don't want you to be kind of turned off by so many steps. And it's very good to learn, especially if you're doing desktop support. This might be something you do. So let's go ahead and try to update it from here, and then we're going to do create recovery USB flash as well. So once we click on the update, we get this warning. It says your current Intel Active Management Technology firmware is affected by critical security vulnerability. Please update the firmware or implement mitigations immediately. So if you click OK, it kind of talks about what this is. And it's Intel Active Management Technology. It's a something that prevents or controls remote privileges for that computer. So, this should be fixed with the BIOS update. If not, then we can just ignore it for now. And if you're just using it as a personal computer, which I am, then you don't have to worry about that per se. So we're just going to go move on. Here's an example of what I was telling you about the BIOS version. My current BIOS version is 2.15, and the one that we're trying to install is 2.37. We're going to click next. It's going to create a backup once more of our current BIOS, and then it's going to proceed, or at least attempt to install BIOS through the Windows, and after which we would simply reboot the system and that BIOS update would be complete. That's in the perfect case scenario. This is not necessarily that you'd be able to do in a business environment, but that's okay. Again, I will show you how to do it manually with a thumb drive. So now it has prepared it. Now when we click restart, it's going to install it basically. So we're going to restart it, and for that I'm going to bring an external camera so we can see what happens. So here we go. Restart has started. Now we're going to see what happens after we did that, and we're certainly going to check the version that it should be, which I believe is 2.37. So now it gives us a couple of different options here. It gives us an option to update BIOS to 2.37, postpone update, or cancel update. So we're going to go ahead and update it. I'll go ahead and hit enter on that. And as you can see, it is commencing the update. It says do not shut down or remove
external power from your computer during this process. Chances are that your aftermarket motherboards will have a system or utility that will allow a BIOS update just like so. You may not even have to do it in such way, but it will basically involve the same thing where it would install it and then reboot, and then you'd be pretty much done. Now it's basically just asking to reboot, and there's a countdown. So I'm just gonna let it do so in 3 seconds. 2, 1, 0. Oh, that's not good. See? I think I broke my computer. After it made those horrible beeps, the computer was shut down and I had to manually turn it on. It turned itself off again, and now it's rebooting after you saw that message that it says it was finalizing. So that took about, I want to say 15 to 20 seconds for the finalizing of the BIOS update. Of course, we can confirm whether this actually happened, and I will record that on screen just so you can see.
So with the update completed, we can double check to see if indeed it worked. And there are a couple of ways of doing it. You can initiate this executable once more. I'm sorry, this is the package, but the executable that we looked at earlier, and it will tell you the current version of the BIOS that's on the system. So if we go back to C, SW setup, SP, HP BIOS, run this again, it will show you what the current version is. But you can also do it with just going into your search bar and just type in system system information, open that up, and where it says BIOS version, it says here that we have version 2.37 that was last created or updated on January 2nd, 2019, which is a little bit more than 2 months ago. Okay, now let me show you how to manually get into the BIOS update. So with our USB drive plugged in here under F, what we can do is run that executable once more. We're going to go inside of C, SW setup, SP94599, and HP BIOS update folder. We're going to run that executable again. And as soon as it comes up, there it is. We're going to create a recovery USB flash. This will create a copy of our BIOS. Make sure you have the correct drive connected. Now it's copying files and it's going to put it inside of a folder called, let's just double check to see where it's at before we get to that, USB drive, Hewlett-Packard. Now, here's a pro tip. If you go inside a BIOS update folder here, it says it's empty, right? But that doesn't make sense much. But if you go into the BIOS folder and look at current, it actually will show you the current one, which is 2.15, but it will also show you the update file for the most recent one, which is 2.37. So sometimes the BIOS, once you go inside a BIOS, and I'll show you that in a minute, to update it manually, it will just say, I can't find these. So what you have to do is actually go back here and go back inside of BIOS, and where it says new and previous, you should copy them. You should copy those files that I showed you accordingly. So you can see that it's empty. The new one and the previous one is empty. So we're going to put them inside of that. I'm surprised that HP in our case didn't do that. So I know this is the old one, 2.15. So we're going to go back here, and that's going to be the previous one. We're going to put it in there. We're going to make a copy of it because the BIOS thinks it's there a lot of times. So that's a pro tip right there. So, and then I'm going to make a copy of this one,
Make a copy of this one, which is 2.37. This is something else that I'm copying over, so you can ignore that. So, and I'm going to put that into the new. It's going to copy it over real quick, and there it is. So now BIOS will know exactly what to look for. We have previous. Oh, where did it go? We have new, and then we have previous. Where did I put the previous one? Okay, well, let's go back here. Here's the previous one. Copy. BIOS. Previous. Okay. Copy it over. There it is. Okay, now we have previous and new installed, which something you shouldn't have to do, but if you get an error where it says, I can't find it, it's not there, not located, this is what you have to do to fix that. Okay, let's move on to the manual BIOS update procedure.
You may have to press a different key combination to get to the BIOS boot menu, but it should be the escape key. And if you remember our instructions that popped up when we downloaded BIOS, it said to hit F10. I'm going to go down so you can see which menu we need, and it says BIOS setup. So in the main menu, this is how it was. We need to move 1, 2 down where it says update system BIOS. And as we have a copy of the BIOS, of the new BIOS on the USB drive that's plugged in right now, we can go here, we can go down here and select update BIOS using local media. So if we hit enter, it's going to give us options to do so. But since we've already done it, the only option that's given us is to roll back the previous version, which is 2.15 as indicated. Otherwise, it would just give us an option to update to the newest version, which we would simply select it on our USB external storage, which is very self-explanatory. All right, my friends, I really hope that this video helps you, whether you're doing it for your personal computer or you need to learn something like this as a desktop or tech support person. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. This is what I'm here for, and I'm here to help you out with any questions that you may have. If you like this video, please share it with your friends, select the like button, or subscribe. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I wanted to talk about one of the questions that I have in my article that is called Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers. And in this video, I want to go into more of a detailed and demonstration on the answer itself. So let's go ahead and look at question number 2 that is within this article. And the question is, a user has transferred to another department within the company, and their local profile is missing many files and desktop icons. What do you think the issue could be? So my answer is basically in a format where you think out loud and you explain your steps on how you troubleshoot computer issues, and basically is a good way for interviewer to understand that you do know how to troubleshoot various computer issues. So I explain it in first, second, third, and last format. So it's first, second, third, and lastly, which makes my format to answer this question 4 parts. So let's go to look at the first. I would ask the user if they move to another computer, which could mean that their files are stored at another machine. Right, so if somebody literally switches computers, of course, that new computer is not going to have those files that are stored at the other machine. It could also mean that the new computer does not have the same software installed, and icons for those would not be present. So if the new computer does not have the same program, of course, it's not going to have those icons. So let's have a look at an example of how that looks like. Here's a brand new login or brand new local profile created for this computer, and if I go inside my downloads, for example, it will be empty
because it's a new computer. If I go inside of documents, it's going to be empty because I moved to a new computer. If I go to desktop, it's going to be empty because I moved to another computer. And this is just a shortcut to Microsoft Edge. What I'm talking about, missing files. So it's going to miss all those files that you created on the desktop. So let's say, let me show you here what I mean. So if I go here and create a, just a new file, it's going to show up on their desktop. So that's considered, new file. This here is just a shortcut to the file. So, of course, you move to another computer. You haven't transferred any of your files. You haven't, moved them to another computer. Of course, it's going to be empty. So that's why I explained it in such a way. Second thing is, let's say you missing icons for the computer. Of course, you're just going to have whatever's installed on this computer. This computer just happens to have Audacity, Google Chrome, OBS Studio, OpenOffice, and etc. But if you happen to have, Microsoft Office and you had a shortcut to Outlook, to Excel, to anything else on your desktop, of course it's not going to be there because this computer doesn't have that installed. Okay? Now let's go to the second part of that answer. Okay? And second here it says, if user has not moved to another machine, I would check the Active Directory if any GPO or domain profile restrictions for users' new department are affecting the ability to create, view, or edit files. So let's have a look what I mean. If someone has been moved within Active Directory or their domain, chances are that their permissions to view, edit, or modify files have been changed, which could reflect on the way things look like on their computer. So if somebody moved to another department and that department has new restrictions in place where it doesn't allow them to view a lot of things which can be modified. For example, you would go in here and look at this PC, or previously known as my computer in Windows 7. Chances are they may not even be able to see this. They may not even be able to see local C, let alone any files that are within the hard drive, right? Because changes on the domain level or within Active Directory have suddenly, are suddenly preventing you or the new user to access, view, or edit any of these files. This sometimes happens. Some departments have more restrictions on their users or on their associates. They don't want them to do certain things. They don't want them to view certain things. So suddenly they got migrated to the new part of the Active Directory where they have more restrictions. This has replicated, and chances are whenever they go in here, they won't be able to see any of this. So, by the way, one way, if you're missing, if you can't see local C drives or any of these drives listed here, you can just simply type in C. A lot of times that's actually open like that. So let's go ahead and have a look at our third part of this answer. User may have received a new domain login which inherently does not have access to previously used local profile which has the old login ID attached to it. So if somebody, moves to a new department and they decide to tell them, okay, now you're going to use this login. When they log in, it would be just like this. They log in and it would be just like this. Their new profile. This is their new profile that they got. Their new login is their new profile, right? And it will be empty. It will be empty just like this. So what is the reason for that? It's because their old profile has all the stuff. So let's look at root of C again and our users folder. Once we go inside of here, let's say, and this is the fact now, I am using this one, right? YT login. That's my login ID right now. If I previously used this one, everything that's inside of that, it's going to stay inside of that. So now I'm suddenly using this one. Of course, it's going to be empty. So in order to restore that, obviously you will go back inside of this, go into the, if you have the permissions, obviously, go inside and, copy paste all the data that's within their documents and everything else on their desktop and just restore it back here, into their new login. And that's the reason for that. Anytime you change login ID, it's going to, create everything brand new. And, all the old stuff is going to be located on the old profile, which you can transfer back. Okay, now let's have a look at my last thing that I would say as an answer to this question during an interview. Lastly, if any of the situations described apply, I would act accordingly to resolve the issue. If user files are located somewhere else and if permitted by the company policy, very important, I would transfer them back to the user. Same goes for any missing software. So what I'm saying here is that if it's a common practice for their company to create backups, I would restore all of their documents to them, and I would also transfer all the software that they used to have to the new computer if they happen to move to a new computer. Of course, this is all, depending on the company's policy. Their manager at the new department may say, nope, they don't need this. So, of course, you would double check that to make sure that that is allowed as well. So this is a very fun thing to think about because this happens a lot in desktop support where, suddenly everything's missing and they don't know what happened because users don't know. And, sometimes they'll panic and they would go and they're like, oh, I'm missing everything. Everything's missing. And sure enough, you go in, desktop is pretty much empty, documents are empty, everything's empty, but they don't know what happened. So hopefully you help them or you've been notified ahead of time. So if you're a local desktop support, hopefully you've been notified ahead of time that this person is moving to another department, and then you can help them, by creating, a backup of their local profile or simply moving it from one computer to another, which you can simply do over the network. You can simply go to the back door and just type in // 2 backslashes, name of the computer, name of the computer where they used to sit, and just type in C and $. This should be able to access their old computer. And once you do that, basically it will just, it will basically get you into the root of C like this. It would just say the name of the computer there rather than just C. And then it would say name of the computer with C, /C, and then in here you can just go, what is their old profile, and then you find it, and then usually what I do is, I go like this: desktop, documents. I would highlight all of this, usually their favorites. Then I would copy, and then access his or her computer remotely that they're using currently. Go back here, find their new profile, whatever that may be, at the other computer, and then just paste it. Usually it didn't like that because I did it on the same login. But if I go into and find another login, it would simply just update the profile or the folders that are there. It's not going to create duplicates. That only did that because I did it on the same local profile. Trust me, I've done this hundreds and hundreds of times. Alright guys, I hope you find this video helpful in your help desk, desktop support, or whatever it is that you're doing, right? So let me know if you have any questions. I'm here for you to help you out. So don't be shy. I'll help you with any questions that you may have. And let me know if you like this type of stuff. Smash the like button. Tell your friends about me. If you like this type of stuff, they might like it too. Alright guys, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And have a good day.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I will show you how to recover a Wi-Fi password. This is not one of those videos where I show you how to hack your neighbor's Wi-Fi or how to hack a public Wi-Fi or anything like that. This is specifically to show you how to recover or show your own password for your Wi-Fi. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, why would I need to know what my own Wi-Fi password is if I'm already connected? Well, the thing is though, if you want to share that password and let somebody else connect to your network, and if you've forgotten it, this is how you will find out what your Wi-Fi password is. Also, if somebody else set up your internet connection to your Wi-Fi and they didn't show you what the password is, or you didn't write it down, this is how you will find out what that is. Again, this video is not to show you how to hack somebody's or public Wi-Fi at all. This is just an educational purposes thing that you can do by yourself. All right. The first thing we need to do is open up a command line, and this is going to be very simple. We just have to make sure that our command line, also known as DOS, is run as administrator. We're going to type in a simple command that will allow us to see which profiles we have used at some point to connect to specific Wi-Fi networks. So for that to happen, we have to type in NETSH space WLAN space SHO space, and then type in profile. As the string of words here indicates, this means we're going to show all the LAN profile, or I should say wireless LAN profiles that you have used at some point. So we're going to hit enter here, and now we can see all the profiles that I have connected to at some point. So what can we do here? Well, we know that we have connected to them at some point, meaning that at some point we also had to type in a password for each one of those, if it was secure, of course. And then we know that every time we connect to that Wi-Fi later, we don't have to constantly type in the password. And that's exactly the point of these profiles, meaning that these profiles here will have those passwords stored inside. So now we gotta do is open up these profiles so that we can see what the password is, so that way we can take that password and connect other computers to that same network. So in order to do this, we have to type in a similar command, and what that's going to do is dump the entire profiles onto something that we can read. So what we're going to do is type in NETSH WLAN, and then we're going to type in export and then profile. You get it? We're going to export the profiles that are already there inside the computers. However, we do have to specify where we want to dump them. So we're going to specify, we want you to type it into a folder. So we're going to type in folder, and then we're going to say equals, and then specify which folder that is. So we're just going to dump it into root of C, because that's the simplest thing we can do. So we're going to type in C:, let me make it a cap so you don't have to, this is just me showing it for the video. So C:, and then we're going to do backslash, and then we're going to space, and then we're going to type in key, and then we're going to type in equals clear, meaning this is going to show us a key, or as in password, for this when it's dumped. So we're going to hit enter, and this is going to dump all three of these profiles here. It's going to dump it into the root of C that we have specified. So when we hit enter, and there it is. It went ahead and dumped them all into the root of C. You can see what the path is just in case. So we know that it's an XML type of file. So let's go ahead and minimize this. Go to our root of C. We're going to go to the C drive, and now we can see here are the profiles that are dumped with every information about that network. We can see there's FZ80, 3135, BD2, and there's one without the 2, and there's one called police scan. So these are all the network I have, all the Wi-Fi networks that I have connected in the past. So let me show you first one here, just so you can tell the difference. If you double click it, it's going to open up automatically in your internet browser because it's an XML file. Of course, you can open it up in Notepad if you'd like. But we can see here what type of a network this was. The main thing we need to kind of concentrate here is on authentication. And we can see here when I connected to this that it was open network. That means there was no password required, and you can see there's no encryption because there's no it just wasn't secured at all, and there's just no key to be found. However, if we go to the one that's labeled 2 and double click that, and these are just example I'm showing you. Chances are yours will be straight up like this second one. We can see now that this network actually had authentication, and it says here that this is WPA2 authentication, and it's the AES encryption type. And we can also see that the key type was a passphrase, and then we can see what the key material is. And it's exactly that. That would be our Wi-Fi password for this specific network. So it's ABD8D7AF3135BD. So make sure that you look under key material here, and we'll tell you the password for your Wi-Fi. This is one of those quick tips that I wanted to make a video about, because yes, sometimes we do forget our own Wi-Fi password, and chances are that maybe somebody else set up our Wi-Fi for us, and now we have somebody else who wants to connect to your Wi-Fi at home, for example, or you want to take your second computer, connect it to the Wi-Fi, but you may not know what the Wi-Fi password is. And of course, this is very educational for those people who might be starting to learn about networking and this and that. If you want to check out, I have lots of videos on networking. That is some really good educational stuff that you can learn from possibly. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. Please take a moment to leave a like. If you have any questions or comments, I always like to see those. Thank you. Please share this video with your friends that may have also forgotten their passwords. All right. Thank you so much for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I want to talk about file association. This is good to know for everybody, for everyday users like me and you, but also for people who do tech support. A lot of times you'll come across an application that requires specific software to run, but sometimes, and for some weird reason, it doesn't work because it doesn't know which application to use. This is typical with apps or applets that need to have a base software to run underneath, so that way it can do its thing. And that good example of that is Java applications or applets, or even Java plugins. So of course we know what the basic file association is. If we look at this video file, we can see that it opens up using a Windows player. So if we right click it and go to properties, we can see that it opens with movies and TV, which is part of Windows, so it's a Windows video player. But if you want to open this .mp4 file with something else, we can simply do this. Click change, and for example select the VLC media player, click OK, select it, and now it's using Windows media player. So that's a quick file association, and this is pretty easy. Anybody can do this, and it's really quick and really simple. But sometimes in tech support, in a business environment, this breaks. Even if you have the correct software installed, sometimes it may not run properly. So let me show you an example that I've kind of recreated to show you what happens. So here is a website. This is a NASA website. They have a bunch of Java applets, or simple Java applets that you can run. And if we click save, it's going to download it to our folder. So if we click open folder, we can now see that this extension that is JNLP, there's nothing associated with it. If I double click on it, it's just not going to know what to do, because it doesn't even have Java installed on this computer. However, sometimes even if you do have Java installed on your computer, this file association will break. In our case, there is no Java installed on this computer. New web browsers like, for example, Chrome here, and probably Edge as well, and I'm assuming, I'm not 100% sure on IE, but Chrome, I know uses Java plugins to run. So it wouldn't even need that. I went ahead and downloaded Java, so we're going to install Java here, and you can see that the file association will change immediately, but I will show you nonetheless on how to do it manually and properly in case this breaks and it becomes just a white sheet of paper as it is right now. So simple way to resolve this is to make sure you have Java installed. So we're going to install Java, and I'm just going to click OK, and it's just going to install it real quick for you, and then this is going to change hopefully into the correct Java file association. It should, when it's done, it should know that it's downloading or that it's installing. It should know that Java is installed. This is typically what happens whenever you install a program. It runs the file association at the end. It changes these settings right away, and it should work. But again, sometimes it breaks, and then you have to do it manually, and there is a different way of going about it instead of a quick way. So, all right, let's see what happens. I'm going to click close, and we can see that nothing happened. So let me go ahead and refresh this to see. Nothing happened. So if I double click it, it actually knows, but it didn't tell us that. So what it does now, it's actually downloading this, it downloaded that little applet from the NASA website, and this is exactly what happens whenever you need that file association, or otherwise you'll never get to this point where it's going to run that applet. So now if we click run, it's going to start our little application. Can't find the name of Intel ICD Open. Okay, so it's not working for me because it doesn't have the OpenGL driver. Anyways, so here's what happens. It actually started using OpenGL on Java without OpenGL, and it's working, so that's good. Now we have this little globe, and now we have file association that is working. So let's go ahead and close this real quick and go through Windows and tell it what it needs to use in order to run properly. So the way we're going to do this is going to right click on this little Windows icon. We're going to select apps and features up here, and then we're going to select default apps here, very important, and then we're going to scroll down and we're going to select where it says choose default apps by file type. So this may take a little bit to pull up because it's literally pulling up all the file types in the entire system. So what you're going to see here in a moment here is bunch of, on the left hand side, dot extensions. So it's going to, for example, have all of these .3GP and everything else. So what we're looking for is an extension that is called, let's see here, .jnlp. I wanted to make sure you guys see that. So it's .jnlp. You can also see it right here. It says JNLP. So we're going to look for that. We're going to scroll down. JNLP. All right, JNLP, where is it? Where is it? There it is. So it already knows to use Java Web Launcher. So to show you where that is actually, in case it's not detected, Java Web Launcher. It's also known as Java Web Start. So if we go in root of C and then we look for program files x86, Java, JRE, and then bin, and then we're going to look for Java Web Start, which should be Java WS. I probably passed it. Java WS, Java WS. Java CPL, that's the Java control panel, which we will pull up as well because I wanted to show you the, there it is, Java WS, because I wanted to show you the actual applet that downloaded to your computer. So Java WS, and that's the extension that it needs. So in this case, let's see here, file association for that is correct. So it's Java Web Launcher, which is also known as Java Web Start here. You see it says Web Start Launcher. That's the same thing. So since we are here, I'm going to open up a Java control panel, which by the way is also the same thing as if you were to go to control panel of the Windows. So if we just type in control panel and open it up,
And where is it? Java, there it is. Java 32-bit is the same thing as Java Control Panel, which is Java CPL. So here we are, and in this here, I'm going to show you what exactly downloaded to the Java applet. And this is always going to be on the first tab. You don't have to go anywhere else, but you do have to click here where it says temporary internet files, click view. And we can see now that it downloaded that Java applet right here, which is Whirlwind KML, and it's by NASA. And you can see that it type is application. So you will see this a lot when you do web support. And again, if you're having issues with this, you can literally just delete it right here, just be clicking the X, and we're going to reinitiate it again, because this applet, all it does here, it just calls for downloading off that from NASA website. See, it downloaded it again. And it's giving me the stupid error again, but that's not related to that. It's still going to run. Anyways, exit. Come on. Anyways, here it is working again. And that's how you do file association in tech support and just on your computer, if that's what you're into. Let's see, while I'm here in Java, I want to show you a couple other things to kind of look out for. One of the other typical things is security. Some websites will never get to that point where you get that applet to come up. So if you were to go to here and download it and this and that, you may never come up to that point. If you remember seeing that security pop-up, or are you sure you want to run this type of thing, that sometimes you have to add that website as a trusted website in an exception list. And this is located in security. And this is typically done for web start applications. You can see here, web start applications. And if I click here, edit list, I can literally add the name of that website in there. And after that, it should start working. All right, let me just go to this website here real quick. And then we can copy this here. Copy. And there we're going to put it in here. And now the security prompts, if any, will not pop up, and it will allow Java to run automatically. Now let's double check again here, and this is another troubleshooting thing. Let's see where it's downloading from when I run this again. See, it's downloading actually from https whirlwind.ca. So that's another way to troubleshoot this. So we can go in here and type in https whirlwind.ca. I think that's what it was, whirlwind.ca. So if you're having trouble running these type of applets, whirlwind.org.nasa.gov. Okay, so I was wrong. It's the same thing. whirlwind.org.nasa.gov. Okay, so yeah, because sometimes it does, the applet itself may actually look for a different location to download the application itself locally, which I have shown you that in Java Control Panel, and that was here under View Temporary Internet Files. All right, guys, I hope you find this useful. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the comments below. Please leave a like. I really appreciate that. It really helps the channel move forward. It helps get more views, to be honest. And I really appreciate you guys watching and your support. I'm utterly grateful. So thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, we're going to talk about BitLocker and its use in tech support, or in a business environment, if you will. BitLocker is used for encrypting of your drive. So for example, let's say you have a computer at work, chances are it will be encrypted with some kind of software, typically would be the C drive, for example, here. So there are many types of encryption software, and for example, one of them is Sophos, but a lot of businesses are going towards BitLocker because BitLocker is part of Windows operating system, and it's free and it's convenient and it works well. BitLocker uses AES 256 encryption, and that's another reason to use it because it's just about impossible to decrypt it and basically access any data on it unless you have a key for it or direct access, hardware access to it.
So in addition, what I'm going to do is actually talk about how it's implemented in a business environment and which kind of operating systems can use BitLocker. So for BitLocker to work, you have to have Windows 10 Pro, Enterprise, or educational version of Windows operating system, meaning that if you have Windows Home operating system, you will not have the option to turn on BitLocker. You need to have at least Windows 10 Professional. So that won't work if you have Windows Home. Okay, I digress. So let's move on. So let's talk about the importance